Okay. Live. We are live now. Shantanu.
We are not, because still yeah, okay. I wish a very good morning to our esteemed online participants, and let me have the privilege of welcoming you all in this second day's morning session of our international conference and buyer sellers meet for medicinal plants used in lifestyle products. This first speaker in this session is Dr. Sai Prakash Chaturvedala, joining from USA. Let me give you all a brief introduction of Dr. Sai Prakash. He is a PhD from Andhra University, and he started his career in Ranbaxy here in India. Then he worked in Torrent Pharmaceuticals, then Natco Pharmaceuticals, and then he shifted to Taiwan to resume his academic career in National Sun Yat-sen University. Then he worked as a research scientist in Virginia Tech, and then senior scientist at Select X Pharmaceuticals. Then he started working in the Coca-Cola company as a technical expert of organic chemistry. And after that, with a brief stint as chief technical officer in Blue, California, he shifted to Wisdom Natural Brands as a chief operating officer and chief scientific officer. Wisdom Natural Brands is the oldest brand of stevia in USA, and this company actually pioneered in introducing stevia in USA. And Dr. Sai Prakash has about 118 publications in his credit, and he also has patent for all these natural products, and the number of patents is more than 50. So Dr. Sai Prakash, it's quite evident that he has a very eminent career in the natural product chemistry sector. So over to you, Dr. Sai Prakash. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu. Thank you very much. And I'll start by sharing my screen. Could you please confirm whether you can? Can you see my screen or something?
Yeah.
Are you able to see that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Okay, it's good morning to you, and it's good evening to me. It's almost 9:30 p.m. in Arizona. As I said, thank you once again, Dr. Shantanu, and thank you, Professor Majumdar, for giving me an opportunity to speak. And it's a privilege to me to talk on behalf of Wisdom Natural Brands. And the topic what I have selected, even though this is it's a quasi-medicinal plant or something, like may not be exactly medicinal plant, but it's a plant. So, and it is having some medicinal properties as well. So I want to talk briefly on the global market, science, applications of stevia. What is stevia? It's a natural high-intensity sweetener. So I'll go into the, if at all there is any technical difficulty or something like that, please let me know. And another thing, as I said, it's 9:30 p.m. Maybe it's my sleep time. If I miss anything, please pardon. This is an excuse for any of my lack of knowledge or something like that. Okay, with this, I'm going to the next slide. Okay, so when we are talking about the high intensity sweeteners, first of all, we need to talk about sugar. What are the implications of consuming too much sugar in our diet? According to dietary guidelines in the United States, 16% of the calories for any standard diet are coming by sugar. It's mainly from the fast food or soft drinks or some type of desserts or sweets or whatever it is. And what are the implications of consuming excess sugar is weight gain. We know everything about that. Diabetes. India is one of the diabetic hub in the world. Increase in depression and having complications with the immune system, obesity, and further high insulin levels are associated with a lot of other illnesses, including cancer, heart disease, and other stuff. So that means we know that too much sugar consumption is not good. So this is one of the reasons why we need to look for alternative sugars. So when we are talking about alternative sugars, what are the alternative sugars we are having? What are the types of sugars we are having to replace sugar? One is nutritive sugars, and the second one is non-nutritive sugars. Now we can define and we can see what are nutritive sugars and what are non-nutritive sugars. Nutritive sugars are the sugars that add calories to our body or to the diet. So that means if we consume these nutritive sugars, it adds energy to our body. That means like sugar and other sweeteners like fructose, dextrose, lactose, maltose, honey, corn syrup, and all these things, these will contribute calories to our body when we consume. We all know that part. Even sugar alcohols, including sorbitol, mannitol, xylitol, maltitol, and all these erythritol, these also add calories to our body, but not to the extent what the earlier ones like sucrose, fructose adds to the calories to our body. But these are all, since they are adding calories to our body, whether it's in small or medium way, so these are all known as nutritive sugars. And we'll go to the next one, non-nutritive sugars. Non-nutritive sugars are the sugars that don't add any calories or energy. So even the non-nutritive sweeteners, why there are a lot of non-nutritive sugars, and most of these are known as high intensity sweeteners as well, because so we don't need to use the same amount of sugar to replace it. So that means why these are called high intensity, we need just a fraction of milligram of some of these compounds in order to get to the level of sugar. So even the non-nutritive sugars that doesn't add calories, what are the categories? We can divide into two types of categories. One is artificial sweeteners like saccharin, acesulfame, sucralose, aspartame, neotame, advantame. All these are approved by FDA. So as we all know that these are all approved by FDA by performing by providing a lot of information on the studies about this toxicity and bioequivalence of all these things. And the next one is natural sweeteners. At this point of time, there are mainly two natural sweeteners available in the market. One is the stevia leaf extract, and the second one is the lohango or monk fruit extract. Both are approved by FDA as generally recognized as safe, GRAS. That's known as GRAS approval. So this is regarding non-nutritive sugars. Because I have to compile and lot of information, so I'm going a little bit faster. And if any further information is needed, I'm going to provide my information at the end of the presentation. You can reach out to me, or you can reach out to Dr. Shantanu or the organizers of the conference. What is the global market for the total high-intensity sweeteners? When we are talking about the total high-intensity sweeteners, I'm not talking specifically about artificial or natural. It's a combination of artificial and natural. That means like saccharins and acesulfame, advantame, neotame, stevia, monk fruit, everything. So based on a recent study, it's expected to reach almost $9.5 billion by 2027. It's a big chunk. anticipating a compound annual growth of about 5% between 2022 to 2027. High intensity sweeteners have grown close to 5% in the past, I can say, since 2015 to 2021. This is the data collected recently. And global consumption of high intensity sweeteners for all applications total more than 200,000 metric ton. It's a very big number. And where all these high intensity sweeteners are being used, these are mainly for food and beverage applications. And the next one is tabletop applications. And the third one is healthcare. Healthcare, I'm not saying that the people are not using it, but compared to food and beverage and tabletop sweeteners, healthcare is relatively low. And where are these produced, the high intensity sweeteners? China is the world's largest source for all these high intensity sweeteners, whether these are artificial or natural. China is the biggest supplier for all these things. Even though I'm saying about 60%, it could be more than 60% as well. Followed by Indonesia and followed by US and other Western countries in the Europe. So when we're talking about the high intensity sweeteners, that's combining both artificial and natural. Now I'm specifically talking about stevia in this slide. Stevia market is expected to reach close to 1.1 billion by 2028. This is almost 12% of that total global market for high intensity sweeteners. It's about 12% of the total high intensity sweeteners. Imagine that means still 88% of the global high intensity sweetener market is coming more or less from artificial sweeteners and a small portion of monk fruit as well. That is not much at this point of time. With a compound annual growth rate of about 8% from 2022. In terms of the volume consumption, it's estimated to be sold more than 15,000 metric tons by the end of 2028. This is an estimation. It could be more as well, registering a total annual growth of about 8% or more than that from 2021. Once again, here, this 15,000 metric tons, where it is being used at this point of time, is mainly into the food products, beverages, tabletop sweeteners, pharmaceuticals, and other industries. Even though this is stevia has been used, is mainly used in the powder form. But however, liquid extract segment is also increasing at a rapid pace in the past, I can say, since 2015 to 2017, is growing at a faster pace, even in the liquid segment as well. Earlier, it's mainly for the powder applications. That means almost 80% for powder applications. Lately, it's being used in a lot of liquid applications, whether it is in the beverages or into some liquid stevia concentrates or something like that. So now I'm going to talk about what is stevia. We have been talking about high intensity sweeteners. We are talking about artificial high intensity sweeteners and natural high intensity sweeteners like stevia and monk fruit. Oh, now we need to specifically talk about stevia. What is stevia? Stevia means Stevia rhabdoiana, belong to the family of Asteraceae. This is native to South America. As Dr. Shantanu was saying during his introduction about our company, Wisdom Natural Brands, our founder of the company, so back in almost late 70s or early 80s, he visited South America. When he visited South America on some trip to drink some teas or something like that, he came across with this plant. It's a sweet plant. That's why, and that's one of the reasons why we call our company Sweet Leaf as well. So he was fascinated with that one. And he tasted the product, these leaves extracted along with the Paraguayan people. And he felt that there is a lot of potential for this one. So that how he started thinking to bring this stevia from South America to China, to United States as well. He fought with the FDA and other regulatory agents in order to bring this one. That's a different topic. Maybe sometime next year or something like that. If I come there, I can talk further on that one. That's the stevia plant belong to the native of South America. What is the part used for all these things, for all the high intensity sweetness of this one? Even though we can find some sweetness in other parts, it's mainly from the leaves. That's what you can find a lot of sweetness. And how many type? Because it's not the leaves; those are sweet. So the chemical compounds in these leaves are responsible for the sweetness. These are all known as diterpene glycosides or stevia glycosides. As of now, more than 60, I can say 70 to 75 diterpene glycosides have been isolated so far. The total content of stevia glycosides, this may be this may not be accurate, 7 to 17%, that's what I was saying. But right now I'm seeing cultivars even up to 21 to 23% as well. All stevia, SGs means stevia glycosides, are derivatives of steviol. It's a diterpene of kaurine class. The major diterpene glycosides isolated from this plant are mainly stevioside and rhabdoicide A. Recently, new cultivars have been populated to produce high concentrations or high composition of rhabdi and rhaban. About 90 varieties of stevia rhabdoide have been developed across the globe based on a lot of research. FDA approved this stevia as a food additive in 2008 with a minimum requirement for total glycosides to be 95% or more. This is just one of the things when I visited South America. So this is how they cultivate these stevia, and they are growing, and you can see some people collecting some seedlings in order to propagate the stevia cultivation and everything. So what is the terminology associated with the stevia? So Dr. Shantanu, if at all I'm going above the time or something like that, tell me, then I can wind up as quick as possible, okay? So what is the terminology? Stevia, if we are talking about stevia, we are not talking anything about anything apart from the plant, because this is important, especially to the people who are working in this industry. Stevia means we are talking about the plant, Stevia rhabdoiana. Stevia glycosides are the glycosides, the diterpene glycosides isolated from the plant. Steviol, this is the aglycone part of the stevia glycosides. Stevia leaf extract, a combination of various stevia glycosides isolated from this plant. Isosteviol, this is the acid hydrolysis product of most of these stevia glycosides, not everyone, most of the stevia glycosides. What are the steviosides and rhabdoicide A? As I said in the previous slide, these are the major pure compounds isolated from this plant. Rhabdoicide D and M, these are the two major pure compounds the whole world in this stevia industry is working at this point of time. What is GST? These are glycosylated stevia glycosides. These are produced using a different technology. This is a typical liquid chromatography by mass spectroscopy profile of stevia leaf extract. We can see this is a complex mixer. You are finding a lot of peaks. That's what I was referring in one of my previous slides. There are more than 60, 70 stevia glycosides isolated from this plant. So this is just a typical LCMS profile of the stevia leaf extract. So as I said, that JECA has approved more than 60 stevia glycosides. This is just a typical HPLC chromatogram for a combination of various stevia glycosides isolated from the plant, like rhabdoicide A, B, C, D, and other stuff. Okay, so I'll go into this a little bit quicker so I can cover some of the stuff that's important to the applications as well. What are the types of stevia in the global market that we are selling? Not just only in India, across. So I know because recently I visited India 3 months back. And when I was talking to different people, I found, and Dr. Shantanu is one of my oldest friends. Okay, so I've been in touch with him for the past 7, 8 years or something like that. So I know about some of the stevia industry in India and beyond that internationally, because I was working a few years back as the subject matter expert at Coca-Cola, and we know that. Okay, so what are the important things across the globe for the stevia? So we call these as STV series, that is stevioside series. The total glycoside, SG means total glycosides 90%, with RA means rhabdoxide A 40%, 50%, like that. And if we are coming exclusively to the rhabdoxide A series, we are referring compounds with 95% purity, 97, 98, 99, and high value stevia glycoside series, like that's what I was referring in the previous slide, RebD, Rebem, Rebi, or some other stuff. And the glycosylated stevia glycosides, these are all produced using a glycosylation technology on the stevia glycosides by adding some sugars to that one also. These are available in different compositions, 80%, 85%, 90, 95. Recently, I have seen 98, 99% as well. What are the next generation stevia glycosides? RebD, as I said, that RebD, rhabdoxide M, rhabdoxide I, N, O, R, S also. Recently, I found somewhere some people are selling even rhabdoxide S as well. So this is, I don't want to spend so much time on this one, on this slide. This is the typical core molecule of the stevia. That's what I was talking, the diterpene glycoside. It's having 20 carbons. It's a diterpene. And all these sugars are added at different places, okay, at C13 and then C19, varying the amount, varying the type of stevia, the glucoses, that means sugars added. These are called as Reb A, stevioside, stevialbioside, ribososide, Reb B, C, D, F, etc. So this is important. That's why I want to skip that one faster. What is the sweetness potency of these stevia glycosides? That's important, along with their solubility for applications. If you look at this chart, okay, so you can find the purple ones, okay, so these are having, rhabdoxide A is having about 200 to 300 times sweet, whereas RebD is approximately 200 to 225, and rhabdoxide M, we are talking about 250 to 350, the last one, okay, times sweet to sugar. But if you look at the next column, is the solubility. It's not just only the sweetness. When we're talking about their applications, even the solubility is important if we are using these for liquid application. So a balance of sweetness and solubility is important for any application of these stevia glycosides. What are the health benefits of stevia? If you're talking about stevia, I'm not talking just about an extract. In general, the plant and its extracts as well. So it is reported stevioside, one of the main glycosides of stevia, is having antioxidant activity. And some of the glycosides have shown the property of reducing blood pressure as well. So likewise, it's having some antibacterial activity on some selected stevia leaf extracts. I tested for bactericidal activity. Similarly, some stevia plant sterols, terpenes, flavonoids, and tannins studied and found that this camphorol is not just only can be found in stevia, it can be found in other plants easily as well. It's having the pancreatic cancer reducing property as well. Likewise, several miscellaneous activities like antifungal, anti-inflammatory, immunomodulation effect, and anti-proliferative and anti-mutagenic activities have been isolated. Even these are good for dental plaque as well, to reduce that one. And next thing is that who are the consumers across the globe for stevia? So we are talking about the sugar is not good. We are talking about the nutritive sugars. We are talking about the non-nutritive sugars. We are talking about the high intensity sweetness, artificial and natural. Okay, when we are talking about the stevia, it's a natural one. Who are the consumers for this one? Diabetic people. It's not just only in India. There are a lot of diabetic people across the globe. Stevia is good for them because it doesn't add any calories to your food or something like that. So that's why this is good for diabetic people. And whoever wants to manage their weight and reduce obesity, that's good for them because it doesn't add any calories. Whoever wants to have a healthier lifestyle or options for healthier lifestyle, this is a good choice for them. And there are some, particularly in Western world, there are people who wants to use natural and plant-based products. For them, stevia is one of the, at this point of time, is one of the two alternatives at this point of time, along with monk fruit extract. And the last and not the least, health conscious people. If suppose we want to have, okay, a health conscious to the family, not just only to the older people or adult people or something like that, even to kids. We have developed a lot of products even for kids using stevia. So to start right from their childhood to adopt a health conscious lifestyle. What are the formulations and product development we can do with stevia? So we can go with, this is very good for reduced and low calorie portfolio by adding these saccharides, dextrose, fructose, and sucrose, depending upon an application on the amount, how much we can spend in order to create the formulation. And we can use the stevia. Since stevia is almost 200 to 300 times sweet to sugar, we need to add some carrier or bulking agent to drop that sweetness potency and utilize like sugar. So this can be combined with polyols, fibers, and others as well. And the other application, this is the main one that most of the Western world and even India and China, the people are using for zero or non-calorie portfolio. So they're using a lot of variety of stevia glycosides for this application, either on their own or in combination with other natural sweeteners like monk fruit extract, or blends with artificial sweeteners, or a combination of stevia with monk fruit and artificial sweeteners also. As a matter of fact, a combination of some, I don't want to discuss about that, but that's a different topic. A combination of certain artificial sweeteners and stevia glycosides is one of the best replacements for zero calorie products. So how about the stability? Because we are talking about usage of stevia glycosides into different applications. What is the stability of this? Is that stevia glycosides are relatively stable in both acidic, unless it is a very low pH, and when it is exposed to sunlight as well. Stevia glycosides are safe and we can use in any condition, because India is getting a lot of momentum in the stevia at this point of time. This is good. People should not worry about the stability of stevia glycosides to apply into any formulation in India. What are the features for stevia? So new technologies are going to come, okay, for the plant breeding to increase the content of stevia glycosides. As I said, currently I can find cultivars even up to 23% of stevia. So people are thinking in the next 2 to 3 years, they can selectively grow stevia glycosides even up to 30 to 40% as well. And the next thing, what I said, is not the sweetness, it is the solubility. So recent technologies have been developed to increase the solubility of high potent stevia glycosides. That way, these can be applicable into a lot of applications as well. The fermentation technology to find the new compounds or the existing compounds at high concentration. So these are all the things. So I want to give some, yes, I want to talk a couple of things on the controversies. So acceptable daily intake according to FDA GRAS approval is 4 milligram per kg. That means on an average 70 kg body weight person can consume approximately 800 milligrams of stevia leaf extract per day. This is plenty to use it. So people can use it. We are getting a lot of questions whether stevia is safe or not. No, stevia is safe. We can use as much as, not as much. Even if you are using 10 packets, 20 packets, it doesn't cause any problem. And we are getting a lot of questions because people Google these type of things and they ask questions. Okay, so people are saying that stevia, if we consume stevia, we can be impotent or something like that, or we can get liver problems or something like. No, all these studies, whatever they have been studied, on the animal model, and there is no correlation between the animal model to the human consumption. And there are no allergies associated with this one. How to overcome the controversies? Main thing, okay, so whether it is the responsibility of the growers or manufacturers or suppliers or end users, that means companies like us and scientists working on this field, okay, it is the responsibility, collective responsibility of everyone to propagate and to promote stevia as an alternative sugar, because this is the only natural alternative at this point of time. Even though I'm not saying this is a medicinal plant, this is more than a medicinal plant, because this reduces the usage of sugar, which is responsible for many complications for our human society. So that's why, please, we need to, this is the responsibility of everyone to take this to the next level. And what is the suggestion we are going to give to the stevia community? We need to be honest, because the reason, if we are honest and transparent, people can understand. If we are not honest and transparent, people think that we are hiding something. We are not hiding anything. We need to provide as much information as possible to the consumers or people. That way they can use this a lot in different applications. And at the same time, we need to comply to the regulations. If we don't comply to the regulations, we'll be in big trouble while we are producing or selling the product. Be vigilant, cautious. Don't go even by the regulatory agencies on certain times, because there may be some confusing data. And seek appropriate subject matter expert and their guidance. If anyone is having it, fine. If not, find out that one. So with this, I'm going to acknowledge to my CEO and President Michael May, other team members of the team, and stevia community across the globe, and to Dr. Shantanu, Dr. Majumdar, and to the respected team at the conference. I'm very much thankful for the opportunity given to me. And I know it's already past my time. If you are having any quick questions, couple of them, I can take it, or otherwise you can reach out at my email address, and then I can answer you as quick as possible. I'm sorry, I took an extra 3 to 5 minutes.
No problem, Dr. Sai Prakash. I believe I'm audible to you.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a few minutes more to address at least 1 or 2 questions. So I have one question. Last year, WHO published one report, Health Effects of the Use of Non-Sugar Sweeteners. And they actually recommended not to use non-sugar sweeteners for weight management. And they included steviol glycoside also in that list. So yeah. What is your opinion about that? How do you take that? How do you see that?
It's a good question, Dr. Shantanu, because it's not just only on stevia glycosides. Lately, WHO, that is who, they are asking who they are. They don't know who they are. Okay. So with this being said, they are creating some confusion among the consumers. It's not just only about the stevia glycosides. We came across some of these statements, or rather to say, from WHO sometime in February, March of this year. They said that erythritol is not good for health. And if you take erythritol, it's going to increase the cardiac arrest or something like that. Immediately, you know one thing, a lot of people in the United States, and even for example, our products are being sold in more than 35 countries across the globe. So we got questions from a lot of our distributors and everything. Okay, so since your product is having, some of our products are having even erythritol, apart from what you were talking about stevia glycoside, I will tell that. So they are sending, okay, confusion to the consumers. Okay, is it really a legitimate one, or they want to create a chaos in all these things? We don't know that part. Coming to the question of stevia glycosides, they combine stevia glycosides, even though these are natural, coming from the plant, from the leaves of the plant or something like that. They combine stevia glycosides with artificial sweeteners like sucralose, aspartame, neotame, or acesulfame. How can they combine? Because the reason, what is happening, there is no strong scientific personnel or the group at WHO to be vigilant and to be clear what they are saying as well, because they don't know. Because it's unfortunate to say that they don't know the difference between stevia, which is a natural one, versus artificial sweeteners. This creates a lot of confusion. That's why some of the people we are getting, some of the consumers, they are reaching out to us and they are saying that, okay, so we are seeing that stevia is also an artificial sweetener. Stevia is not an artificial sweetener. When it is coming from the leaves of the plant, then how can it be an artificial sweetener? So what I can say at this point of time is that whatever WHO is saying is creating a lot of confusion in the industry, which is not good. Even we wrote to WHO for clarification, and collectively through some of the organizations, we contacted them and we are waiting for their response. As of now, we did not get anything from them.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sai Prakash, for a very informative presentation. We can see a lot of participants and speakers for the second session as well. Is there any questions from any other participants? Okay. So if we receive any other question later, then definitely that will be forwarded to Dr. Sai Prakash. So thank you, Dr. Sai Prakash, for your presentation. And,
thank you very much.
And now we'll start our next session.
I'm sorry for that. I took a little bit extra time. Once again, I'm telling you, have a nice day to everyone, because it's now I'm signing off from the USA, and enjoy the rest of the conference, and all the best to everyone. And if you are having any questions, please reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much for your precious time and give a valuable lecture to us. We have been honored for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I took a little bit extra time. I'm sorry for that once again. Okay, bye.
Good morning, Dr. Santanu. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Saxena.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Dr. Saxena, could you please deliver your keynote address first and then chair the session by inviting the other participants?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Shantanu. I have first of all, I would like to thank you and the organizer for giving me the opportunity to lead this session. Unfortunately, I could not be present because of some health indisposition related to pollution and things. But I am now all right, and I am before you to talk about this very, very important aspect of this, say, herbal. And I have a small presentation to just sketch the roadmap, and then I will basically invite the speakers to present. Now, how much time we are going to have so that I can do a better planning for the timing?
Just give me a second, sir. So this session timing is from 10:30 to 12 p.m. We have time up to 12 p.m.
Okay.
And Dr. Saxena, could we just make an awkward request to you, if you do not mind, because you also needed to be introduced before you start your presentation, sir. And for that, can I request you to introduce yourself?
Sure, I will. How many speakers we have in this session?
We have around, just give me a second, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers.
5 speakers. Okay. Well, just to introduce myself, I'm Mohanji Saxena. I am a pharmacist by qualification from BHU IIT and a student of renowned natural product chemist Dr. Shivnath Ghoshal, who has been my teacher, and he is still there in Calcutta. So I basically worked in this field of herbals for almost, you can say, 35 years. And during this, I practiced the knowledge of herbals for application in the animal health care. And I have been managing director for Ayurved for almost 32 years. Then we have basically the foundation where I am the trustee, and I started the basically not I, but the promoters of Dabur started the company by the name Quality Certified and Standardized Herbals, uh, which is there for the cultivation of medicinal plant. And in a way, I am a sustainability crusader working for many of the concepts which we have propounded, and which is now everyone sees that how important it is to have a safe food, because safe food gives us the good health and feed and fertilizer for the soil. And so that is what I'm based in Delhi. I'm married. My daughter is in US. So that's all is about myself. And I have authored couple of books on varied subject, and traveled to almost 65 country to give the very favorite lecture on rationale of herbals in the healthcare. And when I defined healthcare, it was for human, it was for animal, it was for the soil, it was for the environment, what we today know as One Health program. So with this, I would just carry quickly before I invite the first speaker. So can you just run the PPT? So this is the topic that trends for medicinal and aromatic plant, the therapeutic lifestyle products, demand challenges and opportunity. I hope the screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, it is visible. It is visible.
Okay, thank you. Now, you see, you all would agree, and I don't need to repeat this, that health and immunity after the COVID has become the basically topic of discussion in the drawing room and also in the scientific community and among the health fraternity. And this has been basically repeated by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji many times in the Man Ki Baat program and on the other forum, mainly on the basically Ayurveda Day on the Dhanvantri Jayanti, that how health and immunity is going to take care of our health in the future. Now, the key issue which is before us is about quality. We have talked in the past conference organized by the Jadavpur University on the quality issue, on the certification issue, on the basically pesticide free herbs, and therefore the subject of medicinal plant goes back to the backward integration and the forward usage, and so today we all know how the soil condition is, how the water quality is, and soil and water are the two sources of the good quality as well as basically the contamination which comes, and that is where it comes very important in the present scenario that the cultivation program takes into account the soil and water. Besides the planting material, what we call quality planting material availability, whether through seed or through this. Now, there have been an issue, and that is where the commerce is translating what is given in the text to be used and what is available, and that is where the commercial aspect comes into. If you want to use tulsi patra, that is Ocimum sanctum leaves, what you get in the trade is panchang, and in that panchang also the leaves are hardly 5%, rest all is the twigs, stem pieces and other part, and that makes a very profound effect on the quality and credibility. And this is true for many of the raw material. Here there are listed only 4, but this is what is the problem. And availability of say Berberis aristata root is not there. What you get is the Berberis aristata plant. Same way, from the farmer's perspective, there are basically several issues. And therefore, it is important to touch upon on those, that those farmers who are doing the cultivation of medicinal plant, and particularly after the COVID, post-COVID scenario, the economics have gone haywire. And now, say in 2023, when we are at the end, we are seeing some green shoots in terms of the revival of the price of those products, where farmers suffer, the producer companies suffer, and nobody got benefited because it was overproduced commodity. Now comes the opportunity, and let me tell you that opportunity in health is very, very high, and that is the reason post COVID pharma companies, FMCG companies, and healthcare companies all are looking towards quality herbals for at least the two reasons. One is on the immunity side, and another is to fight out the pollution, and in particular, the air pollution. So now the issue is that what is the way forward, and unless we build new space for healthcare, which our prime minister has already basically announced that there is a national health commission which is going to work on that how health can be protected, how health can be delivered, and how health can be basically preserved. So in that, the climate change, whether the impact on health burden, and in particular the air pollution. So there is a basically recent report also, many of you might have seen that also, which is called as the Lancet report, and where the rise of global temperature, the rise of the heat waves, and the emission is going to affect our health in a very, very negative way manner. So as an example, if you see, now more people are dying on account of the threat of climate crisis, and whether it is the disasters and the post effect of the this climate crisis. So this goes without saying that we have to be prepared to neutralize the negative effect of these impacts on our health, and herbal comes out as a very strong option for this purpose. Now here you will find this is again the report about the health burden and the intensity of that health burden, and three things comes out very clearly: that immunity, number one; number two, skin and gastrointestinal disease, renal diseases, fatty liver syndrome, and the very strong rising incidence of cancer. Now, this offers the opportunity because herbal is going to provide not the curative but preventive for preventing these things, and that is where this pie chart shows where the dietary supplements are going to be very, very part of our daily consumption to keep ourselves healthy. So this is, of course, you can get the information that what is the projected market for these herbals are, and what is the way forward. And one of the way forward is building up the national pool of quality planting material. Many of you would be knowing that Dr. Shantanu himself has done lot of work on stevia, in terms of the cultivation, in terms of the processing, standardization, and stevia offers such a big opportunity because India is a diabetic capital of the world because of very high sugar consumption, calorie consumption, and stevia as a natural sweetener comes out as a great opportunity for which the policymakers need to be informed that how much of climate risk will be mitigated by producing stevia to replace the sugarcane for sugar production, So in this, the quality medicinal plant, the key thing is starting from the basics where these things have to be taken up with all the stakeholder, and under PPP mode, under engagement of the industry, engagement of the farming community, the social community, and of course the government also to support this. Now, these are the skill sets which probably in my last deliberation also I touched upon, that these are the basics, that cultivation under good quality planting material and good agricultural practice. So this is the program which we need to adopt and promote amongst the farmer, so that whatever they are producing is with GAP and QPM. The establishment of the herbarium on the national and regional level, the processing capabilities, standardization, and competing with the world, global competitiveness and quality management. Now, in this scenario, in this backdrop, comes the basically issue that how are we drawing the roadmap for not just 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, but say, for example, the herbals by 2030 means 7 years from now, where we are today and where we see ourselves in 2030. We are going through this when India will be, say, 100 years of independence. Where do we want to see? So there is a paradigm shift, and I am sure that the young scientists, the young entrepreneurs who are joining this stream would take advantage of the opportunity which has got created by the hard work of our past generation. I mentioned about Dr. Ghoshal, Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Majumdar. They have spent almost their lifetime to bring the laurels, what we see today, that Shilajit is used world over, Ashwagandha is used world over. So these are the opportunity. So with this backdrop for this very session, I would like to now invite the first speaker, and I don't have the name with me. Is it going to, Dr. Shantanu, can you help me? Or you can invite the first speaker and read his short introduction.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Just give me a second. Yeah. So the next speaker will be Dr. Arvind Saklani. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes,
yes.
Yeah. So next speaker will be Dr. Arvind Saklani, Vice President, Sami Sabinsa Group Limited, Bangalore, India. And Dr. Saklani is a biodiversity and ethnomedicine specialist involved actively in bioresource development, conservation of high-value medicinal trees, conservation of medicinal plants, identifying promising medicinal plants for nutraceutical development. He also led a team of researchers dedicated to the identification of leads from strategically selected plants, traditional ethnomedical knowledge, and preclinical development of novel therapeutic leads. He has overall 35 years of research and academic experience.
Wonderful, Dr. Arvind Saklani. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Indeed, I am honored to basically hear your views, and probably the time what we will have will be, say, maximum 15 minutes.
Yes.
So kindly complete your deliberations in 12 minutes time and leave 3 minutes for the discussion, because a lot of people who have a question and they get the answers from the expert. So
Not
please.
a problem. Good morning, everybody. Organizers, Professor Majumdar, Shantanuji there, and Goshi there. So Saxenaji, I had been, I'm familiar with your background, your works and contributions, and many of our colleagues here. So today, I'm not going to present a PPT here. I would simply maybe interact. Maybe we'll just talk for 10, 15 minutes, whatever you said. The idea basically to gather, to come together here to talk about mainly about the raw materials of the resources that we are talking about, because everything revolves around, to me, around the raw materials that we are talking about, the quality medicinal plant materials. Now, if I take that into consideration, where actually we are using medicinal plant materials or the plant materials. The first thing is our Ayush industry. That's the one industry. And the basis for the raw materials, whatever we are using in Ayush industry, is basically whatever is mentioned in our scheduled textbooks. So that is a criteria, and we take like, all those formulations, all those drugs, whatever we are talking about now, we have a new category called Ayush Ahar. So for that purpose, we are using all these plant materials. So that is one part. And in case of Ayush drugs or Ayush sector, we are mainly concerned about what? We are concerned about the quality raw material. Ashwagandha should be ashwagandha. It should not be adulterated with other things. We are talking about any plant material which is free of pesticide, heavy metals, microbes, and so many like contaminants and adulterations. So that is the main concern basically in case of Ayush industry. Another category is basically under food safety standard license, what we call FSS. There we have materials that we are using basically for different categories. For example, health supplement. Then we have food for special medical purpose, food for special dietary uses. Okay. And there, in case of nutraceuticals, for example, we are using plant materials, and we want plant materials which have a desired trait or desired chemical content. So that is the criteria that basically changes from Ayush industry to this industry. So why I'm saying this, because when the farmers, they take up some cultivation programs, when the collectors, they go for cultivation, say collection of raw materials, so they have to consider all this. Now, third category when we are talking about is phytopharmaceuticals. And this is close to our drug discovery program. So if you see drug discovery program in the country, basically, major industries, whoever was the player in drug discovery program where we were using natural products or plant materials, unfortunately, they got close. The examples are like Reddy's, then Piramal, then we have Orchid, Panacea, then we have Matrix, Alchem, Reliance, JBCL, and there are so many actually. We have few companies, they are still like, going forward, but it is very limited area as far as large scale cultivations are concerned, or maybe large scale demand of the plant materials. So they basically talk about, I was, in drug discovery program. So basically we were looking for the novel raw materials, the novelty in that. In phytopharmaceutical, we talk about the, it's a little easier program where, we have to spend maybe 2-3 years time, but, it takes up long time when we go for the drug route and all that. So that is one part. Now, the second part is how to reduce burden on the wild species, how to bring in those resources into cultivation. That is our, first and foremost target. So for that purpose, whatever species that we are using as of now for Ayush industry, or maybe nutraceutical industry, or maybe, majorly for these two categories or herbal industries, how to reduce that pressure. Now, what we say is, when I was talking to people like, in different forums, especially in Ayush industry, we are using more than 80% what they say, wild species, or maybe plant materials from wild. But when it comes to nutrasector, so nutrasector is basically depending on the cultivation program. So here it is reverse. We are using about 70 to 75% raw materials from our own cultivations or through contract farming. And rest like 30%, 35%, that is coming from maybe, wild. It depends on your portfolio, what all products you have in your, basket. So that is, very, very important for us to understand. Now, the important thing here is how to select those species for cultivation, how to introduce, how to maybe evaluate their novelty and see the market demand and the demand in the domestic market or international market. That is very important for us because it is so volatile. The market is so volatile that, today, maybe there is a demand of ashwagandha like you have seen in Corona period, or giloe, for example, tulsi and all that. It went up like anything. If you see the figures of ashwagandha, it went up to 185%, the demand. And the market price, if you remember, that time it went beyond 300 rupees per kg. I'm talking the roots of ashwagandha. But then suddenly it dropped. Now it is too less. So the farmers, they are in dilemma, what to do, what not to do. How to really build that kind of confidence, rapport with the farmers, that is important for us. And give them like maybe a comfort level. So suggest them like, some plant, when we are suggesting some cultivation or maybe medicinal plants for cultivation, how to make it like sustainable for them, how they have to be ensured, they have to be like ensured, okay, now if I'm cultivating this particular crop, I'll be getting this much. So return on investment must be actually, right in the beginning, this must be told. Now, there are buyback policy. For example, we at Sami Sabinsa, we are pioneer in bringing like contract farming of medicinal plants in this sector. Okay, so that is the first thing. We started with coleus. Now we have more than 2,000 acres under coleus cultivation in southern parts of India. We also worked on like sustainability of some other resources, like we are using Pterocarpus marsupium. So we actually identified some locations in Madhya Pradesh, and we put like more than 50,000 trees in plantations through our forest department in collaboration using our CSR funds. So that is another area that now we are working on. Say, for example, like Kutki, Picorrhiza curua. So we have taken up this cultivation through contract farming. We have signed MOU with the State Medicinal Plant Board in Jammu, and then now we are doing it in Kupwara, which is a very highly disturbed areas. And the farmers are basically now engaged in different activity. This is another area that we all should work on. So how to really put in all those people into this kind of thing. But then the most important thing is basically they should have a comfort level. If somebody like in northern Sikkim, if they are cultivating maybe this large cardamom there, and they're getting more than 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees per acre, or maybe more than that, so they will not accept your turmeric or maybe ashwagandha for cultivation. Okay, so we must know what exactly is their potential, what exactly they are cultivating right now. If somebody is cultivating paddy, is getting maybe 10,000-15,000 rupees per acre, you can always suggest him maybe go for mixed cropping, or maybe go for large scale cultivation of some different medicinal plant. So we have to show the picture in advance itself. So that is very important. Another area here is how to create that kind of maybe area for them, or maybe like a space for them for primary processing, because that is very, very important for all of us. Today, if I'm sitting in this sector today, we are using more than 10,000 metric tons of, say, turmeric alone. So we are using many resources, like more than 60 products we have here. And Sami, if you see the strength of Sami Sabinsa, we are a knowledge-based, innovation-based company, wherein we have more than 450 patents granted as of now, and it's going on. So it's basically this sector, when I'm talking about the Nutra sector, it is an innovation-based sector. Okay, so here we talk about all these resources with some authority. So when we are talking to these people, we have to get the right kind of material with the right kind of content. And then we identify certain locations where we get the best content. For example, Andrographis, then Bacopa, Tinospora. We know the variations, the regional variations in geographies and seasonal variation. There are so many issues in that. So we must know, like RCFC here, so we have to actually work out on maybe some specific crops and identify suitable populations, suitable genotypes, and then maybe geographies for cultivation or maybe collection of those species. So that is very, very important for us. And then actually the training to the farmers, how to clean that material so that the industry, it does not reject that material. Then how to go for primary processing. You go for grading. You have grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. So it basically helps the farmers. It helps the collectors. It helps actually the industry. Many a times what happens, when we ask for the sample to a particular vendor, so they send us the best sample. And now when the truckload comes in the factory gate, we have to reject it because it is not the one that we actually are looking for. So what I say personally, being head of this department, I say, you give me the worst sample from your lot. Don't give me the best sample, please. Because tomorrow you should not be facing problem. You should not be coming to me and then asking, sir, you have cut my, you have deducted so much of money and I sent you the best. The sample we received the best, but now this is the problem. So that is also need to be seen. Now, value addition is most important, what I feel in this sector today. For example, like ashwagandha. So ashwagandha, we are traditionally, or maybe in the textbooks, what we are using roots. Okay, and that is mentioned there. Has to be used that way if we are going for Ayush license. But if you see the now next category, we must evaluate different parts of the species so that we can actually utilize all the parts of the plant. This is very, very important for us to understand. Not only one species, all the species I'm talking about. Because I was part of the phytopharmaceutical program, I was part of the drug discovery program. So we know how important it is. Now, I delivered one lecture, lead from plants lead to conservation. Unless now we evaluate certain species or different parts, we cannot go for conservation of that particular plant or particular species. This is very important to understand today. So today, if we are eating rice, we are cultivating rice or maybe wheat, because somebody has evaluated it in the ancient time, and today we are cultivating at a large scale, and now we are using it. So this is very important to evaluate each and every plant, every part of the plant, every variety of the species, and then go for further maybe production or maybe conservation program. Sustainability is another area that we are talking about everywhere. That's very, very important, how to sustain. What we think is health security is important, food security is important. Similarly, herbal security is very, very important. So we must ensure herbal security today. So that is another area. Now, if you look at the cultivation of medicinal plants, who are the main actually contributors there? The one important power that we have is women, folks. How to empower them? Because women folks are generally treated, they are given even the less wages in the field. They are not treated that way. They leave their family at home and then they come for work. So that we have to really take care through our CSR fund maybe, how to really help them out, their families. That is very, very important for us. How to ensure, how to maybe make entrepreneurs in the women folks, amongst the women folks. So that we have to understand very seriously in this sector. Now, coming to another area that we can think of, we have a very, very rich biodiversity in the country. More than 18,000 species we have today. Okay, and we have maybe 200, 300 species that are generally used in the commerce through Ayush or maybe this sector or maybe Nutra sector. Like FSI, they have a long list, but it's still not that kind of volume. Few species only, if you see, 100, 200 species are mainly used. What about others? How to evaluate those other species, that is very important. Now, one more thing, which is an additional point there, is our ethnobotanical knowledge. The tribal people, they are using all their resources very efficiently, sustainably, and for decades and centuries. So they know in and out of that species. How to capture the data, how to maybe maybe ensure that that particular knowledge is also preserved and it is used in the industry. When we are talking about this ABS, excess benefit sharing, so we have only one model of Cani tribe, Trichopa zelenicus. But other than that, we do not have any other model in the country which has taken ethnobotanical knowledge. Though our, if you see our Biodiversity Act or maybe the new amendment, I work very closely with the government for that. In that whole act, we are talking about the excess benefit sharing, with the traditional knowledge. But where are the products? Where are the products? We talk in air. That's what I believe. We have lakhs of formulations sitting with the tribal, people. But who is bothered? We are writing that, okay, we have to share the benefits. But where is the utilization of that knowledge? So RCFC, particularly what I'm saying is basically all your region-specific plants we have to identify. We have to figure out the endemic species, the restricted species which are indigenous to that particular location, how to evaluate those species, how to maybe bring them into commerce, and can we have a mandate that maybe every alternate year or once in maybe 3 years time we will introduce one crop in the farm into cultivation. Can we have that kind of timeline? Because signing MOU with certain industries, certain companies, it helps, but it has to be very specific. and it must be time-bound program. It cannot be just like, signing something and then forgetting it. I have seen, like, all the time we say we have signed so many MOUs, hundreds of thousands of MOUs, but ultimately, did we get something out of it? So that is very, very important to understand. And I think I'll not take much time here. Another thing is what the farmers, the vendors, the growers, cultivators, they face is a quality issue. Quality in the sense, today, if they want to know what is the quality of their material, whatever they're cultivating or gathering, there are no actually regional laboratories to help them out. So RCFC, for example, can you work with the government or maybe state government, state medicinal plant board, or maybe the other agencies to at least establish one quality evaluation lab, maybe QC lab, QC QA lab in the center, regional specific. We are also already working with the government for through different forum. But I think this is also a responsibility of our state medicinal plant board. We must have that kind of facility, and all kinds of like analysis techniques or maybe equipments, everything should be of high standard, so all the results, they match with the international standard. All kinds of methodology, method development, there should be expert for that. I think with that, I will not take much time today. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to listen all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saklani, for a very, very elusive and very innovative touched upon. And I must for your foresight, particularly the way forward. Yes, diagnostics as about this industry is known. Everybody has basically the same observation. Now is about drawing the roadmap for, you have used the word herbal security, which I like it very much. And I would like to name this document Herbal Security for Meeting the Demand of 2030. And I would like your help, rather would like you to lead this forum. And there will be other experts also in this. Definitely, I fully agree with you with all the points you have mentioned. And you are a storehouse of knowledge. And definitely, we would like to use that to present to the government, because government is also receptive. Only thing is, there is a basically portal made that if you think about innovation, please let it known to others and let the other work on that innovation so that India can be on the top of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And just maybe I'll take a few seconds. Now I am also inducted as a member of the National Nutra Task Force. This is under Principal Scientific Advisor. So any help required that front also, I'll be there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Shantanu, you can introduce the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker in this session is Mr. Ramesh M. Pillai, Director, Srinivas Herbs Private Limited, Kolkata, India. Mr. Pillai is leading a third-generation family-owned export house, and which is the largest exporter of medicinal plants from Eastern India and one of the top 10 raw herbs exporter from India. Srinivas Herbs Private Limited is actively striving towards gifting the present generation a healthy tomorrow. They are also one of the foremost importers, exporters of spices, medicinal herbs, oil seeds, essential oils, herbal extracts, oleoresins, and honey. Mr. Pillai, please.
Yeah, good morning, all of you. Thank you, sir, for the nice introduction. Well, I'm Ramesh Pillai, Director of Srinivas Herbs Private Limited, a one-star export house recognized by the Government of India, and a proud recipient of award from FIO and Chef Excel under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Herbs and medicinal plants, nature's invaluable gift to humanity, have undergone a transformative journey. In the past Forest hills were teeming with these resources upon which our ancestors heavily relied for their livelihoods. Today, the paradigm has shifted towards organized cultivation and group farming, with self-help groups significantly boosting. Small individual farmers face challenges managing both farming and marketing independently. So we exporters can buy from these self-help groups and export. Notably, the corporate sector has entered the scene, investing indirectly through buyback contracts. This collaboration has yielded remarkably results. Leveraging the stature's technology, knowledge corporations have facilitated the widespread cultivation of various herbs across the country. Across our country, India, compared to developed countries, positioning exporters advantageously for overseas orders based on buyback contracts with Indian farmers. The demand for specific herbs such as senna leaves, Gymnema sylvestre, papaya leaves, moringa seeds and leaves, that Bavanchidana, Solaria cardifolia, Ashwagandha, Vithiana somnifera, menthol crystal, Gloria superba, Kapur kachili recently, Tulsi and all other items are on the rise. However, many traders are small farmers and tribals, urging authorities to consider a nil GST for herbs and medicinal plants. A small trader or farmer cannot always go for register in GST and all. It is a very tedious thing. And then applying a eBay bill, all these things are very, very tough thing. They need a computer systems and all those things. So these tribals or the small farmers, they don't have all this thing. As an exporter, I also appeal to this forum to announce the export benefits like road tab to higher rates. Previously, we were given high rate of MEIS and all. Now with this new facility road tab, we are getting very less benefits. Only 1%, hardly 1% on our export turnover we are getting. We are not able to compete with China, which is leading in the international market. So I request this forum to help us get all these benefits, and we can further empower small farmers and all by way of buying medicinal herbs from them. So I request, and I have one question also. So way back, we have these wildlife authorities have given about 29 items they have banned or they are in the negative list of exports. But that is about 50 years, 60 years back, those rules are made, sir. How can we get the export license for that? Like for Kutki, now my previous speaker have told about Kutki, Kikarusia Kudu. We have got a good demand for that, but I do not know the process, how to get the proper license, how to export, as DGFT has banned that item, sir. So all this I request this forum to take up. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Saxena, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, now am I?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. I was saying that thank you very much, Ramesh ji, for giving us the insight. And one of the insight which I would like to mention here, he mentioned about the China versus India. And often we say that global trade of China, I would borrow the figure what Shantanu had shared last time, that our share is hardly 6% and China commands more than 90% share. Now, this has been a phrase which is going on, but I think what Mr. Ramesh ji had said, unless we study the herbal industry model of China and how do they command such a high market share, whereas we can also address those issues, whether they are related to, say, cultivation practices, yield enhancement, or policy issue for the support. Like export benefit is just 1%, and maybe China is giving it too much of the subversion of the cost on that thing. So, Rameshji, thank you very much. And we all need a lot of basically this forward issues identification so as to enable India to export the items which we are getting organized. So it's basically the joining the link, and you are one of the very important link with a vast knowledge and resource available. And we assure you that all the like-minded people who believe that the knowledge of herbals in the country blended with science and technology holds the future for the benefit of one and all, that is farmer, the community, and the basically industry and entrepreneurs also. Thank you very much for your very, very important points made during your deliberation.
Sir, can
Thank
I
Yes.
just maybe pitch in there just for a second?
Yes, sure.
One question was very important there, that he asked about the 29 species that are banned by the government. That was long back. Okay, so if you look at the species, actually we see that as an opportunity for large scale cultivations and sustainability program. That's a very, very good opportunity for us. As far as Kutki is concerned, you have to go through the program called legal procurement certificate. So you
Yes.
have to have
Yes.
legal production. You have to have the complete registration of the farmers and all that. Then finally you have to get legal production certificate, and then you have to get a legal procurement certificate, and you have to go through CITES office. CITES may be in your Calcutta or Chennai in Delhi. So you have to go through that process.
So
Okay, sir.
just to add what Dr. Arvind said, I can mention here that QCS, our organization, which gets it organized the cultivation in Pauri Garhwal, Chamori Garhwal, and Terry area, takes it under the legal procurement certificate, producer, transport, and basically the transfer certificate. So QC, and fortunately, we have basically quite a good quantity of kutki. We are in a position to supply 10 tons of the cultivated material. Out of that, sorted material will come around 7 tons, which is the bold variety of kutki. So Rameshji, we will we need your support, and we
Yes,
are
sir.
ready to give you the kutki under the certification of this both certificate of local production under
Okay.
the permission with all the 3 certificate which you will need from us.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the one benefit of basically, and we must thank Dr. Shantanu for getting us. Otherwise, we have no some solution, but we can't really. So Rameshji, we will definitely get in touch
Sir,
with you.
along with Picarosia Guru, there are 29 other items which
Okay.
are banned since 5 decades. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
It is being wasted in the forest. It is not being used by anybody. No tribals are bringing that because it has no market. So it is wasted in the forest. some of them.
That's a wonderful advice and
So we need
insight
wildlife.
you have given.
Yeah, we need wildlife officers also in such meetings, sir, so that we
No,
can have a
in
better.
fact, we have the director by the name Dr. P.C. Chandola, who was the chief conservator of forest for Uttarakhand. So
Okay, sir.
he is our independent director, and you would be happy to know that on 18th, we are traveling to the hills of Geese. Geese is the one area 260 kilometers from Dehradun to look into the crops and look for some species which are lost. So in fact, say white Punarnava is something which is not available. Roots are there, but for this red Punarnava, same way this, in fact, there was a time when Gentiana kurova was the official species, and Picrosyza came as a substitute for Gentiana kurova. So same way for Swariskia chiraita also, and Sasuya Lappa. So maybe many of the plants what are there in this 29 species, including Coptis theta. So that exploration we are, our team is going with Dr. Chandola and one local ethno-veterinary, ethno-botanist, Shri Ramesh Devlial, to connect us with the tribal community on the way. So that also will bear some fruit, maybe not now, but maybe after 3 years, with more authenticity of the supply.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Dr. Shantanu.
Okay, so the next speaker will be Dr. Hari Venkatesh, representing Sri Shri Tattva, Jayanagar, Bangalore, Karnataka. Sri Shri Tattva has been established by committed individuals with nearly 4 decades of experience with 360-degree of approach, including a college of Ayurvedic science and research, a state-of-the-art hospital, inspired doctors and therapists, Panchakarma wellness centers, spas, and clinics, manufacturing facilities driven by technology and stringent quality control systems, and widely growing franchisees and retail presence. The brand has a holistic approach to health and wellness. Over to Dr. Ravi Reddy. Sorry, Dr. Hari Venkatesh.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Venkatesh, and I congratulate you for all your achievements, and in particular the 360-degree approach. And in my personal opinion, I always value and respect the true Ayurvedic physicians who have not basically taken up wearing the white coat to look like a doctor, but to really disseminate the real knowledge which is there in our classical grantha, including the practices, including the processing, and including the basically simplification of the rationale behind that. So welcome to you, and over to you for your deliberation. We'll be happy to hear that.
Thank you so much, Mohan Dasji, and thank you, Shantanu for giving me an opportunity. So, today Dr. Ravi Reddy, our Chief Science Officer, was supposed to address this gathering, but due to his non-availability, I am there here. So, I am Dr. Hari Venkatesh. I am the General Manager of the Research and Development at Sri Shri Tattva. So, I have been here for more than a decade, handling the research department. So we have various verticals at Sri Shri Tattva. So I handle mostly the medicine, the nutraceutical segment, and also the personal care segment here. So I have, during my tenure, I have launched more than 50 medicines and cosmetic products at Sri Shri Tattva. So today, coming to the point of discussion of the trends in the market, in the market where we make value-added products with the both therapeutic as well as the lifestyle products. So I would like to share a few insights. So as we all know that India is one of the main hubs for medicinal plants. Basically, as we know that India is mostly a biodiverse country, and we know mostly in the world there are more than 36 biodiversity hotspots which have been identified, out of which nearly 4 of the biodiversity hotspots are there in India itself. That includes the Himalayan belt, the Western Ghats, the Andaman and Nicobar, and the Indo-Burma regime. So all these segments and the traditional knowledge of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, everything depends on these biodiverse hotspots for gathering all the herbs, what they use in their day-to-day product making. So when we say it as a biodiversity hotspot, then we understand that these regions have been termed so because they have more than 1,500 species of vascular plants which are endemic to these regions. And also there should be a mixture of very vulnerable or threatened species of plants which are grown in these regions. So these traditional knowledge which has grown in India has for long time duration, it has been dependent on these belts to gather the herbs and then to use them in the medicine. So today we have a lot of processing units or the manufacturing setups across the country, which serves in different segments. Like as such, when we say about Sri Sri Tattva, we have different divisions here. So we have sub verticals under Sri Sri Tattva. We have the Shankara Naturals, and also we have the Super supplements, like the nutraceutical products also we make under a brand called as a Super Sub. And Shankara Naturals completely deals with 100% natural cosmetic products, which we are exporting. And Sri Sri Tattva currently exports to more than 58 plus countries across the globe. So if you see all these verticals, we understand that mostly Sri Sri Tattva uses raw herbs as such. Whatever we procure from the raw material vendors across the country, or from whatever we cultivate at various ashrams which are related to Art of Living International. So mostly either it is in the form of herbs or the aromatic plants which we use in Shankara. For example, like when I say it's natural cosmetics, we do not use any artificial colors, or we do not use any kinds of artificial fragrances. Rather, we use essential oils in making these products to meet the global demand. So as you know that there is a growing demand for all these things across the globe. So when we cater to various countries, when I say 58 plus countries, every single country have different norms, and we need to cater to every norm, and then we make sure that we give the best of the products to the world. So, we have a lot of issues which we face on our day-to-day basis, because see, on one side, the demand for medicinal products, medicinal plants, or the medicinal products or the therapeutic products are increasing. On the other hand, these plants are being completely utilized by all these 8,000 plus pharmaceutical setups which are there in our country, which makes them, which is pushing the herbal plants towards, vulnerable. They become more vulnerable and they get threatened in the habitat. So that is something where we need to concentrate. When I say this, we daily face a lot of issues with the procurement of the raw herbs. For example, there are some seasons where we struggle to even get materials like tulsi or amrit, which is genuine in the market. Because as you know that there are very poor quality standards across the country, especially in the raw material segment, where it is not very thoroughly, it's not based on quality control setup. Because most of the vendors are doing it on a traditional basis. We have the vendors of raw herbs which have been who have been into the market doing it for generations together. So they are not much bothered about the quality of the material what they give it to the company, but because we get many times spurious substances. For example, there is a herb like pata, Cisampalus pereira. I have never been able to see a genuine sample of this pata available anywhere in the country, except for some sources in Kerala where we try to find some the Rajapata, which is Cyclia peltata, the root of which is only available. There are issues even with the most commonest herbs, what we get, hibiscus rosa sinensis, the flower of this plant, we use it in certain products. And I find that in the herbal market, from the vendors, whatever the material we get it in the name of hibiscus rosa sinensis is completely a spurious substance. It doesn't belong to hibiscus at all. It's only once we receive the material in a dried form, we find that the flower is nowhere hibiscus at all. Only the color of it looks little dark reddish or reddish brown. Otherwise, it's completely a spurious substance. Likewise, a lot of issues we face domestically to manufacture the products at all. Likewise, there are some herbs which are very costly. For example, I can say about Ativisha, which is Aconitum heterophyllum. So the cost, if you see in the market, is it costs around 8,000 rupees per kg. And there is one very important formulation called as a Bala Chaturbhadra Churna, which has Ativisha as one of the ingredients. But 8,000 rupees, if I have to procure this material and use it in the product, we can think of what will be the cost at which we will be able to sell this product in the market. So likewise, lot of issues. See, and when we say about Jetamansi, one other herb, see, Jetamansi is a rhizomatous part which grows in the high altitudes of Himalayas. So when you take out the rhizome and we get that material for around 8,000 to 1,200 rupees per kg, we use it as a raw herb into most of the products. But you see the specifications given in the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, we find that the foreign matter limit is not more than 2%. But practically in our quality control lab, when we check that, the material is 40% sand. 40% literally it is sand, which is admixed with the material, and we pay for 40% of sand extra. So we need to clean at our end. So there are a lot of issues in the raw material segment which needs to be addressed. As a manufacturer, this is a certain, I mean, this I feel is a very vital part, because when we speak about the foreign matter, I mean, foreign demand, there is a huge demand for these products, because this Shankara Naturals or Supasat, these are all developed in the last 5 years at Sri Sri Tattva, because there is a growing demand for a lot of such products, like not only Ayurvedic, because they look for more of the organic products. There is a huge demand for EcoCert or Cosmos certified products. There is a huge demand for vegan certified products. So when we have to cater to all these things, so then we need to have a robust setup here in India. We need to have a sustained thing, as well as Dr. Ashokji was also mentioning, the herbal security is something which is very important, which I feel to mention at this point. Though India has a huge potential to grow a lot of herbs, because see, as you know that India has been one of the leading exporter of herbs like Isabgol, where we cater to more than 80% of the world's requirement. Likewise, Vinca rosea, which is used for vincristine and vinblastine extraction, India is one of the major exporter, and also for Senna, Acacia angustifolia. So there also we have one of the best sources, which is cultivated mostly in India, and we export it to most of the countries. Though these kinds of demands are there, then comes to mint or Safed Mushli, etc. herbs, we have a huge demand. So we need to explore this much more. We need to add up more, more herbs to this category, because Indian government currently is giving a few herbs which have been categorized by them, and then they say that we have a huge potential to market it, and they give many subsidies also. But who are the takers for it? Because see, we as a herbal cultivation, even when we speak about foreign investment in this category, it sounds very attractive when we get a foreign investment, but practically I have not seen any foreign investment going into medicinal plant cultivation in India. To be honest, whatever, because even the government initiatives are like, no, have very few takers to cultivate herbs, because of the income what they may be able to make out of it. See, hardly per hectare of, I have a few data which says that so very, not more than 1,200 rupees. 1,20,000 rupees per hectare is being earned over on an average to cultivate medicinal plants in few of the regions. So this is not sounding so attractive to the farmers when they can make much more money with other segments in agriculture or horticulture. So there are very few takers for this segment. So I think there are a lot of opportunities in this segment where we can try to expand the database in India, and also we can do more of such kinds of conferences and programs where we can educate the farmers, we can educate the pharma industry to take up these kinds of activities. And also then we have the digital marketing now, which is available, which is a very good opportunity. We can put up a very good website. We can develop apps where we can bring up the buyers and sellers together, where they can easily get the material. And this all kinds of practices may enhance the this segment in total. So this is with these few words, I would thank you all for your patient hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh, for sharing your insights and the real life experience of dealing with the herbal raw material, and particularly the new direction you have given, which is going to be very beneficial for all of us, is to a question, a thought that why we are not able to draw the foreign direct investment in this sector of medicinal plant cultivation and taking the clue out of the rich biodiversity what we have. And definitely there can be multi-stakeholder program drawn where this strength is basically realized for the country. You have added very good practical experience, and where I feel sometime it so happened that we are all like a island of knowledge, and such forum provides the opportunity of connection. And I do see when you named the plants and the problems what you are facing, we have a basically program for rare, endangered and threatened species revival with the Uttarakhand government, and we are talking to the forest department. Look, here is the opportunity. Now you will be surprised to hear their question. जैसे डॉक्टर साहब कहाँ है, कोई लेने वाला नहीं है, आप कह रहे हो कि नार्डियोस्टेकिस जटामांसी की खेती कराओ. खेती तो आप करा लोगे, लेकिन फिर आप दोगे किसको? Now here is Dr. Venkatesh who says that I get the Nordiostachys with 40% earthen material, sand and silica. So it's a basically there is a saying, look, there was a blind man and then there was a disabled person, and both of them were unable to move forward. And that fellow said, look, you are able to see, I can walk, so you sit on my shoulder, and then both of us can go from point A to point B. I do see a lot of strong reason, and I would request Dr. Shantanu to take the lead to create a group forum for visualizing India by 2030. That is the herbal security, what Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Saklani and you yourself have said. So thank you once again. And the experience is most invaluable. Experience you can't find in the textbook. Experience you can't find written in any of the scientific document, and that is what I value you for 10 years of your experience, but lot of basically insights for this industry to drive forward. So I would definitely take a lot of help from you in order to basically draw out a program which benefits each and everyone. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Shamsanaji.
Dr. Saxena,
Yes.
this is Peter Ghosh from RCFC Eastern Region. So we work in the field with the farmers and also with the industries. The mismatch where what we find that the farmers do not know how much to cultivate and in what way to cultivate and do the primary processing and send it to the industry. Whereas from the industries, we do not have any data how much they need to procure. So that mismatch is very difficult to cover up and give the farmers and the industries to give a platform for proper trading in those areas and proper transaction.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
Industries can actually provide us with the data of their procurement requirements along with certain parameters like how much moisture, how much impurities they are going to accept. Then that knowledge can be transferred to the farmers and it will help them both the sides.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you, and I can add into this. You look, this forward contract program that producing before you decide to cultivate, you must have a forward contract signed that who is going to use it and what is the requirement of that. So for example, say Dabur, we talk to them because we are the part of that. We talk to all the company, including National Medicinal Plant Board, to share the data which they collect every year out of the statistics. Now what you are saying is very, very appropriate, that transparency has to come in the procurement, in the quality parameter definement beforehand rather than after the produce is there, because both type of stories are there कि भाई पहले रिजेक्ट कर दो, तो वो डिस्ट्रेस सेल कहाँ करेगा जाके फार्मर? अगर मान ले डाबर ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया और उसके पास 5 टन मटेरियल है, तो वो कहाँ जाएगा? तो फिर ट्रेडर के हाथ में फंसेगा। ट्रेडर उसको जो है 25% तोड़ के और फिर लाके डाबर को ही देगा, हिसाब देखिए ये आ गया। तो वी आर देयर, एक्चुअली नाउ इज द टाइम, नो डाउट पास्ट हैज बीन क्वाइट टफ, जहां पे बैकवर्ड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट और फॉरवर्ड रिक्वायरमेंट को कपल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सो दैट it can be beneficial, and it should not be just for 1 year, because the thing is climate का रिस्क इतना ज्यादा है कि अगर एकदम से बरसात हो गई अक्टूबर के महीने में, तो सारी तुलसी जो है वो काली पड़ जाती है, खराब हो जाती है। या कभी जो है वो ये होता है कि भाई इवन सेना की क्रॉप में सेनोसाइड कंटेंट कम हो जाता है। और जो एक प्रॉब्लम जिससे सभी लोग सहमत होंगे कि आज कॉस्टिंग ऑफ मेडिसिनल प्लांट में मैनुअल लेबर का इन्वॉल्वमेंट, क्योंकि लैंड होल्डिंग बहुत छोटी है, मैकेनाइजेशन इज नॉट वेरी मच पॉसिबल, and 65 to 70% is the manual labor cost. So when people say कि भाई अश्वगंधा बहुत महंगी हो गई है, या कालमेघ बहुत महंगा हो गया है, तुलसी बहुत महंगी हो रही है, so then we say if you take up this contract program and bring in the mechanization, then probably the 3-year projection can be made that through cultivated herbs, how much of cost can be brought down. So you are absolutely correct, and we will definitely like to connect this loop of backward and forward contract. Thank you very much for your input, which has given a lot of insight that what needs to be done now onward so as to address these problems. Yes, Dr. Shantanu, we have the fourth speaker.
Dr. Fayaz Mohammed is the next speaker. Dr. Fayaz Mohammed is representing TrueVet Animal Nutrition Private Limited, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir. TrueVet, founded in 2014 and headquartered in Srinagar, it works to translate cutting-edge research into the solutions which aligns animal agriculture with sustainability. Their solutions help farmers not only in producing food of animal origin in a sustainable way, but ensures optimized animal productivity and food safety. Dr. Fayaz Mohammed is an alumnus of University of Illinois, Urbana.
Welcome, Dr. Sayed, and rather I would offer my double welcome and namaskar, because you are working for animals, and I always love to say one thing: the real test of herbal is only in the animal husbandry, because cows and buffalo do not read the scientific journals, don't see the advertisement of Amitabh Bachchan advertising Chyawanprash. All that depends is on the quality of medicinal plant or the supplement and the food which is fed to the animal. I'm very happy to hear your experiences and working particularly for the food safety of the animal produce and also the productivity aspect. So over to you, Dr. Sayed.
Good morning and namaskar. So I'm very happy that I got this call and thank you for having me. Coming straight to the point, I am a veterinarian by my education and entrepreneur by profession. So I am ex-Cargill. I earlier used to work for a American multinational Cargill. So in their export department, and I had an opportunity there to work with R&D. And for the first time, I was introduced to herbals. So earlier, I had absolutely no idea what herbal is all about because I come from evidence-based medicine and we are taught to practice evidence-based medicine. So over a course of next couple of years, I've spent 11 years in industry. I finally decided to set up my own enterprise, startup, True Vet Animal Nutrition. So basically, I will give you a context of the problem because I have traveled widely. I have worked for many companies besides Cargill. So the rising concern at the moment globally, there is a crisis. We call it antibiotic crisis. What is happening that we have got superbugs which have become resistant to multiple antibiotics. So what is happening? The antibiotics are, most of the antibiotics, they are not redundant, they are not functional. And way back in 2008, FDA, US FDA, and FAO, and many other organizations, they sat together to deliberate why this is happening. And they found out that 80% of antibiotics which are manufactured by the pharmaceutical companies are used in the livestock sector for sub-therapeutic purposes, means for promoting growth. And this was leading to this crisis, resistance crisis, global antibiotic crisis. So from what they did is they gave a couple of recommendations. And one key recommendation was that we should cut down on the use of antibiotics, sub-therapeutic use of antibiotics in the livestock sector. So naturally, farmers came up with another question that if you are asking us not to use antibiotics, how we are going to ensure optimized productivity? And this question is even today a question, a very big question. But now, from that point onwards, people started talking about phytogenics as one of the solutions. Means these are substances of plant origin which can be used to replace preventive use of antibiotics to promote growth, welfare, and a lot of host of other benefits could be achieved in animals. And this is done on the basis of evidence-based medicine, right? Because in West, usually, you know, the entire situation, the ecosystem. So they are very averse to traditional herbal system like Ayurveda or other systems. They don't accept it, most of the people. They ask for evidence, and the evidence is like the same model which is applied to allopathic system. So a lot of people miss on those key things, and that is why there is a problem. So what we did is in 2015, I came back, I returned to Srinagar, and we founded True Vet. And we took it upon ourselves to develop and produce solutions to replace in-feed antimicrobials from animal nutrition sector. We have currently 8 products, and each one of them is completely validated in lines with the recommendations of evidence-based medicine. And they have been developed from medicinal plants which are locally found in India, and particularly procured from organizations, some farmer organizations in India. And in a couple of 5 or 6 years, we have reached out to 3 continents, 8 countries, and we have patents filed in our name as well. So our focus primarily, I'm just giving you an intro, then I will take 5 minutes to see what is our observation of Indian market. What is the problem which is holding us back? So our key observation so far has been that there are three primary issues in livestock animal veterinary health care. One is use of antibiotics for growth promotion, which is a global concern, and everyone is focusing on having alternatives, right? And the second, so in alternatives, among different alternative options, the primary option is herbal, means plants, medicinal plants, because they don't lead to development of resistance, they don't leave behind residues, and they ensure food safety, and they don't pose any risk to the environment. So that becomes number one candidate, right? And besides this number two crisis, one is antibiotic crisis, the number two is environmental crisis. So we have seen in order to meet the growing protein requirements of an ever-growing world population, we need to produce more and more protein, eggs, meat, and milk. So what is happening? It is putting a lot of load on our ecosystem, a lot of pressure on our ecosystem. So resource utilization is very high. So we need to improve productivity, right? We need to ensure optimized animal productivity. So again, we can go back to phytogenics, to herbals, to our nature, Mother Nature, and find solutions to optimize animal productivity. And particularly if you talk about cows, it is said that cow purpose contribute 14%, 9.5% to global greenhouse gas production. That is another area against which the West has rallied, and they are saying we should find alternatives to milk. But someone like me who loves to have milk every day in the morning, I say no, I want my glass of milk every day. As a veterinarian, I also feel that our farmers need to be supported, and we should find a middle path. Rather than doing away with the dairy production, we should find ways to optimize it and to align it with the sustainability. So here our solution is we can again go back to nature and find out solution to reduce enteric methane production in cows. So these are our three core areas where we are working. We are using proper scientific protocol for in vivo and in vitro validation. Though, of course, we take inspiration from Ayurveda, from ethnobotanical evidence to find leads, then we develop them as per modern scientific practices. This is what we are up to. And regarding my last contention, I won't take much time. Recently, I got in touch with Jadavpur University on recommendation of a friend last year. So we were developing a product to combat to like develop an alternate to a medicine antibiotic product which is used to treat a protozoon infection in pigs. So we did some research and we found out that we need one medicinal plant. But unfortunately, we couldn't find it anywhere in India, though Medicinal Board listed it on its website, Polyalthia suberosa. So we were hunting it across India, going from one location to another. Please give us this herb. And then Professor Ghosh got in touch with us and he told me that it's not available, but if you strongly recommend it, if you give a commitment, we can produce it locally. So, but we were in a hurry. We had to supply orders because we did our research. We sourced it from China. And the biggest problem, India is the largest, we have in Kashmir itself is home to 640 rare medicinal plants. And if you combine the strength of entire India, I think we have the richest biodiversity in herbals. But most of the producers, when we try to source, we have got like brokers, like suppliers, wholesalers, they purely move by commerce. So they find Chinese prices very low and they import from China and then they sell in the name of India. Okay, we have this, you can take it. It costs you only 800 rupees, 500 rupees, 600 rupees. So my observation is we have a huge strength, but the front and back ends are broken. I mean, say, farmer has no idea what industry needs and industry has no idea what is being produced. We take it from the middleman who source it from, I don't know, from varied sources. So in the end, the dividends, the growth dividends are not percolating down to farmers. They are not being incentivized. So if efforts are made to connect the two, we can take a leadership position in the global phytogenic segment, not only in traditional Ayurveda, which is used in human medicine or which is used in lifestyle products. Livestock is one area, I tell you, we are working on one small subsegment in the veterinary sector, which is phytogenic additives. It is, say, a nutraceutical segment, and it is currently valued at $50 billion. Imagine the potential. And we have just like very small share globally. There is not even one Indian company which is in the global 20 companies in this segment. Irrespective of the fact that we have a very rich herbal wealth. So this is a great initiative. I will be here if you have some questions. Otherwise, I'm done with my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Syed Mohammed, in your invaluable contribution. And I would say the faith which you have developed in this knowledge of Ayurveda. I myself have been the pharmaceutical engineer, but spent my entire career in the herbals and Ayurveda. And in one sentence, I propounded, Ayurveda is as true as you have named your company True Vet Animal Nutrition. Basis that where I get this, Ayurveda is a true science of life, as true as that sun rises from east and sets in the west. It is the fracture in the mirror. It is the fracture, broken mirror. When you saw your picture, you felt that your face is broken. But the fact is, it is the mirror which is broken. And therefore, the wisdom of traditional knowledge, what you are unfolding through your efforts by your this company, is a laudable. And indeed, the insights what you have shared about these three issues of environmental and greenhouse gas reduction and AGP is very, very pertinent, important, and particularly the revival of the plants which are effective, but coming from China to use in your formulation is an opportunity for all of us. So I congratulate you and I count on you for contributing in the development of this knowledge and transforming it to evidence-based. And what you said, the forward connect and the backward connect, that is what I believe everybody agrees. So with this, before I hand over to Dr. Shantanu, I have to the all panelists and to the speaker, two issues to think about it, how we can come over, which are coming as a big barrier in promoting the cultivated material. One is related to difference of synthetic versus natural. So if you have a, say, naturally grown mentha plant and you are isolating the menthol, the competition is with the menthol coming from China, which may be of synthetic origin. So the user says, how does it make difference to me whether it is natural or synthetic? I want the product which does not affect my quality. So it's almost like the same thing, the difference of gold and golden. I always tell to the people, our own people who goes and says, sir, ye natural product bahut महंगा hai. If I extract out curcumin out of the turmeric variety which is growing, ultimately the price of curcumin, 95% HPLC with 3 peak in the market is $87, $80. And if you are producing it from the turmeric of 5% curcumin also, or even if Panagalli variety is there giving 8%, then you find that economics are not matching, except for the fact yours is a self-certified natural, and what somebody is talking about is maybe synthetic, may have a high solvent residues, may have the residues of something which you are not aware of. And this is the challenge. I had posed this question even to the Secretary, Ministry of Commerce. He said, this is the problem our industry is facing. He said, Dr. Saxena, the day you find the answer, please get back to me. I will get you Padam Shri, because we ourselves are not able to basically find out the difference of this and fighting with so many commodities which are coming from China, and we do not know whether they should be compared or they are not to be compared, and we should give the new mark to differentiate the synthetic pharmaceuticals and natural pharmaceutical. And that is where one by one, natural vanillin versus synthetic vanillin, natural curcumin versus synthetic, natural menthol versus synthetic, camphor. In fact, at one place I picked up the camphor and I said, is it natural? He said, sir, आपके बाल चले गए, अभी तक आपको ये नहीं पता चला कि कैम्फर तो प्रोड्यूस ही नहीं होता है, और जितना प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है वैक्स के साथ मिला के जितना पूजा में यूज होता है, इट इज ए वैक्स प्लस सम एसेंस, वेरी स्मॉल terpenes are added so that it smell right. तो बोला, मैंने कहा व्हाट अबाउट नेचुरल कैम्फर, सिनेमम कम्फोरा? बोला सर आपको इतनी बड़ी आपके बाल सब चले गए और आपको ये नहीं पता है कि कहीं नहीं हो रहा है. Now that is where the thing is, कि our repository of knowledge is going into the basically extinction, and we have to do collectively to differentiate this. How do we do it with natural and synthetic? If need be, come out with a mark to say it is self-certified natural and not synthetic. So with this comment and my request to the team, I hand it over to Dr. Shantanu for taking it forward.
Dr. Saxena, sir, I believe that we can spare maybe 2-3 minutes more.
Okay.
I have a question specifically for you. In your presentation, sir, you have mentioned about QPM.
Yes.
And we are witnessing that through a lot of government endeavor, millions of QPM is being produced and being distributed among farmers. But what is the benchmark for QPM? Is there any standard specification at all? And do we have any SOP for production of QPM with genetic fidelity? Because I have a very adverse experience with that. I've worked with the stevia, and I found that propagation of stevia, even through clonal propagation and cuttings, it's very difficult to maintain genetic fidelity if we do not adopt very specific technologies, or we do not follow very specific SOPs. So in that case, what is these QPMs are actually, what the farmers are using right now?
No, first of all, I would say that I fully agree with your observation and compliment you for such a intricate issue which is there in the QPM. Now, I'll be very honest in saying the herbal industry took 30 years time from say 1990 until 2020 to identify the planting material for the indigenous Ayurvedic medicinal plant. And then it was, okay, you know how to grow it, but even today, it hasn't gone beyond genus. So you ask anybody, Kalmeg, he will say Andrographis paniculata. you will not hear anybody saying, look, I have got another variety of Kalmeg, Andrographis bipinaculata, and this is from Badanath Tham. So the geographical distribution of this plant. So what you will find, where the industry is at the moment, industry is at the single plant, single genus, single species. Some of them have worked like Sami, Dabur, Himalaya, and they came across, look, there is one more species also. Otherwise, you say Arjuna bark, and answer will be Terminalia Arjuna, and everybody is giving Terminalia Arjuna. Nobody is showing Terminalia bielata and Terminalia, the other species of which are very similar. Now, the question what you have asked, that how QPM is going to be practiced and what would be the degree of quality built up through QPM program. So at the moment, QPM is at a very, very infancy stage, I would say, because even there, the certification of the genus, the germplasm, the variety. So you ask anybody, everybody will say, oh yes, I have got a Phyllanthus species and Phyllanthus niruri I have got. Whereas the fact is, we have Phyllanthus fraternus and Phyllanthus madras patensis, but not the fraternus niruri in our country. So this is the something which this QPM is addressing. But the one thing which benefit is that people are now realizing and asking to procure their planting material from authentic sources, whether it is State Medicinal Plant Board or the universities providing those material or farmer himself growing it. But yes, the beginning has been made. And when we got into the QCS, so with NISCARE, we got these planting material identified and recertified. And now this technique is coming in academic institution at least, where you can do the DNA fingerprinting of the standard planting material. So if you have a 2 sample, at least you can do the DNA fingerprinting to see the degree of identity, uniformity, and the degree of difference. But yes, everyone, including the government, needs to support the private for establishing the QPM bank in the region. And I know that your biotechnology department and Jadavpur University is acting on this line also. So there has to be so many QPM bank. Like we have a one RBI to control, but then there are the regional level bank for the public. Same thing is the situation for this QPM. And now we have a GAP also coming, because the export market will demand that give us the certificate of cultivation under good agricultural practice. So about QPM and GAP, we need to, rather we are conducting the webinars for connecting the farmer, educating them, providing training, how important it would be for them to adopt take the QPM from the certified sources and adopt the good agricultural practices.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena sir. Now, I would request you to just wrap up the session and hand over the floor to the chairman of the next session.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers, Dr. Saklani, Ramesh ji, Hari Venkatesh, and Dr. Syed Muhammad, for their very, very to the point sharing of the information and adding value. I am sure each one of us must be thinking about the benefit we have got through this seminar, for which I thank Dr. Shantanu and the organizer, Dr. Majumdar, and the other people also. And probably this would be very befitting, even if the Zoom call seminars can be identified on this particular basically subject. And the lot of basically good points have come, but one which I would like Dr. Shantanu to consider a group of the people who have said about this herbal security by 2030, and how we want to do the documentation and prepare the document with the help of our inputs from each one of you, because that is going to provide a roadmap, a architectural framework, and fulfilling the purpose for which you have organized this particular seminar through webinar also. And I think we all are highly thankful to these deliberations. And it is not the end of the session, but it is a beginning of the session, the new era for taking the country from here to there. That is 2030 will be in our lifetime. Hopefully, we all will be there to see how 7 years we have brought the change and paved the road, which was and what it is now, to make the country move forward. As Dr. Sayed also said, herbals have the great opportunity, and he is one of the new convert from veterinarian to herbal thing. So with this, I hand over this session floor to the organizers. And once again, I thank, and I can be connected through this group, what Dr. Shantanu would create, and you can reach me through this any of the website of the company I am associated with. And it's my extreme pleasure. And if you see, I am around 67. I think I have another 13 years to contribute for this. And that's a matter of chance that I fell sick and could not come in person. But otherwise, I'm quite active and work 9 to 10 to 5 as usual. And I would be very happy to be associated with each of you, one of you collectively as well as individually, to take this knowledge and science forward for the benefit of one and all. Thank you very much. And let me also introduce, I have by my side my Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Anup Kalra. Many of you would be knowing him. He has been with me for our organization for the last 32 years. And
Good afternoon, everyone.
Great experience in the herbals and looking after this new venture, quality certified and standardized herbal.
नमस्कार डॉक्टर शकलानी, नमस्ते।
थैंक यू, नमस्कार। नमस्कार नमस्कार, कैसे सर कालरा जी? बढ़िया,
मैं अच्छा हूँ सर, आप कैसे
It
हैं?
was a very good session, very good session.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we will be in touch, all the group
Absolutely,
members
sir,
and through
absolutely.
Shantanu ji.
And
Thank you.
congratulations to you once again for getting nominated as the member of the commission. I
Awesome.
think
Yes, thank you.
that's
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Dr. Shantanu ji, namaste. Dr. Faiz, hello.
Namaste, Dr. Kalra.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Vala, you can take over from here for the next session.
Thank you.
Okay.
I am Professor Ashish Majumdar. I am very happy to welcome all the dignitaries present over the online for the technical session 2, the locations specificity of medicinal plants, modern quality planting materials, and locally adopted variety development. So with this theme of the technical session, it is the second technical session I do heartily welcome you all to this technical session of our international conference on, and biocells meat. Both is very important here for medicinal plants in lifestyle products. December 6th, it was our inaugural day, and today is the second day. So we are going to start the session. We do have with us the speakers, the very important speakers today. As I find, we have now all are connected. Yes. Okay. So we have Professor Dr. Pratap Kumar Poti. He is a professor, Department of Biotechnology, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. We have also Dr. Pradeep De, Director, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Agricultural Technology Application Research Institute, Kolkata, India. We have also Professor Vishwajit Ghosh, Coordinator, PG Department of Botany, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College, West Bengal, India. Mr. Pradeep Chandrasekhane, Medicinal Plants Consultant, Botanist, Puducherry Medicinal Plants Board, Puducherry, India. And Mr. Himanshu Shekhar Raut, Founder and CEO, Purbo Dwarakpur Sevayan Shangha, Sundarban, West Bengal, India. And also we have Srimati Madhusri Dotto, Assistant Professor, Hilalal Majumdar Memorial College for Women, the Kinekshar, West Bengal, India. So before I think the first presentation, yeah. So before I request Dr. Poti to start his deliberations, may I just try to introduce him. Dr. Pratap Kumar Poti is a professor and honor head of the Department of Biotechnology, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. He is presently the head Department of Agriculture, coordinator of Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, coordinator of Center for Agriculture Research and Innovation, and chairman of Foreign Students Advisory Committee of Guru Nanak Dev University. He holds an invited research position at AIST Japan from 2019 onwards. He has 21 years of teaching and research experience. Dr. Poti works in the field of agri-biotechnology and has more than 95 international publications, 2 patents, and 1 technology commercialized. So with this introduction, first of all, again, I heartily welcome Dr. Poti, and please deliver your address. Thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you. I think, are you able to hear me properly?
Yeah.
And are you able to see my slide also?
Yeah, please. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for this kind
may I request you kindly that if you could confine your, this lecture within 15 minutes, that would be very nice for all of us. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this kind introduction and for this invitations. And I am really honored to be a part of this international conference. And I'm sure with these 3 days from 6th to 8th of December, a lot of dimension of medicinal plant and herbal industry will be discussed, and it will be very educative and rewarding for the participants who join this conference, and maybe in future also. I mean, with time, we know the prospects of this medicinal plant and the kind of the dimension in which this herbal industry is growing. But being a researcher, I mean, there are areas which concerns all of us, and these challenges need to be address. So, I mean, whether it is research institutions or horrible industry or educational institution like universities and all. So we understand there are many challenges in horrible industry, and particularly there are indiscriminate exploitations, agrotechnology need to be developed for high value medicinal plants, and a lot of research inputs and innovation has to come in this area, whether it's post-harvest practices, manufacturing practices, quality aspects need to be addressed. And the linkages is very important. As marketing is also important, the supply chain and all. These are all important aspects. And with time, all of us should try to focus on some of these aspects and try to see that these herbal plants or these medicinal plants or the whole system may be integrated very effectively to the mainstream of medicine. Coming to our work, particularly in my laboratory, we do different research work. We work on stress biology and all. And medicinal biotechnology is one of the very important aspects that we focus in our lab. And many students are working on this. PhD and postdoc students are working on medicinal plant biotechnology. And our focus is on conservation of some important medicinal plant, and we also try to develop technology for rapid propagation of very important high value medicinal plant. And we also work on genetic improvement of medicinal plant, how to increase the biomass, whether it's a aerial biomass or underground biomass, whether the secondary metabolites, important bioactive compounds, how it has to be increased, and then the stress biology, and particularly the biotic and abiotic stress. I will, in my discussion, I'll focus on few plants which are working at present. So one of these plants which is on the screen is Rhodiola imbricata, and this is an endangered medicinal plant of Trans-Himalayan region. And in fact, many of you might have heard our Prime Minister Narendra Modi Saab talking about a plant when he was addressing the nation on Article 370, and he said that the solo plant is a very important plant. It grows in Leh Ladakh, and it in fact grows in the snow line at around 14,000 to 18,000 feet high altitude, and this is a very, very important plant, and it has a lot of medicinal value. You can see in the picture, one of my PhD students is collecting this plant from high altitude, and this plant has tremendous medicinal value, and these are some of the important medicinal property of this plant, and it is used as an adaptogenic plant against anxiety, depression. It is also used as an anti-hypoxia. So this plant is a very effective plant against hypoxic condition where oxygen deficiency is there, particularly in high altitude when our military persons and all they climb high altitude, they feel this there is a deficiency of oxygen. And recently also very interesting development has taken place. People have found its positive role in pulmonary fibrosis against COVID and all. So that makes it a very interesting medicinal plant. And this plant contains a lot of secondary metabolites, antioxidants and all. One of the very important secondary metabolite is rojabin. And this is very important because of its medicinal value. I mean, recently we find there are many reports, research reports, preclinical studies are being reported where this is found suppressing the fibrotic and inflammatory signal, particularly in pulmonary fibrosis. And in the request of the Defense Research Organization, we thought we should conserve this plant, and we brought this plant from this high altitude where it is growing. We domesticated it in Amritsar conditions, and then we started developing a tissue culture protocol for this plant. And we have also now scaled it up, and we recently filed a patent on its propagations technology. The other thing very important in medicinal plant research point of view is endophytes. I mean, looking at endophytes which can produce a similar kind of bioactive compounds and which can be used for industry, it will be of immense value. And then we thought of maybe exploring some of the potential endophyte in this medicinal plant, because as such plants and endophytes, have age over the plants, and that's why we tried to explore the potential endophytes in this plant, and we could find 2 bacteria which are present in this plant. And then we analyzed this bacteria. We started characterizing this bacteria, and we could find the rojavin, which is a very important metabolite in bacteria. We find around 4-fold higher in this. And we have also filed a patent very recently on the commercial scale production of Rhodelia imbricata bioactives. And this has already been sequenced in our lab. The whole genome, bacterial genome, has been sequenced in our lab. They have been identified and all. So we are interested that to connect to the industry so that this technology can be passed into the industry. It has already been covered by newspapers, Indian Express and all, visiting our lab. There are other press also had covered this story. The other important medicinal plant which need attention is Vidhania coagulans, and this is again a member of Solanaceae. It's another cultivated variety of Vidhania, and this is in Ayurveda. This is used for curing diabetes and all. It has other medicinal value also. It's very rich in vidhanaloids and all. And this plant has been reported by Ministry of Environmental and Forest is on the verge of extinction. There are 8 plants which have been reported, and you will find in number 2 this plant is there, which is in the verge of extinction. So we also conserved this plant. We collected this plant, and in tissue culture facility, we propagated this plant. We are taking out these plants to the field also, so that it can be put in the field and in natural conditions. The other plant which we are working is Stylophora. This is a very important plant as far as the asthma and other respiratory problem is concerned. It is also used for jaundice and rheumatism. And this plant is also, we have developed, this has already been published in +1, where we have developed a tissue culture protocol and looked at its property as anti neuroinflammations and all. So this is another plant which we were working. But the plant which is very close to our chest is Ashwagandha. And since last almost 20 years, we're working on Ashwagandha. And this plant is very, very important. And it is top 10 traded herbs in the country. It has more than 200 formulations. It's use Ashwagandha, and it is used for a lot of ailments. It has the benefits of this is well known, whether it is supporting healthy immune system or supporting the stress and anxiety, fights against stress and anxiety. Is again a adaptogenic plant. It has anti-tumor properties, and it also for brain health it is used, anti-aging it is used, tremendous benefit. And in Amritsar itself it is 1,000 crore business, so that is what I am told. And it has several metabolites, vidhanaloids, vidaferin, vidhanone. There are several glycosides which are distributed in different parts of this plant, with the leaf, root, or there are many metabolites which are common to leaf and root. And because of its tremendous use in herbal industry, the cultivation has been promoted. There are different states which have been actively engaged now in cultivation. Madhya Pradesh leading the states, and followed by Andhra Pradesh and Rajasthan. We have been working on on a dream Vidhania project, which should have higher secondary metabolites, should be disease resistant, particularly fungal disease resistant, and it should be having more of this human health promoting properties, and then large biomass. So we're working on different dimension of this plant to develop a elite and multiply this elite in vitro as well as in field conditions, work on different morphotypes, and see that how the pharmaceutical important metabolite can be increased, understand the inside, because till now the biosynthesis of vidapirin and vidanol is still not very clearly known. And that's why getting in this insight using multi-omics approach is what we were working. And then a redirection of pathways so that whichever biosynthetic product or bioactive compound we are interested in, so we can produce in large amount. So these are the areas in which we were focusing in ashwagandha. There are a lot of protocols which have been developed and have already been published from our lab. This is the micropropagation protocol for Vidhania. Then we have regeneration protocol from different explants, whether it is leaf, root, seed explants, and now we have also very recently developed somatic embryogenesis, so that crop improvement can be done using these plants. So one of the prominent aspects in medicinal plant, you all will agree, is the quality. And many a time we forget this aspect, the disease aspects and all. And I could find only a few labs across the world working on disease aspect of medicinal plant. And as Vidhania is a very important indigenous plant, we thought maybe we can explore the disease aspect in this plant, because root as well as leaf both are used in medicinal formulations and all, because in the leaf vidapirin and vidanol content is very high, and those are anti-cancer drugs. So we thought maybe we can look at the disease profile, and the first time in 2008 we could find this plant is infested with Alternaria alternata and causes leaf spot, and very prevalent disease of Vidhania. And it's not only this disease, it affects the host plant, whether it is physiologically, biochemically, or I mean at the phenotypic level, but it also has tremendous adverse implications to human. If there is any herbal industry which uses this plant infested with fungus, will have a lot of adverse effect, because this fungus produces L toxin and fumonisin. And this L toxin and fumonisin, it is hepatotoxic, nephrotoxic, it is neurotoxic. Instead of getting a herbal drug to cure our disease, we can land up in all these adverse effects. So then we thought maybe we can develop a diagnostic kit for this. So we have developed a molecular diagnostic kit, and this work is again progressing, and shortly we'll file a patent on this. We can detect if there is a fungal contamination to 10 picogram even, so that can be detected this. But we are trying to develop with other companies so that we can develop a very easy method of detections of this fungus, so it will be a useful thing for the herbal industry when they are procuring the plant material. The other approach which we're following is collecting this medicinal plant Vidhania from different parts of the country and putting it in our facilities and analyzing if we can get a natural variant which could be disease resistant. And we could find one which is absolutely, we have been since last 10-12 years we are looking at this plant. It is disease resistant, and this is a necrophatic fungus, and that's why it might affect the surface of the, it might infect the surface of the leaf and can penetrate inside and cause all these adverse effects. So we thought maybe we can analyze the cell wall factors and see that what is the difference that exists between the sensitive one and leaf spot resistant variety. And we find there is a difference in the lignin deposition. And when we analyze the pathway of lignin, we find there are many critical genes which are involved in lignin synthesis. And one of this gene which we find is very, very important for lignin deposition was lacase 12, which is not characterized till date. And we thought maybe we can clone this gene and see that what kind of effect it has. So we produce a transgenic plant overexpressing this particular gene, and we find this gene had produced a lot of lignin in the cell wall. And maybe this will be in a future, this will be a candidate gene for leaf spot resistant. But sometimes we find that the transgenic aspect is not well accepted because people, they think that maybe it is a horrible drug. But for academic purpose, for getting this, knowing the function of the gene, it's perfectly all right. So we changed our strategy. We thought maybe we can go for the breeding of these two and produce a variety which could be disease resistant, that will be a high secondary metabolite production. Because this tiny plant, which is Dhania, is produces a lot of vidaparin and all. So we breed these two and we produce a hybrid plant. And this hybrid plant has been now there is a foreign hybrid. There have been 3 years we are doing trials with this in our field because the hybridity has already been tested in the lab, and this has been tested for its potential of inhibiting the leaf spot disease. You can see the PKP1, which is resistant to this when we do a detached leaf assay. The other one, which is very sensitive, can develop fungus immediately, and it can adversely affect the leaf. So this PKP1, which has been developed in our laboratory, is leaf spot resistant. It's a high with aferin. It is a high with hormone. It's rich in antioxidant, chlorogenic acid and other antioxidants, very rich, and it has a vigorous growth. You can see the single plant, how vigorously it is growing. It's higher chlorophyll, auxin, and proline, and it is a good anti-proliferative activity. As is elite, so we are growing in our tissue culture lab for its mass propagations in our lab. And this is in the field trial. So this is the 4th year of field trials. We're looking at different aspect, different dimension of this, because this is to be released as a variety. And we are also developed, because in Punjab, this agrotechnology with Dhania has not been developed. So we are working on developing this agrotechnology for this plant so that it can go to the farmer, and the society will be benefited of this immensely useful medicinal plant. So in this work, there are many students who have contributed, so it will not be fair without taking their name. So these are the PhD postdoc students. There are the batteries of postdoc students who worked on this single plant, different dimension. This is 23 years of research. I've just presented 5-10 minutes of this work, but huge work has been done on different aspects of this plant, and almost 30 publications of international publications have come from this single plant, and we're working on it. The story still, there are a lot of things to be done in this plant, and we are into this mission, and there are many PhDs who have been awarded on this single plant. And I'm extremely thankful to all these students. I'm just a spokesperson. These are some of the international and national collaborations on with our lab. ASC Japan, we're collaborating with them on Vidhania work. We have collaboration with Sirard University of Kentucky, Georgetown University. At national level, different labs have been, we are tying up with different labs so that we can do a collaborative research, which will be useful to both institutions. So I thank our all funding agencies who have helped us in our work, and to my university, who has already always promoted this work in our lab. So I thank all our participants for this indulgence, and the organizer for giving me this opportunity. I hope I stick to the time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Poti, for your wonderful deliberations on the very two important species. And may I just request, there is a question, I think 1 or 2 short questions, we may take it up, because as I came to understand, you might have to leave for some other reasons at the later end, so you might not be at the end of the session. Then, so one question Dr. Shorbojit Bishwas would like to raise. Dr. Bishwas, please.
Sir, I would like to ask you one question. If you are working on veterinary somnifera and coagulants, so what is the content-wise different? Because we are now promoting ashwagandha as a health promoter. So if we are promote veterinary coagulants and veterinary somnifera, so what will be the content and how the farmers can be benefited from this?
Okay, I think when I shared my slide, I wrote some of these contents of Vidhania, coagulants, and somnifera. There are different vidhanolides, and there are difference in these two species, vidaferin and vidhanone, which is a very important steroidal lactones that are present in vidaferin. It is in this species it is very less, and coagulants have other vidhanolides are very prominent in coagulants. So coagulants basically in this part of the region and in the central part of India, this is they use the fruit of coagulants. They soak this fruit overnight and they drink it for curing diabetic. But whereas with Vidhania somnifera, you will find the lot of benefits is to in a traditional pharmacopoeia and all. See, it is root being used for vitality and other things. But recently in our group, we have been since last 10 years or so, we have found and we are also promoting that industry should see that how leaf can also be used, because leaf contains more amount of vidaferin and vidhanone, and vidhanone has been recently reported. It selectively kills cancerous cell. It can identify cancerous cell because there are many cancerous drugs which kills both cancerous cells and normal cell, but this is one compound which selectively kills, and there are beautiful studies conducted by IIT Delhi by Sundar Group and all, which have been published last year, if I am correctly remember. So where they have shown that how it selectively kills cancerous cell. So this is of tremendous value. Both are important, but coagulants is getting extinct, so that needs attention.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Another thing, so if we introduce the variety, which you are talking about the empirical variety, so how the for the commercial purpose, how we can get the variety if any farmers or any if farmers clusters want to cultivate this thing.
Yes, I think this is a very important aspect, and before my superannuation, I think this should go to the common farmer and they grow it, and that is what is my aim in doing it, and maybe we'll see that whether seed-based propagation can be done and whether the characters are fixed or not, and that is what we are trying, and this is the 4th year of trial. We'll analyze all this plant, and if it is done, because tissue culture propagation is an expensive one. So we wanted that maybe the character, if it is fixed in successive generation, it will be of tremendous value, and we can connect to horrible industry and progressive farmer so that they can take it up. So that is what is our aim at the end of the day.
It is very interesting, but at the same time, since we are running very tight schedule, Professor Poti, we are very thankful to you, and it is really highlighting very important areas of your research. And let me, how long you will be able to stay over here, you may kindly stay on the platform, so some of the questions from your end will be helpful to all of us. So now may I go, thank you once more to you, and then let me go to the next speaker. Dr. Pradeep Dev is the Director, ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Agricultural Technology Application Research Institute, Kolkata, India. Dr. Pradeep Dev may kindly take up the screen for your presentation, and may I take this opportunity to introduce you to the other people, other participants, delegates, and speakers. He's presently working, Dr. Pradeep Dey, presently working as Director, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Agricultural Technology Application Research Institute, Kolkata, having more than 30 years research and extension experience. Executed advanced research on GPS GIS based soil fertility mapping and developed nutrient plan of 173 districts of India covering 20 states. STCR based nutrient application for enhancing yield and quality in different agroecological regions, soil quality index for different cropping systems, bioamelioration of spatially variable salt affected soil of semi-arid region, wastewater use in non-food crops, very important aspect, enumerated carbon sequestration in horticulture-based, forestry-based, border-based, and cereal-based systems. Developed conservation agricultural strategies, one patent, one copyright granted and commercialized. Recipient of several fellowship and awards, including Social Innovator Award of World Bank. So this is in a nutshell. We'd like to introduce Dr. Pradeep Dey, and before Dr. Pradeep Dey takes it up, just I forgot to mention that Dr. Sanjoy Bala is helping me, or rather he is helping me as a co-chair. So that's what I have missed to inform you at the beginning. Thank you. Dr. Pradeep Dey may kindly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Majumdar. I think I am audible.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Honorable Chair and Coordinator, Professor Majumdar, Dr. Bala, Dr. Somojit also I am seeing, and so many others. In fact, Professor Pratap has already made my job easy to some extent, that he stressed a lot of emphasis on ashwagandha, and whatever I'll be telling, I thought that it should not be general. It should be from the experience of one crop that I had earlier, and with our team. So that I have taken. So location specificity, quality planting material of medicinal plant, and roadmap to increase quality. And in fact, quality planting material is having two aspects. One is how best we can generate disease-free, clean, green quality planting material. And next aspect is how we can increase the quality from that quality planting material to ultimately increase the productivity and profitability of the farmer. So with respect to ashwagandha, that I am trying to sum up. So there are three things important for any medicinal plant, or for that matter, any biological material that you deal with. One is proper variety or breed. Number two is proper nutrition for growing up that particular variety, and then preventive or biosecurity measure. So these three P's.
Yes, PPT is not coming on the screen.
Is it coming now or not?
No.
Not yet. Please run the PPT.
I think you have to start it once again.
Oh, I can then stop share and do it again.
You might have shared the other screen.
Just, is it coming now?
Yes, it is coming. Right. Yeah.
So next slide has come, I think. Is it the second slide?
Yes, it is the second slide.
Okay. So three P's that I was mentioning, that proper variety, proper nutrition, and preventive biosecurity. So these three things are important for any medicinal plant, or for that matter, any biological material that you deal with, and for better productivity and profitability as well as sustainability. So we have to deal with these three things for specifically for any plant, particularly medicinal plant. And then with respect to proper nutrition, usually people give lot of emphasis, but until and unless we deal with proper variety and preventive biosecurity, then we will not achieve the productivity and profitability. So for from West Bengal point of view, some of these particular location specificity, these are the district out of all, these are actually locationally giving much more important this favorable agroclimatic situation and soil condition for growing with this withania, or and then to achieve better active ingredient. So these are 6 districts. So there is actually location specificity for this ashwagandha. Then these are the varieties that we can think of for all the region, and it is listed over here. There are some specific variety for hill region like WSR, and also for if one to have a starchy root type of situation, then Nagori is one local variety that is also very good. But otherwise, usually that Jahar type of variety, Asgan 20 and 134, these are particularly from Madhya Pradesh, which are doing very good. And from Madhya Pradesh, that particular region is another region that we actually dealing with this. But if we want to see that our Gwalior region, then Raj Vijay Ashwagandha 100, this is very good variety. And these are the soil climate and propagation technique as well as nursery and spacing. These are also very important for having quality planting material and quality output at the same time. So these needs to be also zeroed in. And then other things are weeding and manures and fertilization of course. But we have to remember that we are dealing with medicinal plant and we should not overfeed with nitrogen, because there will be lodging on that. So there will be proper nitrogen phosphorus ratio and nitrogen and potash ratio should be maintained. I'll discuss with the quality planting material more of these ratios. Then light irrigation is also important, but over irrigation usually deteriorate quality. We'll see that one also. And then yield and grading of roots are also very important on A, B, C category. And then nursery management for quality planting material. There are again 3 things very important. One is mobility of the nutrient, how you best feed with the nutrition, then essentiality and requirement, and compatibility of nutrient. So these 3 things has to be taken into consideration for QPM of medicinal plant. And these are the different nutrient, you know that those are required with different ionic concentration, either cationic or anionic. Those are available for. But having said all those things, we must have to take the consideration of compatibility of applying nutrient. Like ammonium sulfate with potassium chloride or potassium nitrate reduce the solubility due to this precipitation of potassium sulfate. So this type of compatibility situation has to be taken into consideration while application of nutrient and developing quality planting material. Then calcium nitrate with phosphate or sulfate, usually calcium sulfate is deposited as either as gypsum or calcium tricalcium phosphate actually, that can be precipitated. So again, it is actually lost in the hands of nursery or farmer. Then competitive antagonism effect between presence of chloride particularly reduces absorption of this nutrient. So that type of thing we have to consider, which are the nutrient that is having antagonism effect for developing quality planting material. Then magnesium nitrate, if we apply with ammonium phosphate, then again we can have magnesium hydrogen phosphate precipitated and reducing the profitability in the hand of this nursery grower of medicinal plant. Then phosphoric acid with either iron, zinc, copper or manganese, these 4 metal cation, their sulfate, if together it is applied, then formation of either iron, zinc or copper or manganese phosphate, that will be precipitated, reducing the efficiency of this nutrient within the plant and decreasing the profitability. We have to also consider the growth and nutrient loss risk, and we have to deal within this particular zone that is called plateau region of application of nutrient. This is the lower optimal concentration and this is the higher optimal concentration. Somewhere here will be the ideal situation that we can work out based on return or survivability and healthy planting material, how much per 100 growing healthy planting material, how much we are getting maximum healthy planting material. Through that, we can arrive at this situation, and every nursery grower can have the quality planting material within this range of nutrient condition. And beyond this range, actually, there will be toxic effect. So that should not be there. That type of tissue concentration should not be there. Usually weekly or daily crop water use and weekly or daily nutrient uptake is important for developing quality planting material of medicinal plant. And we have to consider also the deficiency of different nutrients. Overall, Indian basis, nitrogen is more than 90%, soils are deficient in nitrogen, phosphorus about 60 to 65%, about 2/3. Then potash, about 1/3 soil is deficient. Sulfur again about more than 40% in fact, and zinc now about 32% to even 42%. We can say that zinc deficiency is there. Boron, particularly for acid soil, that is red type of soil and laterite type of soil, boron deficiency will be very high, and iron will be deficient mainly in high pH soil. For low pH soil, in fact, iron toxicity will be a problem. And for very high pH soil, boron toxicity will be a problem. More than 8.5 pH soil, boron will be toxic. So never use boron where the pH is more than 8.5. So these are the things. Boron should be used only in lead lateritic soil or acidic pH range less than 5.5, more response. About 5.5 to 6.5, there will be response, but more than 6.5, the response will be very less, and more than 8.5, there will be toxicity. So never use boron with pH, soil pH of more than 8.5. So these are other things that has to be considered along with fertilizer use efficiency. For nitrogen, about 1/3 to half is the fertilizer use efficiency. Phosphorus about 1/5 to 1/6. And potassium is a bit good condition, that is about 70% is the efficiency. And for micronutrient and secondary nutrient sulfur, these are very less. Micronutrient in fact very poor, about 2 to 5% only, and sulfur about 12% maximum. So these efficiencies are considered in terms of increasing the nutrient dose, because those efficiencies will be guiding that how much actual requirement will have to be enhanced in the soil. We can have some of the things for making the fertilizer more efficient by doing some of the practices that we'll see quickly. So I'm skipping this. Mostly this thing has been covered by earlier slide. And also you have to maintain nutrient, soil nutrient as well as optimum growth rate. You have to match these two to have quality planting material and better nutrient use efficiency. This can be achieved with synchrony with the plant growing situation, accounting for growth phase of the nursery plant, and developing quality planting material, accounting for available soil nutrient, that is background nutrient availability, and sensitive to climatic characteristic. These are a very important thing that we have to consider while dealing with this, you can say, nursery phase of planting material. There are 3 distinct phases in nursery growth of quality planting material. Number 1 is establishment phase, where actually phosphorus is more required, is more, nitrogen followed by that, and then for potassium is least. Then comes the rapid growth phase. Here nitrogen has to be enhanced, then phosphorus and potassium. And then third phase is of nursery quality planting material development stage is hardening phase. There we have to enhance potassium. Here, these are the ratios that I was telling, that in the first page, ratio is very less for nitrogen, means nitrogen has to be reduced, phosphorus has to be more. Then rapid growth phase, nitrogen has to be increased. Hardening phase, it has to be again reduced. And in the hardening phase, potash will be required more. So these things we have to take into consideration for growing quality planting material. And then foliar level and nutrient solution that has to be, can be done in terms of growing in solution culture of quality planting material. And then targeting plant concept, that can also be done for raising quality planting material. You can have how much of the future quality of a particular this medicinal plant that you can target through your nursery management and quality planting material development. That type of thing we can also grow, and we can do this thing by having a this participatory and community-based nursery. Not every farmer need to develop nursery of planting material. Some progressive farmer can do and share among the community. So community-based targeting quality planting material is also possible and can be done. And then potential for scaling up, there are some liquid culture technique which can be done, like deep water culture, drip system, nutrient film technique, then EBB and flow method, aeroponics, wicking system. All these things are possible for developing quality planting material of medicinal plant. And for particularly this Ashwagandha, 1 into 1 feet will require more than 1 lakh, about 1 lakh planting material per hectare. And this type of healthy quality planting material, if you can generate, you can get very good yield. And these are the chemical alkaloid. Dr. Pratap, he has discussed in detail, so I am not going in detail. But there are ways to increase this alkaloid, ultimately the ultimate quality, by doing some of the steps. Like stage 1 is the 110 to 115 days after planting of berry development. Stage 2 is 125 to 130 days after sowing, that is end of berry development and initiation of berry maturity. There green berry has matured. And last stage, third stage, is 155 to 160 days after sowing, that is green berry to red berry development. And stage 4, in fact, that is harvesting. And there calyx of the berry, after it is developed distinct red berry, there will be brown and dry calyx. It will be symbolic of that stage, 180 to 190 days. In each step, we have to have some water restricting mechanism to build the quality. That we have seen that if there is at flower initiation 50% and 100% flowering and berry ripening and maturity stage, if we restrict water management, then we can increase the quality root also and quality alkaloid. Actually, there we have to match between two. It is a kind of we can say a weighing between quality and yield, but we cannot sacrifice much of the yield, but we have to increase the quality. That type of situation we have to develop. So that is our main aim, because farmer want more yield, but ultimately when they nowadays they get, in fact, with a very good yield, they get ultimately lower profit, because they are while grading in terms of quality, it is reduced, and then they get less yield, and fibrous root also is getting, they are getting more. Then molybdenum and nitrogen, These two are also very important. We have seen that you can raise the quality of the alkaloid. Then sulfate is the carrier of molybdenum. By that way, if you don't have source of molybdenum, by application of some amount of sulfur, you can alleviate or if you do away with the application of molybdenum also, under certain situation, not all. Then optimum spacing is very important. Nitrogen supply, it balances the actually between the quality and yield. And then limiting water supply in after initial berry setting. That is very, very important. If you limit the water supply after initial berry setting, you can increase the quality without much hampering the yield. But before berry setting, you need to apply water very frequently to get good root growth. And application of trichoderma is very, very important, because all these root rot and other thing that can be alleviated by application of trichoderma. So these 7 mechanism is the route map to better quality after getting a good quality planting material generation. And then there are some other method like broadbed and furrow method. If you do in a particularly heavy texture soil, then you can alleviate this type of problem and you can get good this quality ashwagandha. Then ashwagandha can be done with some intercropping and you can increase yield. Like 1:3:1, that is 3 rows of ashwagandha with 1 row of red gram. If you do this thing, then you can increase the total yield and quality, as well as your nitrogen requirement is actually, because of fixation of nitrogen by red gram, your nitrogen requirement is also reduced and quality is enhanced. So that type of thing we have to also do, not only sole crop, but we can go for 3:1 or 4:1 type, 3 rows of ashwagandha, 1 row of red gram. That is very good situation we have seen in plateau condition. Then biofertilizer application also increases so particularly I have already told that some of the free living microorganisms and synchrony with the 1 row of red gram with 3 rows of ashwagandha, we can harvest some amount of nitrogen and reduce the dose of nitrogen and increase the quality. And also we can have some phosphate solubilizing microorganism, particularly Bacillus megatherium, phosphaticum, this type of thing we can do. And some biopesticide, already I told that trichoderma is very, very important. Other than trichoderma, Bacillus and all others can be used. These are the biopesticide that can be used, and target pest has also been given side by side. Then some biofungicide also we have seen, and by charging we can reduce the dose of trichoderma also. This type of charging of farmyard manure. You can charge farmyard manure after 7 days and 15 days interval, 2 turnings, and then cover it up with a gunny bag, dumpy gunny bag, and then you can use less of this trichoderma or other biofungicide or biological material and increase their efficiency and increase the profitability. So these are, here is a kind of roadmap. Limiting water supply, drought, we can create a stress condition, limited stress condition after initial berry setting. If you do, then only we can increase the alkaloid synthesis without reducing much of root yield. So that we have to do. And other options available, limited water supply, along with that reduce vegetative growth and increase alkaloid formation. We can spray some like methyl jasmonate, growth regulator, and then enhance the concentration of secondary metabolite. These are some other options available with us. And root knot nematode is also a very important aspect we have seen, and this RKN can be actually alleviated by either chemical method, but nowadays we are more talking about eco-friendly approaches, and this type of eco-friendly, one of the such type of eco-friendly approach is biocontrol measure through Trichoderma harzianum. Then even neem compound, simple neem compound can do this thing, and bacillomyces also can be used for this. So thank you very much. This is what I wanted to convey through this presentation. Thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor Dr. De, for your very highly illuminating lecture. And since we have an opportunity to interact on this during the last time, last year, and probably that, or rather, early in this year, when, as you know, we are Government of India, particularly Ministry of Ayush and National Medicinal Plant Board is going for a big way of ashwagandha campaign, and so that we could develop something that was also in our mind. So during that point of time, some very good issues have come up. And so I think I request Dr. Sanjay Bala, but before that, I see someone has put some question in the chat. Let me see. Is there any question in the chat? Oh, there is no question in the chat. Then may I request Dr. Sanjay Bala, who is also chairing the session, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. De. So as we know, normally endemic species is having good quality or quantity of desired phytochemicals. But especially on the ashwagandha, as you have mentioned, there are several varieties. Like in West Bengal, one variety has started, but after several years, it has acclimatized, and its productivity is going good, but still phytoconstituents is less. So what do you think if we bring other varieties from other areas and start planting? So how long it will take to get the proper content, or
Actually,
at all possible to have, or we have to do some new research on this for developing new variety?
Connection loss. Okay. Now, may I?
We lost the connection, I think.
I think Dr. De. So as soon as Dr. De will be there after these deliberations, we may also go for that questions answering. And let me now request Professor Vishwadit Ghosh, Coordinator, PG Department of Botany, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Centenary College, West Bengal, India. Before I request Dr. Ghosh Professor Ghosh to start his deliberations, may I just take this opportunity to go through his a little bit of introductions, what I would like to mention here before his lecture. Dr. Vishwadit Ghosh, presently working as Associate Professor in Plant Biotechnology Division, Department of Botany, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College, Rahora, Kolkata. His teaching experience is more than 20 years. He did his PhD from the University of Calcutta in the field of medicinal plant genetics and plant tissue culture. He has published more than 100 research papers in reputed journals, mostly published from Springer, Elsevier, Tiller and Francis, etc. He has authored 18 book chapters and 1 textbook on plant tissue culture. He is also a member of different scientific societies, including International Association of Plant Tissue Culture and Biotechnology. He has been awarded with Young Scientist Award and Best Teacher Award for valuable contribution in research and teaching. His research works also recognized by Society for In Vitro Biology, USA. So, with this very humble introduction, I request Professor Vishwadit Ghosh to deliver his lecture.
Professor Majumdar, just 1 minute actually.
Yeah. Please.
I came out of the. It was lost actually. So I just could enter again. Just 1 minute intervention only.
Sure.
Dr. Bala was asking. We had a very good discussion. In fact, for other participants in our Professor Majumdar's office and NAEB, and we had also a formal interaction program in Murshidabad, detailed program, and we talked at length on this earlier also. But one thing is, I would suggest that I tried my level best last time also to get some planting material from Madhya Pradesh, but could not succeed ultimately because the planting material that was offered was not from university. And first time I wanted that first planting material should be from university. I have already pre-booked this time, and hopefully this time for Professor Majumdar's office and Dr. Bala's office, I will be able to communicate with the actual university and then could supply. I would like to suggest that one community-based nursery, if it can be developed with 3-4 varieties, not one variety, on limited scale in the first year, and see the performance ourselves as well as some farmers, progressive farmers in the community nursery, and then choose from there. Participatory choosing variety is now common in some very advanced countries even. They choose variety along with the farmer, with the expert and farmer, choose in a by calling a field day, and then choose actual performing variety and then zero in on that variety. So that type of strategy I would suggest, and if we can do that, it will be very good, and uptake will be very easy after that, because farmer will be easily take up that variety and push that variety themselves. That is the easy part next time. So first part is a bit difficult, but next part is very easy. So overall, that is actually now in internationally, that is the thing actually being done. So I would suggest that type of thing.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am actually from Delhi. I am doing these things, so a bit difficult.
I do understand. And that's why we happy to have you to have the answer from you. Thank you very much. And let me request Dr. Vishwajit Ghosh to please start his deliberations. Thank you.
Okay.
And try to let us all try to restrict ourselves within 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Professor Majumdar, Dr. Bala, Dr. Bishwash, and Dr. Chakraborty to give me the opportunity of this lecture. I will deliver my lecture on. Are you seeing my slide or not? It is visible of my.
Please. Just make it to full screen. Yeah.
Make it full screen.
Okay. Thank you. The titles is the quality control and standardization of herbal drugs. It is my topic. All types of herbal drugs. Before going to details, I just mentioned that all herbal drugs indeed are mainly composed of different types of chemicals, which are known as the secondary metabolites. But the content of the secondary metabolites is not the same in all plant groups. I think there is already all of you have idea about the different plants that are already established in the production, like Catharanthus, Artemisia, Texas, for their active principle. The herbal drug is the term for the plant part or plants used, particularly phytopharmaceuticals, by simple means process. I will come here that there is several secondary metabolites, or popularly known as natural product or phytochemicals. These are the alkaloids, maybe steroids, maybe phenolic acid, volatile oils, terpenoids. Each and every type have a different mode of action by which they are important. You see here, there is a field where is a huge amounts of medicinal plants are cultivated, and the cultivated plants are harvested. The plants are harvested to produce such a type of extraction procedure after collection. Collection is a very important issue because all plants like say like Vidania and others and Ashwagandha, I think, and Rhodope paniculata, Bacopa, all types of plants have a problem if you go through their heterozygosity problem. So better first you select the particular chemotype. The chemotype is a very important issue to select the starting material. So before going to start the cultivation, the farmer should certify, should be supplied the recognized institution where the secondary metabolites content is high. So collections is a very important issue. Again is the drying and grinding. Drying and grinding is some plants materials are degrade their secondary metabolites if you go through the 65-70 degrees centigrade for in drying machine. Or so each and every secondary metabolites have a typical temperature or different temperature to maintain their stability. So it should be standardized before going to productions. And extraction of phytochemicals, we are mainly go through the either succillates or ultrasonicator, but there is different types of extraction methods are available in our lab. And we check the content of secondary metabolites of most of the medicinal plants. So now presently in my lab, more than 50 species are available, and all species are characterized by through HPLC and HPTLC technique. And ultimate, from plants to medicine is go through this pathway. Either sometimes the crude extract or the mixtures of different secondary metabolites, the drugs is produced, or sometimes the single compounds, like in case of artemisinin or Taxol, there is a single compounds based drug is developed from the plants, and still both I mentioned that artemisinin and Taxol is it's totally in from plant system, or if although they are sell in the allopathic shop, but basically there is no synthetic drug is available in the market. And it is very common, we see the productions of drug, and the market value already discussed by several speakers. I am not go through, but main issue is the herbal product or medicine, although it is a natural product, but the natural does not necessarily is safe to you. It is the main issue which I want to mention. The all natural product is not safe. Why not? That is the big question. Because of the contamination of the products with the toxic substances, either metals and other compounds, adulterants, misidentification is a very important and valid issue. Like Sweatia chirota, if most of the 7 or 8 species are available in Arunachal, and it is very tough to recognize which one correct Sweatia chirota and which is not the Sweatia chirota. That's why the identifications is very important. And particularly, there is some questions of protections of the public health, credibility of the herbal medicine, and both is an important issue for quality control. The quality control of the identification, physical fitness, and others. The quality control mainly met the specific standard, and safe for consumption. Those are consumer is very important and should be high quality. So, and the particularly natural product based drug should be build up a trust between the consumers and healthcare professions. So in this context, I just suggest something which is very important, particularly the identifications of quality controls in the two way. First one is the quality control of the medicinal plants, and second is the quality control of natural product or extractor or product. So taxonomical identification is first thing before going to any further work or productions or cultivations. Taxonomical identification is very important, and which part of the plants are synthesized, more active principle, and what is the actual time of the synthesis is ensured before going to harvest. This is the basic process by which you can identify your medicinal plants. First, you prepare a herbarium sheet and go to our Botanical Survey of India. There is a CNH is there. They are certified. The plant is this species or not this species or different variety. Everything first confirm the farmers or scientists, and further they do their further job. So it is the basic system by which you can confirm the species identification. Next is particularly check the foreign matter is available and is a contaminated or not. The pure compound is pure plants is clean or dirty parts is present or absent. The chemical analysis is another issue for the plant because the chemotype, already I mentioned the chemotype is an important issue. And we had surveyed more than 300 samples of Kalmek and Bacopa in the different regions of West Bengal. And we have the data by which they can highly variant of the chemical of secondary metabolites content, and quantify the data also. And you also check there is any infection or disease present or absent. And that is very important for safety of the product. And heavy metal of the arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and pesticides residue also an important issue for the health of quality of the plant material. Residual solvents is also an important issue, and physical characters like color, odor, taste we also consider for the plant quality, and particularly different kinds of mycotoxin sometimes present in presence of fungal infection, and sometimes the radioactive substance also present due to some area. And not only the identification, now the genetic DNA fingerprinting or genetic authentication by DNA barcoding is now a modern technique by which you can confirm the genotype of the plants and which is correlate with the chemotypes. That is very simple way by which you can check the quality of the plant material. And stability of the product, sometimes the plants are synthesized more secondary metabolites or sometimes it is less. So stable quality or stability of the plant material and what types of agroclimatic zone is required for a particular plant cultivation is an important issue. The next part is the quality control of the parameters of the herbal product drugs. The first one is the plant and another is the product. And the process and measures is for very important issue. And the main integrity of the herbal medicine or pharmaceutical is the safeguard of the health of the consumer. So you should take care about the herbal drug or extract what types of. There is a phytochemical variation in the climate, composition, components of the soil, and region where they grow. In our West Bengal, there is a 6 to 7 agroclimatic zone, and there is a lots of variation in the synthesis of the secondary metabolites of the same species and same cultivar. So you should confirm what types of agroclimatic zone is a positive for synthesis of secondary metabolites and which are inhibits to synthesis of the secondary metabolites. It is already all of you know that there is some factors we considered through the WHO recommendation, the evaluation of the raw material, good agriculture practice, particularly ensuring the herbs cultivated and harvested, and mainly the post-harvest technology is more important than cultivation of the plants, because most of the farmers fail to preserve after harvesting the plant material. That's why they fail to less to profit. They are unable to profit more money due to the post-harvest technology inability of the concept of the post-harvest preservation. And standardization of the process and manufacturing, the consistency, testing identity of purity of the contaminants or there is not, because most of the plant material are unable to sell because of the contaminations problem. They are not sure the plants material where they grow is lots of pesticides is maybe available, by uptake the plants and the residue is present. That's why they are unable to sell the material, and they also quantify the plant material, and documentation and recording. Record keeping is very important for farmers, for the manufacturer to maintain. Otherwise, the quality of the drug is not up to the mark. So regulatory compliances is the local and international regulations should be followed by the manufacturer. The quality of the essential, again, the trust is very important for their material. There is the standardization of herbal drugs. There is some phenomena, there's some categories like that: organoleptic test, botanical test, physical test, chemical and biological test. So these are done through standard protocol, like their physical organoleptic test, maybe color order test, microscopic, macroscopic test. The physical is the moist and ash value. Such types of test in the biological is the antimicrobial activity or other activity in the cell culture system, and quantify the chemicals through the qualitative and quantitative through the chromatographic system. So ultimately, this is the 13 points which should be covered by peoples like farmers as well as the drug producer. But I want to say another aspects of the quality, that most of the plants are cultivated and their seedlings is appeared, but there is a heterogeneity of the production, because they fail to maintain the clonal propagation. Without clonal propagation, when plants go through the seeds, all plants are become a variant. Their production is not stable, and the farmers lose the plant biomass is used, although they produce a huge biomass. The secondary metabolites content, it's not stable. That's why I suggest or I recommend myself, I practice in my lab, that should be in vegetative mode of propagations. So some plants are now going in another way. The plant tissue culture is the pathway by which you can generate huge number of same quality plants, and whether it is variant or stable. Dr. Chakraborty is already in the earlier previous session mentioned the stability question, but you can check regularly whether the plants is clonally propagated plants is same amount of synthesis or less amount, which can be checked by regularly in the tissue culture lab. There is no need to cultivate or in the soil condition. So huge amounts of millions of plants are growing, and you can extract the tissue from the in vitro plants lets. So you see here in case of asparagus, you say more than 200 shoots are there, and each and every shoot is developed within the jam bottles, and each and every shoots you can induce the roots and produce huge number of individual same quality of plants. And the quality is, you see here, we also develops the mentha. The whole flask is more than 500. I checked it, more than 500 shoots are developed from a single flask. It is not possible in others any means. Either you cultivate it or you spray anything. So this is the pathway by which you can cultivate, produce the clonal propagated plants. And you see here, stevia also we develop in our lab for a huge number of stevia is now, stevia, the aerial parts is useful, not the rooting part. So you can only grow the root shoot part, not in the root part. You come only, you harvest the shoot or apical regions, leaves and the others, and you can extract the secondary metabolites. So tissue culture is the only alternative of the quality plant material. And you see it is a Plumbago xylerica. At present, more than 50 species of medicinal plants in my tissue culture lab, and all are propagated in different way. and it is very common for plumbagene. Plumbagene, all of you know the a huge market value due to their anti-cancerous properties, and it is the vanilla plants. It's for vanillic acid. It is a vanilla plants is growing in the tissue culture plants. It is the Campharia galanga. Many people are now cultivated in the different areas of Nadia and others, but huge from a single unit, you see, is one gem bottles produce at least 20 to 30 Campharia galanga within 3 weeks. So it is the techniques or method by which you can develop same quality of plants. You can check the genetic stability in 2 ways. Either you can check through the karyotypes of the chromosome, both in the somatic cell as well as the meiotic cell or gametic cell. So it is the slides of aloe vera. We check aloe vera also. We check in this way, or you can go through the molecular marker or DNA fingerprinting. So we use the several types of molecular marker to check the stability of the regenerated plants, and also correspondingly we check with the same plants in the secondary metabolites with by HPLC and HPLC regularly. So it is, I think it is the alternative approach or way by which you can get the same quality of plant and harvest in the laboratory condition. Thank you, sir. Hello, thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh.
I'm hurriedly completed.
And we have missed you, Professor Ghosh, in the inaugural session also yesterday. However, I do know that there must be some very compulsing.
We have arranged one workshop in my lab. That's why I'm unable to move.
I do understand. But I think some questions are there. Dr. Shomojit Bishal would like to ask some question.
Sir, I would like to ask one question. So presently we are working to promote ashwagandha for the eastern region, but ashwagandha is not endemic to the eastern region, particularly the West Bengal. So, but there are more than 1,000 of farmers who are cultivating ashwagandha near the in the Murshidabad districts and Nadia district. So my question is that they have collected the seeds from the Madhya Pradesh, but now that has been promoted as when got what do you say that there have been systems they have got to the Bengal variety, promoted to the Bengal variety as a Bengal variety. So they have adapted to our climate, rather I would say. So is there any option in the tissue culture lab, but they but they are, what I want to say that, but the farmers are not getting the appropriate content. The main content is the Wheatland A and B, but in our region, the farmers who are cultivating ashwagandha, the desired phytochemicals of Wheatland is not coming in their root. So my question is that, is there any alternative option in the tissue culture so that the QPM can be developed to that extent of Wheatland content that has been actually marked as the based in the market? So is it possible?
It is possible, but it is some restriction is there. Up to in vitro condition, it is synthesized as an optimum level. But when you cultivate it in the field, that time the same agroclimatic problems issue is there, and some amounts of withanolates as 26 lactones are there. There, I think some variable condition. First, you develop through tissue culture and try to improve their quality in the in vitro condition. Then you transfer in the field. That will give you the sufficient and up to the mark of withanolate content. Otherwise, just germinate and propagate and send to the field. I think there is not possible to get the up to mark of the withenolytes. First, you change their genetic constitution through lots of genetic, I think mutagen is there, simple mutagen or some elicitors by which you can synthesize. Otherwise, I think is some problem.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ghosh.
But before going to that, you should check the the secondary metabolites content of the source plant or planting material before the cultivation. I think that will be more wise procedure.
Okay, that's good. I think one of the suggestions Dr. Pradeep there has also given you, that could be the best choice should be given to the not only to the expert but also the participant, that is the farmers also. So that if they can see 2 or 3 varieties of that and can see this is giving their expectations.
You can check the variety in my lab. What is the actual content of the different kinds of withenolytes.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh, for your this offer. We should utilize it for the benefit of our farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Then let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Pradeep C. I must say, he's a medicinal plants consultant, botanist in the Puducherry Medicinal Plants Board, Puducherry, India. So this is the first presentations from State Medicinal Plant Board, I think so, and that too from Puducherry. So I'm very happy to see Pradeep C here again, who actually I met him this year about 1 or 2 months before, and I find in him he's a very good researcher, trying to do something useful things for people. That means the farmers in the field. He has completed his bachelor's degree in plant biology and plant biotechnology from Loyola College, Chennai, and is presently working as medicinal plant consultant. The topic of his research was a study of floristic diversity of Kaliveli wetland as a research scholar in French Institute of Pondicherry in between 2019 and 2020. The research resulted in collection of about 2070 species and preserved it in a herbaria and herbarium curator. Data publisher in Global Biodiversity Information Facility. It's a very good, I think I have also visited the institute, the French Institute in Pondicherry, along with Pradeep, and that was a very nice, my experience of visiting this lab. So may I now request Sri Pradeep C, please present yourself, present your deliverables, whatever you'd like to, show it to us. But the most importantly, you have to confine your lectures no under any circumstance not more than 10 minutes. Okay, we are really running short of time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aziz Mazum sir. It's been a great opportunity to provide me this chance to elaborate my work on this before you. So I'll just share my screen. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Yeah, now you are audible as well as your slides are visible. Thank you. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, sir. So Pondicherry. So previously talking about Pondicherry, it's previously named as Pondicherry, later changed into Puducherry. Our union territory has a unique geographical distribution stating Karaikal, Mage, and Yanam. So these regions are separated in different 4 regions. Like Puducherry and Karaikal shares a boundary with Tamil Nadu, Mage shares the boundary with the Kerala, and the Yanam shares the boundary with Andhra Pradesh. So overall total land area of our Puducherry is 490 square kilometer. Only focusing on Puducherry, it's a 294 square kilometer area. So our temperature states from summer temperature average of 36 degrees Celsius. In summer, it will go, summer starts from April to June with a mean temperature of 41 degrees Celsius. Our main source of rain is from northeast monsoon, mid rainfall. From October, the average will always from the start from the January to December, it will be like 1,240 millimeters. So focusing on the folk knowledge around Puducherry and its surrounding regions, previously recorded from they recorded 126 medicinal plants reported. So moving on to the next slide. So this shows the Puducherry administration consists of 129 revenue villages. So you can see the map on the right side. You can see the map of Puducherry. It shows the different aspects of French establishment, like they share the boundary with Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. So in 2011, floral biodiversity of Puducherry resulted with 1,026 species belonging to 148 families, done by the IIT Delhi. It's in online, you can search it on. So since then, there is no any medicinally important species data available for the public or to the research, even though the researchers have this data, but still they are not sure to share this data, whether it's adequate. There is a need for a survey of these medicinal plants. So we fill the gap in those sector. As a state medicinal plants board, we covered this sector. So exploring traditional ways of curing ailments, traditional healers. These local traditional healers available in and around the Puducherry region as the expert way of using locally available medicinal plants for curing, however, the day-to-day some illness for the local people. So moving to the next slide. So this survey, this methodology, this survey took place from November 2021 to December 2022 with the help of Ayush doctors, and also botanical experts. Most probably these plants list comprises from the local healers and also from the locally cultivated varieties, locally cultivated species. So they often these local healers were taken to the field for the collection of specimens, even though they give their vernacular name. That means in the Tamil, they share every region shares the different vernacular names. But we accompanied them with the field and collected the specimens, and we checked with the flora of Presidency Madras and flora of Tamil Nadu Carnatic. For the nomenclature changes, we referred the website of Plants of the World online. That means from the Q herbarium. So species identified based on the users, the users data given by those local healers were referred with the Siddha text documentation along with the Ayush doctors specialist. So this is how the data. Moving to the result. So this survey along in the only in the Puducherry region resulted in 138 species under 114 genera belonging to 54 families, among which 119 belong to Magnoliopsida and 14 belong to Liriopsida, and only one species from Polypodiopsida. So you can see the pie charts showing the distribution of medicinal habit-based distribution of these medicinal plants. Mostly bigger amount covers the herbaceous form, and as next will be moving to the shrub and undershrub. Everything comes under this. So they covers about 21 species and a climber of about 20, and a tree species of 33 species they covered. So family-based distribution, you can see in every way. The Fabaceae is the dominant species in this medicinal plants, followed by Apocynaceae, Lamiaceae, and Solanaceae and Euphorbiaceae share 6 species. So that's it. So moving to the IUCN red list species. So you can see the Eagle marmelos, bale tree. It's a near threatened category. You know that Eagle marmelos leaves tree leaf is the state of this tree is like a state of state. We use this as a thing. So, and also this species is also Kalpavrisham of our local Shiva's temple. And in this IUCN red list data, it will be moved to near threatened. Along with 36 species. I think the species list is visible, sir. So the 36 number of species belonging to least concern category. So we collected the data of 138 medicinal plants along with the vernacular name, and this data table contains all the informations of 138 medicinal plants. These two columns are like for example, I just showing it. I can't put 138 medicinal plants users. It will be kind of boring. So we have published a book based on this. So I just showed only two species. One is Aegle marmelos and one is Withania somnifera. These are the data which will be published in the book. So this is like vernacular of vernacular, local vernacular name Tamil we follows, and the vernacular name of Hindi for the all over India they can understand. Common name of that particular species, habit, family, scientific name, and the parts. The parts used is the most important thing about this using of medicinal plants. Most probably, as discussed by the previous speakers, though they are misusing the parts, like they don't use the proper plant parts for the particular user. So we give the proper data. So this is like legit data. We can share it to anyone. So these are the medicinal uses, and I provided here. So along with the survey of these medicinal plants, cultivation is our major aspects, and promoting these species to farmers for the cultivation. Among this, aloe vera, Vitex, Negumbo, Gymnema sylvestre, Withania somnifera, so-and-so 21 species are listed as a highly suitable cultivable plant for the Puducherry and Karaikal region, because these Puducherry, Karaikal, and Yanam shares the own Coromandel belt. So in this, they do have the correct rainfall for this species to thrive and mass cultivate. So on the other side of the right-hand side, you can see Philanthus amaris, Philanthus madras pratensis, Eclipta alba, Boerere diffusa, Solanum nigrum. These species lists are required by the industries in and around Puducherry region. So they wanted the farmers to cultivate these species, and they wanted they can procure from them. These were the data. We are also sharing these data to the farmers and promoting them to cultivate these species. So the next slide is this is our the all 138 medicinal plant species were published in this book, Compendium of Medicinal Plants Puducherry. It has been published by our Honorable Chief Minister N. Rangasamy, along with our district collector and along with our former health secretary. So the person who is standing and providing this is our Dr. Raj Sridharan, CEO of SMPB, and along with the coordinators. So if you need this book, you can contact us. And in near future, we will be publishing the new book of covering the entire region. So like Puducherry, Karaikal, Mage, and Yanam. Every medicinal plants list out, even everything will be coming under this particular book, and we will be publishing it soon. So that's it from my side. Any questions that would be welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I have made it in this.
Thank you, Pradeep. You have really presented very well. And obviously, is there any questions from the
thank you, sir.
And if there is no, then so we will obviously interact, but we have to really hurry it up because we have to complete the session.
Yeah, I totally get it, sir. Yeah,
thank you. Okay, we will be.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I now request Mr. Himanshu Shekhar Rao, who is the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Purbo Dwarkapur Sevayon Sangho, Sundarpur, West Bengal, India. Mr. Raut. Mr. Raut, please. Do you have any problem? I think he is not there.
No, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Raut, we find.
I am audible now. Hello.
Yeah, now you are. Your name has come
Yeah.
up, and your sound. You are audible now at this moment. Yeah.
Okay. So am I starting from this end?
Please,
So
Mr.
actually,
Ram,
before
just I will say one or two lines about you. You have established the NGO in the serene beauty of Sundarban Island, and experimental many experiments you have carried out in the field of in the new field of renewable energy, medicinal plantation hub, spice park, rural infrastructure, etc. for poor meritorious students in campus to get special education on similar line of philanthropic touch, which creates a special human being who can deliver a humanistic output to the society. Nice, your goal is very appreciable. And let me, I only with the request that please try to complete it everything within 10 minutes so that we can be on that to some extent on
Yeah.
time. Thank you.
So
already we
So basically, yeah. So good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Rao speaking from my home, my residence from Calcutta. So actually, we started this NGO in the year 1994, but it is registered in 1998. I spent most of my time in the power sector in NTPC and Indian Renewable Energy. So almost 32 years I was in Delhi. So subsequently, I changed over to Calcutta after retirement, and we started this activity long back through different type of socio-economic development projects. So while visiting all over India and abroad, I have seen that there is a very severe necessity of medicinal plant harvest in the villages also for income generation, because most of the people, they don't have any income generation avenue. So naturally, with the development social sector, we started that how to acclimatize this issue with the local people, local farmers. So incidentally, we started on our own without knowing that different type of organization are going to help us. So we started our own 10 years back, and we planted most of the medicinal plants. Some of the medicinal plants I am telling you, because this is Ashwagandha, Sarpagandha, Brahmi, aloe vera, Krishna Tulsi, Sai Tulsi, Kulekhara, and Bisharla Karani, Kalo Meg, and some Parimansa, and different type of herbs, different type of the type day-to-day use, say like haldi, ada, sarse, this type of. So we are having a very beautiful 3 acres campus. We generate our own consumption for the boys, those poor boys, they are staying there. Basically, I am started in Ramakrishna Mission. That is the philosophy I have got from them. So we started on our own. We tried to develop some new projects for the poor people. So naturally, our objective is very clear. So whatever because I did not know that Ashwagandha has got.
Mr. Raut, may I just interrupt you? We have all understood it's with a very good interest. You are trying to do something, because as we are particularly interested, obviously, the enhancement of the livelihood of the farmers, which is the government's main motivation, and we are also working for that, and for which we are here. But our objective is only to promote medicinal plant sectors. So
Yes,
what
sir.
I
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Presenting nothing in so far PPT is concerned.
Yes, sir. I was having PPT, but I am not giving because time is very short.
If you kindly come up with certain, thing, it would be very good, because the information to know others is very important. But this session is primarily designing to get something as an specific output. I have go by the name of the this session. It is a specificity is mentioned of
yes, sir.
So anything.
So basically, sir,
I know
what is our plan, sir?
The information why it is available is known to everybody here who are doing work with the this sort of
yes, sir. We are selecting 4 or 5 items.
We are running more than 1 hour 8 minutes late. So it's my request. Don't generally don't discuss anything. That we have a lot of time to interact. You are most welcome. Please do connect me whenever you would like to do something with us. Please come with us. Obviously, we'll try to entertain you so that we can help you in achieving your goal, and also for the national mission of Government of India.
Sir. So actually, we have got a very good connectivity with the farmers. We are operating in Sundarban for 92 villages, sir. So if we want to demonstrate this type of medicinal plant, it is very easy for us to develop this type of project.
Okay. Thank you. Please kindly, may I go to Dr. Budhusri Das, please? Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, you are here. Please, please open your video, because it's something sometimes if
Oh, okay, sir.
You already it is in online. Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. You can also my request is that we have to conclude the session immediately. That's why I'm telling you, please try to, obviously you say whatever you would like to convey to us, but do you have your presentations, I hope, with you?
Yes,
yeah,
I have one, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sharing it with you.
Before I request you to start, let me introduce you, Dr. Madhusri Das Dattu, working as an assistant professor, Department of Botany, Hiralal Majumdar Memorial College for Women, Kolkata for the past 15 years. She has completed graduation from Lady Brabourne College with honors in botany, postgraduated from the University of Calcutta. She has completed her PhD from University of Kalyani. She has the papers of national and international repute, chapters in books and publication of books to her credit. Her research interests lie in the field of plant taxonomy, very good, and biosystematics. May I request ma'am to please deliver your lecture and try to confine it as short as possible. Thank you very much. Main findings and your main, that you want to say, how to.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank
you. Thank you, sir. Today I'm going to a very good afternoon to all of you. Today I'm going to present my lecture on implementing NEP 2020 utilizing aromatic and medicinal plants for skill development. Sir, my slides are visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah, visible. Just make it full screen.
Just make it full screen. That would be very nice. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I'm skipping these portions. As you said, I should come to the I should conclude rather. It is the, I mean, I will point the main points. Actually, I have just few things I would like to mention, that NEP usually advocates about multidisciplinary approach to education, integrating vocational training and practical learning. And it is advocating continuously to shift from rote learning to experiential learning and hands-on learning experiences and internships. So why I have joined these two topics together, that aromatic and medicinal plant sector have many potentials, given that the country's rich biodiversity and the traditional knowledge system we have. Integrating this sector with the educational framework under NEP 2020 can signifies the whole thing, signifies this educational framework in such a way that the significance to skill development and entrepreneurship opportunities will raise. Courses focusing on plant biology, cultivation techniques, processing methods, and value addition of those things which are produced can in various educational levels can foster the students, the incubation centers, the farmers, the entrepreneurs. If I move on, how by implementing NEP, how we can create a curriculum. I have just highlighted the points which we should consider while formulating the curriculum. First, curriculum development is required, curriculum designing is required, and then updates and adaptation to new changes are required. Practical training and skill development are required. Then integration of technology and innovations are necessary. Awareness and outreach programs like workshops, plus assessment and evaluation of all those courses which are running, and keeping in mind the future needs, designing new courses, and then again assessment and evaluation should be done. And apart from this, government support is needed. Vocational training and entrepreneurship and incubation center are the focal points of NEP. NEP is promoting the vocational education. Apart from that, we can inculcate or we can incorporate this type of specialized courses, which we are calling skill enhancement courses in the regular degree colleges or the curriculum of the degree colleges. The policy is continuously encouraging to establish an incubation center. As you all know that the Ministry of Education, through its innovation cell, is promoting innovation council, promoting and encouraging the higher education institutes to establish the incubation centers, institutions incubation center. Now, what these incubation centers are doing, the role is very defined, the role is very clear. They just whatever someone is experimenting in his or her lab, they are taking that product and they are maintaining a liaison with the industry, and as a pilot project, they are preparing the product in their incubation center. After that, they start the marketing at a very large scale and with the very minimal, a very minimal investment. And one thing is there, incubation center can form, or the already formed self-help groups can form can work in the incubation centers. Even the students can form a small self-help group and take one product and then make that product and can sell that product through fairs or through any other marketing strategies, or they can sell that products. In our college, what we do, they are making these sanitizers and this phenyl using natural biochemicals, and we the faculties or the students are purchasing those products to encourage our students, and literally they are not adding any preservative in this, so the products are not lasting more than 1 month, but the quality is definitely good. We are using it. Apart from this, certain certification or skill enhancement program could be introduced, so that new people, new students who are say the slow learners who are not interested in higher studies, they can find something by which they can survive in the coming years. Research and development is another aspect by which creativity, innovation, and problem solving skills skills can be improved. Therapeutic properties, research focusing on the therapeutic properties, bioactive compounds, then cultivation technique done, and through research with the research institutions, academia, and industry.
I request you to conclude within 1 minute.
Apart from this, hello. Yes, sir.
Will you kindly conclude within a minute or so?
Okay, sir. I'm skipping all these portions. There are very many focal points by which NEP could be related with the medicinal plants. I will discuss the challenges. First of all, institutions like us do not have the proper infrastructure. Secondly, skilled trainers are, we lack skilled trainers. We don't have that much access to skilled trainers. Then standardized curriculum is missing for introducing such courses, and limited awareness is there. Means students who are coming for honors or general degree courses, they are less interested in innovation or in some other ventures. Then certain policy constraints are also there. So to overcome, but there are opportunities as well to we have the opportunity with new NEP to develop new curriculum. Necessary infrastructure could be provided. We can use vertical gardening, we can use hydroponics by utilizing all those techniques and standardizing all those techniques. We can create a new variety, or the existing variety could be improved. Then industry academia facilitation, industry academia partnership are running in many colleges. We signed the memorandum of understanding. We can utilize all those collaborations in marketing strategies. Future directions are curriculum development and integration is needed. Industry academia, more industry academia collaborations are needed. Skill enhancement programs are needed. Then infrastructural development needed, but we have the monetary constraints. So we can do, colleges like us can cluster together and we can distribute the work. Say some college will do the research, say someone will do the marketing. By this way we can share the things. Then some policy support from the government is also needed, or we can promote all these type of ventures.
Thank you.
Then
you have really touched upon some very good point. I think, do you have much more slides now to come?
No, sir, just I would like to conclude. I mean,
thank you.
Okay.
Please, you can say which one is the most important conclusions out of your delivery.
To capitalize on this alignment, we can do one thing, that we can bridge the gap between academia and industry to create a tailored vocational program. Means right now what we have seen that there are 3 or 4 days workshop, or there are some 6 months training program. But if somehow a paper could be introduced, skill enhancement courses there in our graduation courses, so that paper should include practical applications also. So if that could be done, then definitely the aromatic plant and medicinal plants will get importance. Strategic implementation of NEP 2020 is needed. And then lastly, I would like to conclude that integrating aromatic and medicinal plants into skill development and as a focal point of Indian national education policy 2020 can create opportunities for students and entrepreneurs in the industry. It will also promote skill development. Thank you for patiently listening.
Thank you very much. Just before it will be concluded by my co-chair, Dr. Sanjay Bala, I just like to one comment to your particular thing. Have you ever given your comments to the NEP 2022? Government has given, open notifications that any academic, not only any academic person, any citizen of India can give their suggestions. Yeah, if this has been given by us, sometimes we are not failing to really respond to the call of the nation. Then if we have done it, suppose, then if it has not been taken care of, we could have taken it up. And that would be really boldly we can put it to the policy world. That's one of the things I would like to convey. Apart from that, what is more important here, you see, you have so many of experimentations for the students at the different level. Is it not so?
Yes.
Have you ever thought of they can give a very important national data just by providing a pan evaporimeter in the roof of their school or college, whatever it might be? Some students will be engaged. This could be a value added. Without value added means for the students, the value is the marks. So marks added experimentations where they can find out what is the evaporation data. I'm telling you like this, who would like to do something on agriculture, some of the soil data, they can try to get it. How this can be done, that sort of very simple experimentations, which is really fruitful in the real life of us, is really important. That we never go for that sort of thing. We always do something which has been customized for over and over the years. So I request we should also, not only you, I'm telling you, all academic personalities should come up with giving suggestions to that. Okay, thank you very much. And Dr. Bala, please conclude the total session.
Yeah, thank you all the presenters, and especially first 3 speakers are just related to this quality planting material and endemic species and acclimatization of the local species. The last 3 speakers actually were upgraded from abstract submitted. So they may not be relevant to the session, but overall we found it very interactive, and it obviously shows on light that we have to grow endemic species, but due to national level campaign like Ashwagandha campaign or other campaign, the mass production is also needed in every region. So prior to do for mass cultivation, we need to do some piloting like exploring better varieties, the genetic varieties as well as better morphological properties. Then we will pilot that and do some pilot and demonstration in farmers field. Then farmers automatically adapt the best varieties. So for now we conclude this session. Thank you very much. Thank you all the presenters. Now we'll directly move to the second session, next session. And may I request Professor Ashish Munda to introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty.
He is not only keynote speaker and moderator of the session as well. Thank you very much. And let me welcome all the distinguished people over here. But however, particularly I have been given the rare opportunity of introducing our keynote speaker of the session, and he's also the moderator. I think I am privileged to introduce Sri Shantanu Chakraborty. Shantanu Chakraborty is the technical director, Janus Life Science, owner of iStevia brand, technical advisor to the Stevia project, South African Sugarcane Growers Association, Durban, South Africa, principal investigator, identification of high-yielding stevia cultivars suitable for Gangetic alluvial regions of West Bengal and quality planting material production of stevia ribaudiana through polyploidy induction, both sponsored by National Medicinal Plant Board, Government of India, and also is the domain expert in the regional facilitation center, that is in this center as the Eastern Region, National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India at Jalp University. So, and he is also, he was Chief Operator and Technical Officer, Industrias Blijam, Guatemala City, Central America. Director and Chief Executive Officer, Anubhav Biotech Limited. Senior Scientist, Sun Biotechnology Limited. Microbiologist, Nitroflix Laboratories, a collaborative unit of West Bengal Forest Development Corporation Limited. And he did his post-graduation in chemistry from Calcutta University. 25 years of experience in phytochemicals, industrial biotechnology, and process engineering, associated with several domestic and overseas projects on phytochemicals. With this humble introduction, may I request Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty to please take over as a keynote speaker and moderator of this session.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Majumdar, for your kind words. I don't know if I'm worth that introduction.
I do believe that. I do believe that.
Okay. Okay. So let me welcome all distinguished speakers in business session 4 of International Conference and Biosellers Meet on medicinal plants used in lifestyle products. The name of the session is Commercial Farming and Post-Harvest Processing of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, Emerging Technologies, Ideal Framework for Contract Farming, Risk Mitigation, and Investment Opportunities. So I am supposed to give a keynote presentation over here. I will just quickly flip through some slides. I will try to make my presentation as short as possible. Let me share my screen. And after completing my presentation, I will introduce all the eminent speakers in due course. Just give me a second. Let me share my screen. I believe the slide is visible to all of you. Okay, so the name of my presentation, or the title of the presentation, is Prospect of Farmgate Integrated Map Value Addition. The theme of our conference is making the supply chain efficient and the prospect of localized value addition. So it has been already established that the long value addition chain in medicinal and aromatic plant sector is a constraint for its profitability, and it is a constraint both for the farmers and the user industry as well. In the farmer's perspective, there are multi-level intermediaries between the grower and the end user. There is no direct industry-grower linkage in most of the time. Growers are often compelled to sell their products at unprofitable prices to the last level intermediary. And there are other problems also. The farmers do not have any market intelligence. They do not have any idea which product is in demand and which is not. There is unpredictability in demand and supply, resulting in heavy price fluctuations, which results in under and overproduction of certain crops, which again gives rise to unsold produces and panic selling. And all the farming related risk is piled up on the farmers. All the other stakeholders in the value addition chain doesn't share any farming risk at all. The contract farming system also doesn't work always because there is lack of structure, a lot of ambiguity is there, transparency is not there, which results in unsold products and sometimes heavy losses for the farmers. So these are the major problems faced in contract farming system. That those are manipulation of norms by the buyers, delayed payments, high rejection rates, low contract price, labor problem at farmers' end, and pest and diseases. Farming of medicinal and aromatic plants is actually a risky business. Though there is prospect of higher returns, but the possibility of risk is also greater. There are two types of risk, major risk. One is the production risk, particularly when prior field tests are not there, resulting in lower than expected yield for the farmers. And there is market risk also, which occurs when the company forecast of the market size or price levels are not accurate. Sometimes the contract farming sponsor, the buyer, may have unrealistic expectations of the market for their product, or their market may collapse unexpectedly due to shift in consumer preference, supply chain issues, change in government policy, or the arrival of competitor. In these situations, procurement gets affected and the original purchase agreement may not be honored at all. The profit distribution throughout the value addition chain is also very asymmetric, and farmers actually gets a very less share of the profit which is generated throughout the value addition chain, and the major part of the profit is consumed by the middleman or maybe the ultimate user. Now at the other side, for the industry also, there is unpredictability in availability and high price fluctuation for the raw materials. That is also linked with demand and supply. There are quality issues due to lack of adoption of proper agro-technology and post-harvest processing. And traceability is often lost because the entire raw material moves through a lot of intermediaries. Raw material cost is high to the user industry due to inclusion of profit margin at different level because there are a lot of intermediaries. Logistic cost also gets added to the product cost because the raw materials are often bulky and has high transport cost, and the raw material is not handled properly throughout the intermediary chain, and sometimes quality loss can happen and storage loss as well. And for contract farming also, the corporates face a lot of problems. First one is land availability constraints, cultural and social constraints in the farmers level. Farmers are never happy, farmers discontent is there. Extra contractual marketing, this is often a very acute problem for the contract farming structure. And input diversion, when the input is provided by the buyer, the input may be diverted to other farming activity as well. So most often we follow the intermediary model in our industries, which involves subcontracting linkage with farmers to intermediaries, generally cluster managers. And there is a danger that the company loses control of production and quality as well as prices received by the farmers, because that cluster manager may manipulate all the operations, and his interest may become of a prime importance to him, with complete disregard to the interest to the farmer and the buyer as well. So this is the long value addition chain we have right now. A lot of value addition happen without any quality addition at all, and in sometimes even at the cost of a quality degradation, because the raw material moves through a very long supply chain. NMPB has recently formulated an operational guideline, and it is included in the sector scheme, and the heading of that guideline is forward and backward linkage in supply chain of medicinal plants, integrated component. And in that guideline, they have stressed upon establishment of nursery and seed germplasm, creation of general awareness and training, support to post-harvest management unit, primary processing unit, including value addition and marketing infrastructure, and support to testing and certification mechanism. But it doesn't address two major issues, that is asymmetric profit distribution throughout the value addition chain and unsustainable minimum procurement price at farmers level. So we have proposed an experimental model, and we are in the process of submitting a project to National Medicinal Plant Board for support. The objective of the project is establishment of a small-scale, fully vertically integrated facility involving farming of selected medicinal and aromatic plants, community post-harvest processing, followed by processing and formulation. In short, a short and tightly integrated value addition chain. So it will involve two stakeholders mainly. One is the farming cluster, and it will consist of a small scale, their role will be small scale farming of identified crops, efficient crop management in collaboration with the technical partners, and community scale post-harvest processing. The role of the processing and marketing partner will be processing, formulation and packaging, web-based and retail marketing. We are not proposing to market it to a bulk buyer. We want to take the material directly to the retail customers. We are proposing for a B2C marketing, not a B2B marketing. And retail policy making, market research and recommendation of the products. And here in this value addition chain, there is no scope for any value addition without quality addition at any stage. And the framework is just like this. The operational management will be jointly done by the farming cluster and the marketing agency. And the revenue sharing will be uniform. Whatever value addition will happen in this value addition chain will be equally distributed to the stakeholders. And direct marketing linkage will help the farmers to choose their crops judiciously and adapt to market changes in a flexible manner. And these will be the potential advantages. Since there will be no intermediaries, farming profitability will be high and raw material cost will get reduced for the processing. and there will be reduction of production cost of the retail formulations, and that advantage can be passed on directly to the consumers as a price advantage in the retail market. RCFC NMPB will have a very important role in this system. They will identify the farming cluster. They will train the farmer for capacity. They will impart training and do the capacity building for the farmer. And they will also identify the business partner. RCFC NMPB will also assist in quality certification, and they will also take part in operational management. They will provide assistance in getting government aids and grants, create the framework for profit distribution, and will have regular administrative monitoring. So this is the ultimate objective of this experimental model: creation of a very small, agile, flexible, and quickly evolving ecosystem for deriving a maximum financial output for every stakeholder. We are not thinking about replacing the entire existing system with this system. We just want to run this system in parallel with the existing system of supply chain and value addition. But I have seen a very efficient model like this in South Africa. In South African Sugarcane Growers Association, they exactly follow the model proposed by me, and that model has been working there for quite a long time. So we want to just try that model over here in a very small scale on an experimental basis. So that actually ends my, with that I actually, that is the end of my deliberation over here. And I may take questions, or we can go directly to the next presentation. So I believe that we do not have any question right now, so I can invite the next speaker.
Before anything, just I'd like to say, since you are moderating the thing, I did not to make any comment out of it. You please supervise. The only thing I'm very happy to say that you have very nicely presented that what we feel now today, the way forward for developing this sector of medicinal plant. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. And let me invite the next speaker, Mr. Alin Mukherjee, Senior Lead, Special Project, Samunnati, New Delhi, India. Mr. Mukherjee holds a master's degree in horticulture from G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology in India, and has advanced certificates from Food Safety and Trade from the World Bank in Strategic Thinking and Leadership for Growth from Wharton School. He has served leadership roles in Windrock International, Tata Farms, USAID, and has consulted for agencies like FAO, UNCTAD, and KPMG. He specializes in developing implementation plans for large-scale projects on building agricultural supply chains, back-end integration, and connecting farmers to export and forward markets. His core competence areas are farm gate procurement, export, agricultural production system for various commercial crops, agricultural market ecosystem, agricultural economics. Mr. Mukherjee, you may please start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody can hear and see me. At the onset, thank you very much for having me here. I am representing an entity called Samunnati Agrofinance, and I do have a right to share my screen, the presentation, correct?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Okay, just a minute. I'm not able to share my presentation here. So, I mean, I think your presentation, Dr. Chakravarti, was very right to the point and actually really helps me to what I wanted to say. And, well, let me, it seems.
Take your time. Take your time,
Yeah.
Mr. Mukherjee. You need to click on that share screen option.
Yeah, I am doing that, but it's not showing my presentation. I'm surprised. It was supposed to show here the entire screen.
Yeah, you can share your entire screen and then go to your presentation.
Yeah, it's not showing my presentation. Why it is not showing my presentation?
Now you are in the full screen mode. Go to that upper. Yeah, it's there. It's there. Just make it full screen by clicking on that presentation mode. Yeah, it's there. Your presentation is visible. Just go ahead. Mr. Mukherjee, you are muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. And you can see the presentation, correct?
No, you need to go to the presentation again. Yeah. Yeah, everything all right.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
okay,
Please.
great. Sorry, sorry for this glitch. And you made my work a little bit easier for what I wanted to say here, representing the entity which I'm representing in this particular topic. And in one of the table, you showed that the delayed payment is the second most challenge in the supply chain, which is approximately 86% according to your study which you have done. And of course, there are other challenges. So this is one aspect which I'm going to come in and how we are solving the problem, because ultimately the whole supply chain needs grease, and in this supply chain the grease is also the finance part of it. So you talked about the smallholders farmers, and we know that this is the challenge which we face, and easier to know that profit is revenue minus cost. So there are two ways to look at that. How do we reduce the cost? By having a better production technology, and of course try to maximize the revenue. But maximizing the revenue is not always possible because of various reasons. It could be market volatility, access to the market, farmer, or any other aspect which doesn't give you the expected revenue from your crop. Now, one level of players are definitely working on the cost of input side, right? So creating productivity enhancement package of practices, and uh, but other than blaming it only on the intermediaries, not necessarily what we found that there are challenges. And one of the challenge which we see is that lack of aggregation, right? So and as we know, the economies of scale does makes a difference, even if in niche products like medicinal and aromatic plants. And and it becomes too expensive for the buyer to access all these small holders. So the model of farmer producer organizations collectivization is definitely one idea which Government of India is promoting, and in any of the supply chain, it needs to be promoted very, very vehemently, especially in these cases where you have high value commodity at the end market, as you pointed out. But at the production side, we do not have much of a aggregation. So I think that is where it needs. But then again, what we see from a finance standpoint is that the finance products which are available to do all these things are very standardized. And you have a collateral based finance, or you have you need land holding records, or you only you have a credit records. Those are the aspects which really needs in the current financial setup to get some money, as I said, the grease, to make sure the supply chain works smoothly. So in one side, we have the farmers, the supply side, and demand side, of course, the markets. And as you rightly pointed out, there are large number of market participants, post-production aspects. And we have the aggregators, we have commission agents, traders, wholesalers, processors, exporters. But these, what we call in the Samannati ecosystem, is the agri enterprises. In some cases, of course, they don't add value, but sometimes even aggregation is a value which needs to be there to bring it the scale. So this is what we thrive on our principles, that markets work efficiently on smallholder farmers, but never work for smallholder farmers, as you rightly also pointed out in your presentation. So why collectives? And we all know the power of collectivization. And so I'm sure within the medicinal plants, I do not have the figures. Maybe someone can pitch in here. The number of FPOs who are working in the this medicinal and aromatic plant in pan-India basis, because buyers also will be looking for a scale in such situation. So as I said, sorry, I think the agri enterprises are our market, but how from a financing standpoint? So now I'm going to explain a little bit that how these AE people, the agri enterprise, are our market side, which is going to benefit the supply side, which is the FPOs. So we are not here not necessarily dealing with individual farmers. So this, I'm just taking an example for wheat, and this particular supply chain model is most of the commodities. And here on the supply side, we have the wheat farmer. So you can replace the word wheat with any other crop. So you will see, as you also pointed out, many times farmers end up being at loss. So every other market players are profitable, because the risk captured or the spread, as we say in the market parlance, captured is not captured by the wheat or the commodity growers or the farmers, but captured by rest of the players in the marketplace. So that is what needs to change, right? And there again, we talk about is that how do we bring in that FPO model, the collectivization model, from the input side to lower the cost, and from the market side to get a scale, such that they have the negotiating or the buying power, keeping rest of the aspects same. There are trade of the terms of the trade which needs to be followed, the quality norms needs to be followed, the logistics and the supply chain aspect needs to be followed. I mean, that one can't do away with. So what we see and we push is that can FPO also become the input supplier, so that they can capture certain amount of margin from the input side of it. And slowly what we are seeing in other commodities, these things are happening. And what we need to see is that whether this can be this can happen within the medicinal and aromatic plants from a commercial angle. And what is more important is that the output procurement, that confidence level of FPO procuring the produce from the wheat farmers as proposed in your experimental design, it has been showed and experimented and documented in many other commodities. So what stops in this particular commodity? What we need to find out. in the medicinal and aromatic plant portion. So, sorry. So our markets are basically we not necessarily deal with the wheat farmers or the FPOs, but maybe we deal with wholesalers and the processing community, the agricultural enterprise. Now, how does it going to help the farming community or the FPO community in this? So what we do, so Samunnati basically is the agri value chain enabler, and one would be surprised to or maybe asking that if you are funding them, your normal and any other non-banking financial institutions, how it's going to help the farming community or the production producers in this particular value chain. So our vision is that make the markets work for smallholder farmers. And of course, the mission is agri value chain needs to operate at the highest equilibrium. If vision is the end, then mission is the means. So that's how we operate. So that calls for innovative business model. So we have a approach, what we call an AMLA approach. The aggregation model, the market linkage model, the advisory model. So these are, when we talked about the aggregation part, we are very strong in some of the spices, for example, turmeric and certain other spices. So we help aggregate the material for the farming community through the FPO and also help them find the market linkages. And in between, we also provide the advisory of various kinds, whether packaging practices or using drone technology or satellite technology to ensure that the buyers as well as the growers have a full view of what is happening at the ground level. So we have 4 entities. The main entity, the parent entity is Samunnati Financial Intermediation, Agro Solution, which takes care of the market linkage part. And from the Samunnati Foundation part, we connect with the advisory and the package and practices part. So this is what is so let's come to the product, right? So SAMFIN, which is the main product, is Agri Receivable Finance, and the SAM Agro talks to Bill to Ship to. So I will explain a little bit and how these innovative models actually fit in any supply chain, especially where the challenges of market linkages and the price volatility comes into the play, as you pointed out. So generally in the receivable financing, this is the model which actually work. Here we have taken an example again on the wheat. So if you look at the Britannia, who is maybe a biscuit producer, is the buyer. So there is a wholesaler, which is our customer. So this is how the cycle works. So the payment cycle for the buyer could be very long, and the wholesaler or supplier may not be able to hold on because of the cash flow challenge. So Samunnati comes in and create this model where wholesaler gets paid directly through Samunnati, and the wholesaler doesn't have to worry about the buyer delaying its payment, such that its cash cycle doesn't get impacted. So, and buyer has a tie-up with the Samunnati Finance to do the working capital lending part. So it frees up cash for working capital, business funding, etc. So the wholesaler can concentrate on looking for the goods he wants to sell. So this is what we call the working capital lending, and this cycle is very customer specific based on his need, the time, the duration, the quantum. These are very specific to the buyer. It's not a standalone product like what we have in normal other financial institutions. So this is another example, which what we call the bill to ship to. Now, when we say the supplier, right? So here, let's say the FPO is in supplier and has aggregated. But one of the challenge which we see is that the FPO doesn't not necessarily have enough cash to hold on, and he has to pay to the farmers within 2 days or 3 days of procuring the material. So this is where the Samunnati actually comes in. He takes care of the credit period, pays the supplier, that is an FPO, on an immediate basis, and FPO can indirectly then pay to the farmers. The payment cycle actually handles from the buy side to Samannati with their transactions. On the supplier side, actually doesn't have to bother about that when he's going to get. So that solves your delayed payment of almost 86%, which is your second most issue which you have raised, rightly so. So this is where we solve this problem through this model. And so this takes care of the cash flow problem. If this cash flow problem is taken care, so as we all know in a business cycle, that helps in ensuring that the right amount of funds are getting allocated in the right business processes. So this is where we did the innovation. We fund the FPCs even at a nascent stage. These are the criterias. And these criteria also might change a little bit based on the efficacy of the FPCs. And if you see the whole production side, from seed production, from purchasing of the inputs, from procurement of output, setting up an agricultural infrastructure. And the model which you, for example, you just described, you need term loans as well to set up your processing units. And that is where I think easier access to funds helps, and without going through a humongous amount of paperwork which is normal banking channel would require. And so that is where our model, this innovative model, actually come into the play. We have other aspects also. As I said, we work with startups. This is in addition to what we do, work with startups. There are from satellite imagery to drone technologies, such that you can have a continuous eye from the sky and the ground truthing to ensure that you have a right vision of your crop, what is happening there. So we are also highly, we have a marketplace solutions for these kind of problems. It's digital heavy, so it reduces the cost and the turnaround time for accessing this finance. And as I had mentioned earlier, finance is the grease which let the whole wheel, supply chain wheel run. So, of course, there are a lot of details. These are the part of the team, the larger team, one can get in touch with. And I may not take too much of your time. This is, I think, my last slide. Would be happy to connect, explain, and any questions which needs to be answered to ensure that right finance is available to the farming community through the FPOs, to ensure that their procurement, their quality assessment, their production technology, their marketing expenses, their placements are taken care, and the business do not suffer, because this has to be in a business model. Business do not suffer due to lack of finance. So let's begin. And thank you very much for this opportunity. We'll be happy to take up any questions if you have.
Mr. Mukherjee, I have just one question over here. Sure. So what I could figure out that it's a microfinancing system to the FPOs, basically. And what are the security mechanisms you follow? Is it a totally unsecured financing?
Yes.
Okay.
It's mostly unsecured. So that's why the innovative model, it's also a lot of trust-based aspects. So we work around 22 states. We have a connect of more than 5,000 FPOs in almost 30, 40 odd agri value chains across the country. And what we have seen is that from a collective standpoint, from the farmer standpoint, because the money is coming from the buyer, so we have a trust on the buy side, right? So if you have a processor who is where we have a relationship and who has agreed to purchase from the FPO, and then we know that okay, the money will come through. So our payment structure mostly on the BTST model is from the buy side, right? So that's why the FPOs do not have to bother much.
Okay, fair enough. So if we have time later, then we can take up more questions on that. So let me invite our next speaker, Dr. Sudipta Narayan Rai, Chairman, Association National Ayush Task Force, New Delhi, and Managing Director, Powell Laboratories Limited, Kolkata. Dr. Rai is also a member of IEC, National Export Committee on Ayush, and Chairman of Ayush and Wellness Industry Council, and also the Director of Indian Achievers Forum. Dr. Rai, over to you.
Namaskar everyone, I'm Dr. Roy. I'm from the Ayush industry. Ayush industry, as you know, is one of the sunrise sector and it's booming. With the help of Ministry of Ayush, we are now almost a $657 billion industry right now. So, and it's growing.
You are not audible, sir. You are not audible.
Dr. Rai, your microphone volume is little bit low. Can you do something about that?
Yeah, I'm just checking, sir.
It's a little bit. Yeah.
Am I audible right now?
Yeah, you are audible, but with a low volume.
Very low.
So am I audible right now, sir?
Go ahead, Dr. Rai. We'll just try to listen to you with even a little bit low volume.
Sir, we are from Ayush industry, and currently with the patronization of Ministry of Ayush, we are now $657 billion industry right now. And it's still growing. You would be happy to know that Ayush Ministry of Ayush is already having some MOUs with different countries, like 25 countries globally, to make this business much more vibrant. And in India, the Ayush ecosystem is mostly dominated by the MSME sector, micro, small and medium enterprises. 53,000 manufacturing units are there for Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, then Unani. So among these industries, the main raw material is plant. These are all plant-based medicinal and aromatic plant-based industries. So in India, more than 17 to 18,000 flowering plants are there, and among them 8,000 has been with a proven medical efficacy. And in trade, we would be astonished to know that only less than 1,200 products are in trade. And among them, approximately 240 to 250 are the plants which are being used more than 100 metric ton annually. So there is a big scope for research and development and bringing up new plants into the system, into the industry. Sir, I would be quickly coming to some of the challenges which the industry people are facing right now. Among them already, Dr. Shantanu Chatterjee has described it so well. I would just mention few of the points. One of them is the logistic challenge. The logistic challenge, especially in the importing of the herbs. There are certain products like that of hydrostis, that is golden seal, or products like echinacea, which is known as cornflower. These are products which are very much used in FMCG sector as well as the medicinal sector. So these kind of products, we have to import it from either Northern Europe or from North America. So logistics is a very big challenge, and as Dr. Chakraborty has already mentioned, that the intermediate bodies are we the small and medium enterprises are always at the mercy of this intermediary for the supply. So what I request to National Medicinal Plant Board and to the academic forums like Kanpur University to come up with some research solutions which can be implemented as a business model wherein environmentally controlled houses can be made for this kind of plants to grow. And, this could be a big solution for certain kinds of herbs which are already popular in India, but which are being imported. So if we can grow it here through some environmentally controlled houses projects, so that would be a business opportunity, as well as this would be a very big relief to small and medium enterprises like us. Second challenge is some of the herbs are getting extinct. And rather, I would place it like this, shortage of supply. A very common herb like Saraca indica, which is Ashoka, the quality of that herbs which we require is very, very difficult to find right now. So these kind of things which the plants which are already having a good market, and since the non-communicable diseases are growing in numbers every day amongst the population, in such a vast population, to serve them with proper medicines is becoming a challenge, and this would be the biggest challenge for the Ayush industry to for the backward integration of this supply. So if we can do some kind of gene banking or seed banking kind of thing to protect this kind of species which are not found in abundance. So here also the academic and the industry collaboration is very much required. And then I would say, I would also say another point that I would be mentioning is about promoting substitute, like that of one of the imported herbs, which was very much popular, was ginseng. So ginseng has been substituted by ashwagandha, that is Withenia somnifera, in India, and we have found that Withenia somnifera is as a much better product. As we are from the industry, we are more of focused in the end user benefit and the end user feedback. The ashwagandha is a much better product and much accepted and much more reliable product than ginseng, what we have found. So it's as an industry fraternity, I should not compare one plant with other. Both have its own medicinal values and properties, but as a substitute, when we have used, we have found that ashwagandha has done much more business what ginseng has done. So this would be my humble request to Medicinal Plant Board, that the scientific validation of this kind of substitutes, as I mentioned the numbers, that there are 17 to 18,000 flowering species. So we as a country, we are already having a huge scope and opportunity to come up with substitutes which we are importing from outside. So if there are better alternatives which we can come up and we can showcase to the industries, that would be beneficial in both ways, both by saving foreign currency, as well as we can combat the logistic challenges. And I would again, as Dr. Chakraborty was mentioning, as well as Dr. Mukherjee was also saying, that the livelihood of the farmer, that can also be improved. We have a 2012 model of UNDP in Uttarakhand. We have seen how the livelihood have increased. So if we can come in a common forum, the industry, academia, then it would be a synergy, and the problems and the issues today which we are discussing can be eradicated by joining hands. Collaboration is the future. So as a representative from Ayush industry, my humble request to the academic fraternity as well as my other industrial colleagues is to come up in this kind of forums, which I am very thankful that I have been asked to participate in. I request that this kind of dialogues would be more in future, not an annual event, but it would be more frequent. It should be more frequent, and I thank all of the organizer and Dr. Shantanu and Dr. Mujumdar for inviting me here. Thank you very much. So these are my humble submissions which I had as an industry member.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. And the floor is now open for questions.
So I have one question. This is all in Mukherjee.
Yeah, Mr. Mukherjee, please ask your question.
So do we have a list of farmer producer organization engaged in medicinal plants in West Bengal or Pan India?
Dr. Roy, could you please unmute yourself? The question is for you.
I don't think that we have that, but definitely I will try and come back to you, because our GEM has a different agro council. Hopefully, I would be able to collect the data from them, and I will.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me invite the next speaker. Do we have Dr. Hrishikesh Damle with us right now? Probably he will join a little bit later. So let me invite Mr. Ritesh Chordia, Vice President, Biopex Lab, Maharashtra. Let me give a brief introduction about him. He is a degree in pharmacy, and his college year satiated all his curiosities with drugs, drug reactions, and human biochemistry. He went on to manage and run a pharmacy, coordinate with doctors, pharma companies, and medical representatives. By early 2000s, his interest wavered toward herbs and botanical extracts. In 2013, he founded Biopex Labs, an herbal extract processing firm that developed high-purity herbal extracts. After a decade, Biopex gained to be the vendor to the top herbal companies in US and Europe with high-quality products. It's then Mr. Ritesh Chordia decided to create his own line of herbal supplements, specifically geared down toward mental health. Biopex Botanicals was born, and to this day is committed to help human beings achieve better mental health and optimal functioning of the brain by combining herbal extracts with nutraceuticals components in an unique and state-of-the-art line of formulations. So, Mr. Chordia, floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible. Please start your presentation.
Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Ritesh, and for the last 15 years, I have been involved in mostly the commercial aspects of the medicinal herbs, focusing on exporting the herbal extract, processing the herbs, and value adding herbal extract further to make own formulation, which we are marketing through doctors and even in hospitals. So I have seen the trends in the herbs in the export market for the last almost 10 to 15 years. Initially, there was a lot of demand for aloe vera, then there was stevia, then in between we had moringa. But I have seen that the demand is not very constant. Sometimes the market, everybody wants moringa, then farmers went on for the plantation of moringa, and after a few years the demand is not sustained and the supply is more than the demand and the prices keep on falling, and we receive so many inquiries from the farmer community that last time you have so much demand, then buy at this moment. But I have segregated 2-3 crops which I have seen that the demand is sustained and increasing over the last 5 to 7 years. One of them is psyllium husk, which is also called as Isabgol. And just I would like to give the presentation about the Isabgol cultivation. The first thing why I choose this product is the demand is more than the supply at this moment. And for the last 3 years, the situation has been the same. Pricing wise, I would like to elaborate a little bit that 3 years ago, the market price for psyllium husk was in between 470 to 490 rupees per kg. Around 6 months ago, the price was 950 to 1100, almost 2.5 times what the price is 3 years ago. And the new crop psyllium husk has hit the market, and the price has cooled out not much, but it's around 800 to 900 per kg, which is again double of the price which was 3 years ago. That's why I think that there's a very good demand for farmers, FPOs to look into this crop. We receive more and more inquiries from our overseas customers, especially because this is a edible fiber and the importance of fiber in the diet is increasing not only abroad, even in India, people are having the awareness about the fibers in their diet. The psyllium husk mostly is growing in arid regions of Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, where the rainfall is not big. But one of the main aspects which we should consider for cultivation of psyllium husk is that there should be no rainfall in those areas in the winter season, because the winter rainfall destroys the seeds and the crop. So one of the major aspect of selection of psyllium husk plantation would be arid regions with no winter rainfall, or minimum you can say. The soil requirement is sandy to loamy soil, and it should have good drainage, essential for its successful cultivation. Land preparation, I will just read this out. I'm not a technical person, I'm a commercial person.
Mr. Ritesh, instead of public domain information, if you can go directly to the economics and how you can economically benefit the farmers, I believe that will be more useful to the audience.
Yes, that is very nice. So I would like to just share this information that this is the latest export data about the psyllium husk. The major customers of psyllium husk are China, USA, Germany, Italy, and South Korea. China, I would like to say we have been supplying our psyllium husk to China as well as European market. We found that the Chinese customers are giving better rates than even some of the European customers. The psyllium husk consignment go in bulk, 20 tons up to 40 tons. So we get very good bulk pricing and bulk collection. We are also able to give the farmers very good deal for their crop. And the top three, I would like to say in Europe also, the Germany and Italy and Spain are the good buyers of psyllium husk. In Middle East, we have seen demand coming a lot from Iran. And because I think one of the main aspects is these are Middle East countries are mostly and European countries, they have a lot of awareness about the dietary fiber. And so we can see a lot of increase. And recently, the last 6 months after, we have seen a lot of demand coming from Russia, though we are having some payment problems with the Russian customers. But I would say the number of inquiries is more than what we could cater to, at least from the Russia. Before the Russian special operation, we also had good demand from Ukraine. And I'm sure in the near future that too would pick up. And I would say that the price of psyllium husk has doubled in the last 3 years. Despite the export, it's going to increase. The psyllium husk, the export is going to increase much more in the years to come, because there are some pockets like the Russian market, the Ukraine market, and even the European market, which is not as active as it was two years ago. So we see further increase in the price. The psyllium husk is a non-perishable product, so there is very less wastages and damages from the if you compare with the perishable. So it's a very good crop to consider. And I would also suggest the community that right now most of the psyllium husk which is being exported from India is going in the minimum processing. It's minimal process like just cleaning, sorting, and packaged. But we see very less value addition to psyllium husk. There is a lot of scope for making psyllium husk as a value added, so it will increase the profit margin. Some of the suggested value added examples would be to make psyllium husk premixed food items, which you can label them as high fiber food. I believe that in India, ITC already is adding the psyllium husk to their Ashirvad wheat flour, and we can further make more innovation and add this fiber to the many other food items. We also saw a lot of demand coming from the European bakeries who are making bread on a large scale for psyllium husk. They are adding the psyllium husk and the psyllium seeds to their bread, the mass production of the bread. And so this is something they are doing at their end. Even we can make some food products with psyllium. Apart from this, there are a lot of confectionery industry, ice cream industry, even in India. They are using psyllium husk, but not as a fiber, but due to some of its mucilage value. And apart from that, I think there are a few brands in the world. You can see that psyllium is being marketed all throughout the Europe. They are very famous brands. They are just selling psyllium husk in 1 kg, half kg packets. the entire raw material is coming from the India, but the brands are owned by the European countries. So maybe we could even aim to have Indian brands and in those European countries, as well as South America is also a good market for psyllium husk. There is a Metamercusil is the name of the brand, which is very popular in the United States and South America. But again, the raw material is Indian, but the brand is owned by the non-Indian company, and I think they are taking most of the profits there, whereas we are, as a exporter of psyllium husk, are working on minimum profits. Most of the importers of psyllium husk are now looking for annual contracts because the price it almost doubles. So the people who are cultivating the psyllium husk, they have to take care that they are able to offer it at a fixed price. And even in our local country, the big corporates like ITC, they are also a very good purchaser of psyllium husk. So processing of psyllium husk, most of the processing of psyllium husk is being done in Sisipur region of the Gujarat, wherein the farmers are supplying the manufacturers the psyllium, harvested psyllium grass, and they are further cleaning it. The process is a very simple process, and it is being run by traditional companies. The industry is totally concentrated only in the Sisipur region. But if two farmers come together and form some FPO with the help of the government subsidy, the demand is there. We can accommodate new psyllium processing facilities, and I'm sure that Ministry of Ayush they already had a cluster scheme. I'm sure if they have been approached, they could offer some support. In fact, in Pune, we have a Ayush cluster of which I am a part of, and we are processing some herbs, but psyllium is not local to this region, but that can be worked out. So I think I have to just share my knowledge of which I have been going through day to day with psyllium husk. Apart from psyllium husk, we are also processing senna leaf extract. Senna is a laxative, and most of the demand comes from the pharma industry for senna leaf extract. We have seen in the last 1 year the demand for senna.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Ritesh. May I request you to conclude in 2 minutes?
Yes. I would like to just summarize that senna demand has gone down by 20 to 30%. Senna was one of India's biggest medicinal herb export, but the demand for senna has come down by 20 to 30%. On the contrary, the demand for psyllium husk has gone up. So at least from commercial point of view, I see a lot of opportunity in psyllium husk. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that we have already reached at the end of this session, since we do not have any other presenter right now. Let me sum up the session before I conclude it. Mr. Alin Mukherjee has presented nicely about the problems faced by the farmers, and when all the other components, when all the other stakeholders makes profit, only the farmers end up losing sometimes. And delayed payment is one of the major problem with the farmers. And he also highlighted the role of FPO, how they can help at the farmer's end and can function as an input supplier and output procurer, which may increase the farmer level income to a significant extent, and can assure the timely payment to the farmer as well. And Mr. Mukherjee also discussed about their AMLA process of operation, where aggregator and market linking and advisory is linked together. Basically, offering a credit facility to APO can change the scenario in a very significant manner and can make the entire value addition chain sustainable. That was the crux of his deliberations. And the next speaker was Dr. Sudipto Narayan Rai, who actually highlighted the downside of the long logistics chain, and he asked the assistance from research organizations for development of environmental controlled growth facilities, so that we can cultivate the varieties, the medicinal and aromatic plant varieties, which cannot be cultivated over here and which can offer a very high profit margin to the growers. He also highlighted about the importance of conservation of endangered species, and also stressed upon the finding the bioequivalence of a costly and imported raw materials. The next speaker was Mr. Ritesh Chordia, who actually discussed about the profitability of xylem, isabgol in local language, and how it can assure income at the farmer's level, as it has a very good traction in the market. With this, I want to thank all these speakers and conclude this session. And now I want to hand over the floor to Professor Ashish Kumar Majumdar for the next session.
So, just 1 minute before conclusion, there are some queries.
Okay, Dr. Bala, please bring up the queries to the distinguished presenters, because they are still here.
Yeah. So yesterday there was a discussion regarding contract farming, and say somebody was mentioning, say even some contract is there. So at final time of implementation or final time of purchasing or selling, there should be kind of negotiation. Negotiation in the sense, say if price is 100, then contract is 90, then in between should be the the trading price 95. Or somebody is in favor of say MSP, somebody is in favor of fair price, somebody is also in favor of market price, or there should be physical market so that everyone can trade. Or so what is your opinion, if anybody can highlight what should be the best mechanism to have contract farming?
Mr. Mukherjee, could you please take this question?
Sure. So this particular, it's a very interesting question, and though it has been, this kind of question has been there in the supply chain, agri supply chain for long and in many countries. So there are a couple of solutions. Okay, so first let me also highlight the couple of basic problems. One of the basic problem is identifying what is the right price. Right? So that's why I think it's important to create a price database from past and past pricing mechanisms. So currently, I do not know whether medicinal and aromatic plants have a price database. So that is the first. The second model in the contract farming, what works is that a negotiating power with a benchmark price. So if we do not have the first base, which is that what are the prices of a particular commodity, particular product, then it's difficult to benchmark, because a producer's benchmark could be different than a buyer's benchmark. So we need to come out with a benchmark ability. The third is the contract pricing for plus minus on that benchmark. So there are other commodities and other contract models which exist in our country in other commodities, where if the price fluctuates, either the buyer takes the risk or the seller takes the risk within a given range. If within that range it does not fall, then renegotiations happen. So these three aspects which needs to be looked into. I'll just give you one small example to highlight my point. Uh, we used to export grapes in what we called the MGP, minimum guaranteed price. And minimum guaranteed price means there is a basic price which is already been given to the farming community. Any change in the international price, because we were exporting, any change in the international price will fall back without deviating from the minimum. So minimum has already given to the farmers. If the international price have changed because of certain other conditions, then any profit margin, additional profit margin, will also be supplied to the farming community. So there are various models. It's just an example. There are model of giant irrigation of purchasing onions, where they purchase at a basic price in the contract mechanism, and if the prices fall below that price, then the giant irrigation still purchases the commodity at that price, and if the prices go up more than the contract price, then the farmers are free to sell it to the open market at a higher price. So there are these three models, but my emphasis would be to create by a national authority or regional authority the price history and accessing how a market prices are there in any global trade or domestic trade, which I think currently we do not have.
Is any other response from other speakers? Yeah, now may I request Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty to conclude finally.
Okay, so I have already made my concluding remark. So let me thank all these distinguished presenters, participators in this session. And we are really grateful that despite their busy schedule, they have invested their time to enrich us, to enrich all the participants. We are really thankful, sir, and looking forward to much more lively discussions in future conferences and seminars. So bye for now. Let me conclude this session and let us proceed to the next session. Over to you, Dr. Bala.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chakraborty, for nicely concluding the session, and also your keynote address, moderating the session, for everything, and always supporting us. And finally organizing this event successfully, and this will continue. Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Now, as our keynote speaker is Professor Prashant Sarkar, and he will also moderate the next session. However, he is joining very shortly. In the meantime, to utilize the time, we can start with the presentation as we are lagging behind of time. So, may I now request Dr. Vedpriya Arya, I think you are there. or Srimati Tara Devi Sen, are you ready with your presentation? Dr. Tara Devi Sen. Yes, we can hear your voice.
Good evening, sir.
Can you kindly increase your volume?
Yes, so may I now
Am I
request?
audible, sir? Am I audible to you?
Yes, clearly. So we will start and continue the session and with your presentation. So may I request Dr. Tara Devi Sen, you start your lecture. Dr. Tara Devi Sen is the Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, Ballabh Government College, Himachal Pradesh, India. So over to you, Dr. Tara Devi Sen.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me share my screen. The topic of my presentation.
Yeah, please conclude your presentation within 15 minutes. And
Okay, sir.
You may make your slide full screen so that it may be visible clearly.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Yes, clearly visible. Please continue.
Okay. नहीं पूरा पसंद तू दिखेगा ना से So my topic for this presentation is ये पूरा टॉपिक ऊपर से ये दूसरा है ये नहीं मैं बोल तुम मुझे भी तो देखना चाहिए मेरा फोन लग रहा है क्या है ये presentation देख तो ये भी नहीं हो रहा The topic of my presentation is traditional processing, value addition, and domestication of some high-value wild edible legumes of Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, to boost health, sustainability, and rural prosperity. So we all know that legume comes from family Fabaceae, which is the third largest family of the angiosperm. Being an essential source of food and feed proteins, they play an important role in the production system by supplying nitrogen to soil and proteins to human diet. However, the use of fertilizer legume has been sidelined with the advent of fertilizers. So we can see a significant decline of soil health after the World War II. At present, modern agriculture and food system both are characterized by reduced diversity of crop and food we take. So consequently, we can see a large number of people are suffering from the shortage of quality food and suffering of many serious health issues. As legumes are looked as a competitive crops due to their environmental and socio-economic benefits, they are able to restore soil fertility, break disease and pest cycle through their nitrogen capabilities. So sustainability of legumes, especially wild edible legumes, which are climate resilient in present agriculture system, will be helpful in ensuring low input crops, production and sustainable agriculture from an environment, economic, and managerial standpoint. Although many researchers have worked on the wild diversity of the food plants, but focus study on legumes, particularly on the underutilized wild edible legumes of Mandi, has not been attempted so far. So the present study has been undertaken in Mandi, northwestern Himalaya, with the following main objectives. First is to know the diversity, distribution, and indigenous uses of high-value legumes. To know the role of wild edible legumes in boosting health, sustainability, and rural prosperity. To work out the concentrates and opportunities for the use of wild edible legumes. There is mass awareness for sustainable harvesting and domestication. So this is near about my study area. We can see it has an altitudinal range of 500 to near about 4,034 meters, and vegetation is mainly subtropical to temperate type. And the methodology.
Your voice is breaking, so please hold the mic properly.
Sir, methodology which I followed is survey and sampling of wild food plants, especially wild legumes, through different altitudinal zones, and collecting information regarding altitudinal range, habitat, that is gathered by interviewing knowledgeable people, and these knowledgeable people are local sellers, self-help group members, farmers, horticulture and agriculture officers working in my study area, and that is I collected through semi-structured questionnaire. Then next step is identification of the species, which I done with the locally available with the flora of Mandi as well as the taxonomists who are working in the Mandi area. And for data analysis, I use value, which is proposed by the Rosito et al. To assess the importance of each wild edible legume, where UI stands for number of uses mentioned by each informants for a species, while N is the total number of informants. So on this basis, I have collected 3 types of use value, that is use value current, use value past, and use value potential. And it cites for the uses which are utilized by the people in the past, in the present, and third is the uses are known but they are not practiced by the informants. So here I have collected some literature citation plus my personal experience of using these plants. In this study, total 25 plants were documented. Out of these, 15 high-valued wild edible legumes, which have more than 4 uses, were selected for domestication and value addition. Detailed description of all these plants are available in my website, www.himalayaWildFoodPlants.com. For sustainable utilization and value addition, we have selected 10 self-help groups, local sellers, and entrepreneurs at different altitudinal range for processing, value addition, and marketing of wild edible legumes. So here we can see a list of the 10 different self-help group members, farmers, or local entrepreneurs who are mainly involved in processing, value addition, and selling of the wild food plants. So you can see here the images of different people and the different of which we have approached or I have approached to aware them for the use of wild edible legumes and how they can use wild edible legumes and their processed part like dried powder in various local dishes, and they can sell these products in the local market. So if I have to speak about the results, total I have recorded 15 high-valued wild edible legumes, and out of these, 2 are reported from the genus Indigofera and Sienna, and rest of the species are represented by each. If we talk about the distribution, 9 wild edible legumes are reported between 500 to 1500 meters, 3 above 1500 meters, and other 3 less than 1500 to 50 above 1500 meters. Means they are present in both the zones. If we see multifarious uses of these wild edible legumes, we can see that they have multifarious uses for the local community, and they are source of food, fodder, medicine, fuel, agriculture tools, and also have religious value. So here we can see the chart of youth value index, and we can see that Baunia variegata, that is also known as Kachinar, and Fenra Valley, they show high use value index for the current use. They are also have high value index for the past use, but significantly their use has been declined, but we can expect a high potential or high use in future, because after COVID-19, people are more aware about the healthy food. And wild edible legumes, we all know that they are the climate resilient and free from all the fertilizers and other insecticides and pesticides. If I have to talk about this is the wild edible legume which has least the current and past use value index. Although this plant is very important in literature, as well as it is used in China for the various to cure various elements. And if we talk about the steady area, this plant is widely present. It has a luxuriant growth in Mandi. So here is the table which shows taxonomy of these plants, how people can use these plants, how they are using locally these plants, as well as we have documented their nutritive and phytochemicals present in them, and what are the local use practiced by the people. So here we have a list of all these 15 plants. We can see here. Then these are the uses. I personally have prepared recipes of wild edible legumes, and I also encourage or motivate self-help group farmers to include these wild edible legumes as a processed dried powder in various day-to-day dishes. Then we can use the monosperma. It is not used, it has no use in local community, but we can use it in the form of tea. We can prepare dry flour powder. As we know, it has so many uses, so many medicinal uses. So we need to include or incorporate these wild edible legumes in our day-to-day life. So likewise, we can see we have a long list, especially Baunia variegata. That is, after COVID, its demand has raised significantly in local market, and self-help group members are selling its flour, its buds, as well as pickles prepared from the flower bud. Likewise, we can see Mucona purins. Again, it is grown luxuriantly in the area, but inhabitants are not very aware about its medicinal or edible uses. Although in past time, they use its pod in the to prepare vegetables. Significant. Also, we have seen Senatura. Its use has raised significantly in recent few years, and people self-help group has started its cultivation, and now they are selling the chutney prepared from seeds of the Senatura. If we talk about the Quechua fistula, again it has a luxuriant growth, but people are not using currently it very much, although they use in past time. Then we can see other plants here. Especially, I would like to focus on the Flamingia procumbens. You can see its tubers, they are edible, and they can be stuffed in the kachori, in the siddu, which are the local traditional dishes and also have market value. But people are not using, although I'm trying my best to promote these local dishes with the addition of this Flamingia procumbens. If we talk about we can see that all these wild edible legumes, which I discussed in this paper, they are considered multi-utilized crops at present, but they have tremendous potential of their wider adoption and commercial exploitation. But except a few, their use is negligible in study area. Maximum use parts as a result get wasted at resource level. However,
Yes, Dr. Sen, please conclude within 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We have large number of concentrates of their use. We can see we have so many social concentrates, geographical concentrates. and economic as well as environmental consultants in the area. So we need a mass-scale awareness for their uses. We need to impart education. We need analysis of value-added products, training for labeling and packing of material, and as well as motivating farmers to cultivate and domesticate wild edible legumes for maintaining soil fertility and supply chain of the produce. So we are trying our best to do mass awareness, to cultivate these plants and go for the value addition. Like we are through some NGOs, we are giving machines to the people to make patal from the Fenra Valley. Then we are also we are also focusing on the awareness to the students at school level, and we are awareing the people through the various social platform or through the print media. You can see here. We are also going to cultivation along with the forest departments, where we are cultivating Punia variegator at mass scale in the forest area. So we can say at present, agriculture is constant pressure to produce more to feed growing population. So the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticide is a common practice in modern agriculture, deteriorating the soil, water, and human health. So scientists, policymakers, and farmers around the world are looking for organic food and fertilizer. Hence, climate resilient wild edible legumes discussed in present study need to be incorporated on sequential and intercropping basis in modern agriculture. So with this, thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sen. Now, may I request, as I can see, Dr. Prashanta Kumar Sarkar, our moderator and keynote speaker is already there. Sir, may I request you to switch on your video?
Thank you, Sanjay, but I think my video is not working.
Okay, sir. In that case, may I request you to hold on your keynote speech at last?
Yeah. Directly, I'm coming to my keynote speech.
So you are directly coming.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can show your.
I'm sharing my screen.
Start your.
Yeah, I am.
So let me introduce Professor Prashanta Kumar Sarkar. He is a professor in J.B. Roy State Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata. And Dr. Prashanta Kumar Sarkar completed his graduation from J.B. Roy State Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital. That means from the same college. And he has also done his post-graduation in Rasa Shastra and PhD from Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, Gujarat. At present, he is working as professor and head of the department of Rasa Shastra in J.B. Roy State Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital. And earlier, he was the Director and Nodal Coordinator of State Medicinal Plant Board of West Bengal. He has more than 13 years of teaching experience and 9 years of administrative experience. He has 46 articles, publication in national and international journals, and 1 book in his credit. He is 2 times recipient of Best Research Awards from Indian Drug Manufacturers Association in the year 2007 and 2012. He has research interest on characterization and evaluation of nanoparticles in the Bhasma, searching for solution of heavy metals and arsenic hazards, and Ayurvedic drug design and development for various diseases. So, may I request Professor Sarkar to continue?
Thank you, Sanjay. Is it visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Just make it full screen.
Yeah, I'm doing.
আমার তো এখন বলার কথা ছিল বলে দিন বলো সেটা কেন
So,
Message can
good afternoon to all.
Just one clarification. Dr. Pushanta Sarkar is the moderator of this session. And sir will deliver the keynote speech and then moderate the session. In absence of sir, Dr. Priya was supposed to speak. So may I request to hold Mr. Priya for some time. Then Dr. Pushanta Sarkar's keynote address. Dr. Sarkar will moderate the session and your turn will be next.
Okay, so may I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So, actually, I am assigned to speak on organic certification. And here also in my title, I put organic certification first before medicinal plant cultivation. Actually, when we think to cultivate medicinals on other crop, and we think for organic cultivation, then we actually have to start certification process first before starting the cultivation process. Actually, this certification procedure, it is a lengthy procedure. Actually takes 3 or more years, and before starting the cultivation, actually first we have to prepare the soil. Actually, we have to select the seeds and plant material. So many things we have to start before starting of cultivation. That's why in my title also I put organic certification first before medicinal plant cultivation. I will start my lecture with 2 stories. First one, and both the stories are related to cultivation of Brahmi, Bacopa. This is the first story. In the year 2015, one group came from South India. They are one of the leading extract manufacturer in India, and they are also exporting their products in the USA and other European countries. They came for cultivation of Bacopa in West Bengal. Why? Because they already collecting Bacopa from South 24 district of West Bengal, but they found that there is the Bacopa contains pesticide residue. That's why they are facing problem to export their product in USA and European countries. That's why they came for organic cultivation of Bacopa in South 24 district of West Bengal. We have chosen Namkhana block at that time. We have started cultivation. You can see we have selected such fields with high boundaries for preventing the contamination from other fields. We have started cultivation in the year 2016, and in the beginning we have started cultivation in the 30 acres of land, but within 2 years it is spread over 150 acres of land, and they have also installed one dryer, and then it is going on. So this is one success story by which we have started cultivation of Bacopa organically, but we didn't process for organic certification at that time. This is the first story, and this one is the second. By observing the success of the Bacopa cultivation in Namkhana block in Sagar Island, it is just nearby. The farmers of Sagar Island, they also wanted to cultivate Brahmi. They again started cultivation of Brahmi, and they have started from 2018. And within 1 year, means in 2000, end of the 2019, the cultivation of Brahmi, it spread to almost 500 acre only in Sagar Island. All this was the success stories. I am using was because from 2021 they don't they didn't able to sell their product. Why? I inquired and I found that again when the company took Brahmi from the fields of Sagar, they found pesticide residue. Again, I inquired from the cultivation field, and I found that the farmers, for their better return, they are spraying pesticide, they are using chemical fertilizers. And what was the result? For that, the cultivation is nowadays almost is stopped because there is no buyer. So this is the second story. By taking these two stories as background, I would like to share what is the importance of the organic cultivation. First, for restoring the soil health, actually by using the chemical fertilizers, pesticide, we actually make the soil unfertile. That's why for restoring the soil, we may go for organic cultivation. For controlling the environmental pollution, the pesticide residue as well as the heavy metal present in the chemical fertilizers as well as pesticide, it increase the environmental pollution level. To make the product free from contaminants, actually here the contaminants is mostly the pesticide residue, and almost all the pesticides, those are means carcinogenic, may cause cancer in the human being. These medicinal plants, actually these are used for preparation of Ayurvedic medicine mostly. So to ensure the safety, we may go for organic cultivation. Actually, you always give preference to the means safety first before efficacy. So to ensure the safety of the medicine, we must opt for organic cultivation. And to participate in the global market of organic products, now it is booming, the market of organic products. So for participation in the market of organic product, we must opt for organic cultivation. Means not only medicine, even organic vegetables, organically produced flowers, and medicinal plants also. Yeah, we have to start from choice of seeds and plant material. All seeds and plant material used for organic cultivation must be certified organic. For medicinal plants also, we may get the certified organic seeds and medicinal plant material from CMAP, Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, that is Lucknow. From there, we can get the organically certified seeds and plant material. When the organically certified seeds and plant material are available, then those will be used for cultivation. But when those are not available, when the certified organic seeds and plant materials are not available, then the chemically untreated conventional seed and plant material may be used. Like for propagation of Bammi cultivation, the Bammi which is cultivated in the Namkhana block, the same planting material is used for initiation of cultivation in Sagar Island. So that may be used. But the use of genetically engineered seed, transgenic plants or plant materials, those are prohibited for organic farming. So that is very important. Duration of conversion period. Actually, for organic cultivation, we have to convert the field for organic cultivation, and there is some theoretical norm that for annual and biennial crops like basil, like vingoras, that is Eclipta, after 2 years of organic management, we can convert the field for organic cultivation. That is theoretically. And for perennial plants like Sarfagandha, Raulfia, Ashwagandha also, after 3 years of organic management, we may convert the field for organic cultivation. These are theoretical. But practically, the requirement prescribed under the standard for organic cultivation have been made for a period minimum 3 years or more. Means for getting organic certification like NPOP, minimum we have to wait minimum for 3 years, and during the period we have to maintain different standards for organic cultivation. Then only we can get the certification for organic cultivation. So these are the periods. Then I am coming to the different management we do for soil fertility, pest management. And for this purpose, actually we thought that the particular thing we are doing, those are sufficient for make the soil fertile or make the field for organic cultivation. Generally, what we do, we generally mix some organic material like plant product, poultry manure, urines, mixed together, and those are applying for organic cultivation. But no, there is some specific guidelines for those material should be used for organic cultivation. First, for soil fertility management, poultry manure, urine, crop residue, straw, organic farm only can be used. Means where actually it is bounded, and where the farm is actually produce different type of organic products from those particular farm, we can use the poultry manure, the urines, the crop residue as well as straw for organic farming. Those are permitted. But the same thing, means poultry manure, urine, crop residue, if those are collected from outside from the organic farm, those are restricted. So that is very important. Compost from plant residue, yes, it is permitted. Sawdust, wood dust, those are permitted. But many a times we use different mills like blood mill, meat mill, bone mills to increase the soil fertility, but those are restricted. Fish product, animal charcoal, again those are used, but those are restricted. And the human excreta, those are prohibited because those may cause various type of contamination. So these are for increase the soil fertility. Next, some to maintain the mineral of the particular field, the permitted minerals are calcium chloride and calcium carbonate of natural origin like lime, sodium chloride, gypsum, that is calcium sulfate, zeolite, that is simply clay, magnesium sulfate, all are permitted, but the potassium sulfate and aluminum sulfate, those are restricted. And some trace elements also we are using to requirement of the mineral of the field. And we are mostly use the sulfur, zinc, but those are restricted. Sulfur, boron, zinc, manganese, the use of those trace elements are restricted. Coming to the micromanagement, here the bacterial preparation, fungal preparation, particularly for this purpose are permitted. Bioaromatic preparation, botanical extract, vermiculate, means the use of earthworm, these are permitted. And the most important is pest and disease control. We mostly use the neem preparation. Yes, all neem preparations are permitted except neem oil. We use neem oil for various pest management, but it is restricted. The plant-based extract like rashun, the garlic extract, as well as koronjo, pongamia extract, those are permitted. But the natural acid like vinegar, the use is restricted. We are using various tobacco preparation for pest management, but those are prohibited, must not be used. Bacterial and fungal preparation, those are permitted. Sulfur and copper salt, those are restricted. But the soap like potassium soap, that is permitted for pest management. Yeah, now I'm coming to different type of certificates. Mostly two certificates these agencies are provide. One is NPOP, that is National Program for Organic Production. As I told that if you from the very beginning go for the certification procedure, means different type of audits, and you can maintain the standards. After 3 years, you may get NPOP certificate from the agencies. By getting the NPOP certificate, you may export as well as you may claim your product in domestic purpose as well as export purpose as organic. But for export the product in USA, Canada, and some European countries, you must need USDA NOP certificate, that is United States Department of Agriculture standards with National Organic Program certificate. If you get this USDA NOP certificate, then you can export and use the product as organic in domestic as well as in USA, Canada, and almost in all the countries. I'm coming to the approved certification bodies. This accreditation is given by the APEDA. And nowadays, the total 35 certification agencies are working countrywide. And all these agencies, those are providing NPOP certificate. But among those, only 12 agencies can provide USD NOP certificate. And among those, some state-run certification agencies are there. But unfortunately, there is no certification agencies from West Bengal. But certification agencies from Sikkim, from Chhattisgarh, from Odisha, from all state, the state certification agencies are there. Yeah, I would like to I'd like to end my talk with another stories. Actually, those two stories are not the end. After getting feedback from the extract manufacturing units, again we started. Again we started cultivation of Bacopa organically. And in this time, from very beginning, from 2021, we are started organic farming by by getting one organic certification agencies, and we are doing organic audit every year. This is second year running, and in the next year, in the end of 2024, we'll get the organic NPOP certificate. And at that time, we'll claim that we can export that produced Bammi to the other countries. And now we are also we are actually this produced Bammi we are using in domestic purpose only. But when we'll get NPOP certificate, then we'll start the export of the Brahmi and Brahmi product to the other countries. So this is the gist of my lecture. So thank you for patient hearing and giving me the chance. And I'm the moderator of the session also. So actually we are going late. So I'd like to start the next lecture.
Can we ask a question also?
Yeah, please ask question, please. Actually, we are going late. That's why I'm trying to start the. Please ask question.
Thank you, Doctor, for providing very information regarding certification. It is for that we are thankful to you. Just for my curiosity, what is the, prices of organic Brahmi, Bacopa, and which is non-organic one? How much difference is there? Rate of this, price of Brahmi.
Rate almost same. Now in the market you will get Brahmi by the dry Brahmi. It is cost is 40 rupees per kg, and the organically cultivated rate of dry Brahmi, that is all again same, again 40 rupees per kg. So there is no difference between the organically cultivated as well as collected Brahmi.
Okay. And it means we are depriving farmers to get the better price. That way, because they are not adding any fertilizer. The yield is also less in that case also when you have organic cultivation.
Actually, that is not the better. Actually, means medicines are prepared from this medicinal plants, so those must be cultivated organically. The plant material collected from the cultivated field, means paddy cultivation field and others, those are contaminated with the pesticide residue. So this medicinal plant must be cultivated organically because medicines are prepared from.
That's the right thing. But what we have seen, the India, most of things are they are using, they are cultivating the field, whatever field they have. Only that after testing, it should be follow the WHO protocol limits, arsenic, lead, other heavy metals, and pesticide also. That is the main thing.
Yeah, that is one of the thing. But if you want to claim your product organically cultivated,
Yes,
you
yes.
must take the certification from different agencies.
Yeah.
That is the
If, yeah, right, you are rightly, sir. If you are claiming, then yeah, that we have to have 3 years gestation period and certification. And only thing that matlab we are also cultivating hydrophonically Brahmi also in Ahmedabad, and Uttarakhand also we are doing. So only thing of my company is exporting things, who is exporting this extract, they are giving just double of prices of the Brahmi. Instead of 40, they give 80 rupees because they are getting money in dollar also. They have, so that way farmers can be, I mean, encouraged to go for the cultivation. No, thank you, sir, for your this
Okay,
very
thank you,
very
thank
informative.
you
Yeah,
very much, sir. Yeah,
yeah, thank you,
we'll be in touch. Okay, thank you.
thank you, sir.
So, by this session,
Cool.
so in this session, our next speaker is Mr. Jangia M. He is now Associate Manager and Project Analysis and Documentation Division, Quality Council of India. He has 7 years experience in the field of medicinal plant sector and 2 years in environment and education sector, and implemented projects across the state of Telangana with potential output. He has implemented Government of India schemes and projects in the Telangana state as a state consultant, and his working experience with NGOs and IT companies and as a lecturer was an added advantage to his career. I would like to request Mr. Jengia to start his lecture. So please.
Thank you, sir. Prashant, sir, thank you. Am I audible, sir? Everyone?
Yes, you are
Yes, you
audible.
are audible.
Yeah.
Please
Thank you.
start.
Thank you, Javdepur University, RCFC, for giving this opportunity to India to deliver about this international platform. So I myself, as I introduced by the moderator, Changaya, working for Quality Council of India. Now I am looking after the voluntary certification scheme in Pan India. Before that, I just want to share my screen. I think my screen is visible. My screen is
Yes, it
visible,
is
sir.
visible. Yes, it is visible.
Thank
You
you.
may start.
Yeah, before going to the detailed presentation, I just want to give an overview and brief about the Quality Council of India, which is established by the Government of India under the Parliament Act, and functionally and financially it is independent and autonomous. So Mr. Jakshi is our chairman, and Rajeshwari Maheshwari is our secretary. And you might aware about the NABCB, NABH, and NABL. So those all are under the umbrella of Quality Council of India. So our division is PAD, Project Analysis and Documentation Division, where we are working with different ministries. Especially we can see that about some 20 to 30 ministries where we are working for the agriculture, horticulture, and especially for forestry, also fisheries. And this division also look after the voluntary certification scheme. Before this voluntary certification scheme, as डॉक्टर साहब इससे पहले उन्होंने आपको बताया था जिस about organic certification. So this we have a special certification in medicinal plants also. So when Quality Council of India and National Medicinal Plants board together, they have developed a scheme called voluntary certification scheme for medicinal plants. It is a voluntary only, so it is not mandatory. In certain, like other countries, sometimes it might be it may be a mandatory, but we are trying our best to bring these standards as a global standards. This certification scheme, especially where we want to deliver about the quality, safety, and sustainability. So we know that many of the forest collectors and growers also, we do cultivate mostly anywhere in India. We do cultivate medicinal plants, but we never bother about the quality. Only the traders and in above that the industry people, they will bother about the quality, and certain prominent institutions, they will about the bring also. So when we do cultivation part, no one is bother about the safety. Just like मैं फार्मर हूँ, अगर मैं खेती कर रहे तो मेरा पहले क्या होता, सबसे पहले मेरा खेती से वो जो माल उठाना है मार्केट में बेचना है. That is the major like part of हर घर का फार्मर का वो ऐसा ही होता. Then the third one is sustainability. So when we speak about sustainability issues in terms of forest collections, we know that like day to day we are like decreasing the forest, and whatever the resources we have also, it is like decreasing drastically. In order to improve that standards, so voluntary certification scheme for medicinal plants will help the farmers and collectors in a better way to improve their quality, safety, and sustainability. So the major aim of the scheme is to like we have to meet the global demand and national and international demand by providing a quality material and quality raw material to the industries, not only to the export purpose. Because like Indian consumers, they have turned up to the from the modern medicine to the traditional medicine. So that scenario has changed the mindsets of many people. Like consumption is very important, and quality consumption is very important with respect to the medicinal plants. Yeah. So when it comes to the like scheme, when proper guidance and suggestions, the scheme, you can see institutions, including like even forest like also. So those are the members: farmers, collectors, traders, different Ayush manufacturers. They are the members of this scheme. Especially वो लोग सब लोग मिला के and ये लोगों के लिए कुछ फायदा उठाने के लिए हमने इस स्कीम को बनाया. So this is the just a simple photographic description about the this scheme, where Quality Council of India and National Medicinal Plants Board both are the owners of the scheme. So where we have the stakeholder consultation from ministry and members. Then we have accredited certification bodies. This NABCB accredited certification bodies we have, and approved certification bodies we have. And after that, these certification bodies will verify the compliances. After giving the proper compliances, the grower or collector, they will get the proper certificate. So like many people, we know that why we need to take the certification. The first priority based thing is, suppose I am doing the regular kind of cultivation, as before said that Dr. Sir Kumar sir said. So, some people farmers are doing Brahmi cultivation, some. So there should be a minimum certified clients. So this is not happening in our India. You know that. Though like people are like coming forward for the certification, but here the majority part is that when we focus about the quality parameters, if I want to consume a quality product, definitely I will look after the quality certificate. So in this scenario, if you can for this quality certification scheme, this medicinal plant certificate, at the same time will get the at least like a appropriate price, and we can say that some premium price also we can get, and to will also meet have the traceability mechanism. As I said, we have the sustainability and quality also. So before that, we have supporting national medicinal plan, support to the national medicinal plans board, and different aspects. So these are like specific benefits which I have categorized, especially when we go for this certification where you will improve your quality. Hello. So where you will improve your the first thing is the quality you will improve, and the second thing is sustainability. So in the sustainability, we are guiding the collectors to how to harvest the forest produce in a sustainable manner. I think am I getting disturbance? Yeah, please unmute your mute your mic. And the next thing is the market access. So we know that this medicinal plants market is a volatile market. Sometimes it will be up, sometimes it will be very low. So when you get certified under this VCS MPB, you will have the access with the different industries, especially domestic industries and international industries, and with the traders also. There are a lot of market players. They are asking for the certified produce. And the other thing is regulatory compliances. Every medicinal plant is having the certain medicinal plants having the regulatory compliances. Suppose in Himachal Pradesh, we should have to harvest these kind of species in this much quantity only. So each state there are different regulatory compliances as per the forest guidelines. So we are also sensitizing the collector groups. We have to follow the certain regulatory frameworks, and adapting that practices, we have to harvest the forest produce. And the other one is the brand reputation. We know that in the market there are different players who are selling their produce with the brand name. So this, if you certified under this VCS MPP, we have a GAP and GFCP. So we have the trademark logos. So where you can use that logo, taking a prior permission from the NMPB and QCI. So you can, you can sell your raw material with the brand name. That is the brand name is GAP certified brand name. So you will get the multiple, like where you will improve the quality, sustainability, and you have the market access, and you can, easily sell your produce in the open market also. See, this is how we are supporting the National Medicinal Plants Board to promote this voluntary certification scheme in Pan India. So where as of now we have identified stakeholders from the different states, and almost we have covered 30 states, and imparting this good agricultural practices trainings and good field collection practices trainings in the different states. Especially as of now we have completed more than 89 trainings covering 5,425 farmers. And the other thing is we have a package of practices. So NMPB has the priority list, where the list is having a 140 species. So for each species, Quality Council of India, in associated with different organizations, we are developing a package of practices where a farmer or a collector can see easily, can access, and to know that this kind of regulate with it is with the regulations, and it is with the bind with the quality and sustainability, so they can follow and they can practice those things, and that will improve their quality also. And other one is the setting up of demonstration plans. So where we are establishing the demonstration plans, where we are identifying the farmer groups or NGOs, where they are cultivating medicinal plants, certain medicinal plants, and going collecting medicinal plant from the forest fields. So we are like training them in a standard way to meet the requirement of VCS MPB. Then in that way we have almost established 11 30 demonstration plots. Among the 30, as of now 11 demonstration plots, we can say that projects certified and they got certificate. Some are in pipeline. So these are the overall about the things. As I said, we have two certificates. One is the GAP certificate, that is Good Agricultural Practices certificate for the farmers, those who are cultivating medicinal plants in their private lands or a piece of land. So where they have to look after the certain things, especially when we talk about the cultivation, right, some of the R&D institution, or maybe the SMPBs or RCFCs, maybe any technical person, they might have guided the farmers. Generally farmers, they do follow seeing the other farmers, but what is standards is speaking is we have certain parameters. So many of the farmers, they do cultivation, but they don't keep any piece of document with them. That is one of the biggest drawback for our Indian, any agriculture or horticulture, whatever it may be. That. So in the gap, so we have 9 parameters from the site selection to record keeping. In the site selection, we used to give them certain standards because it is a lengthy, so I don't want to go brief into that. So from the site selection, soil, crop, we have different standards. So in that standards also we have a major, minor, and critical. Or critical, major, and minor. So based on the field parameters, we have into different, and then farmers are, you can see that up to fourth crop management come to the harvest and post harvest and record keeping. Nobody will bother about the harvest and post harvest, and they don't have the traceability mechanism and safety also, records also. But the scheme says that you have to maintain a proper documentation in a different way, like you are the certified farmer. It is not like showing is that saying, I mean, like looking at your product or produce, yes, okay, this is if the mark is there, it is not certified, because it has to be a traceability mechanism where a farmer can get the recognition and the consumer can get also a traceability, and then also we can say that is safe for consumption, because most of the herbal I mean product or raw materials which will be used for the manufacturing of Ayush products and other recently like a different like modern medicine also they are using. So when it comes the good field collection practices. So we have also sites from site to record keeping them, and they will sell it to the vendor. There is a gap, that is how to store, and place also should be in a proper way. So these kind of small things are there. That scheme is also like guiding or like sensitizing the forest. I mean harvesters or collectors, and how they should have to document in a proper way. this is just in me what are the standards. So when it comes, any individual farmer also can take the this GAP or GFCP certificate. And when it comes to the group option 2, group of farmers or group of collectors can also apply or can also like obtain the group certification. And here it's a traders also they can get this certificate, because from the certified source they have to pull the material and they can get it certified their material following the certain guidelines. They should have to the godown should be as per the FSSI guidelines. So like that, the scheme guidelines are there. And come to the option 4 also. That, for Ayush products also, you, like intermediary entities supplies. There are few supply peoples are there. They can also get this certificate. So where here generally a CBK will receive the certification. So after the certification, before that only you have to apply for the certification. After the certification, they will verify all your like legal entity proofs and the credentials. Then they will have an agreement with you. After the proper agreement, you have to implement the certain standards and you have to keep the records. Especially in this record process, you must have to provide the two things. One is the technical part, means the crop related parameters, and the second one is the ISO standards. ISO 17065 is the one international standard where it can be like acceptable throughout the globe. So if individual farmer, they no need to go for the ISO. If a group of farmer who would like to take the certificate, they have to maintain a proper documentation that is called the quality management system. So where this quality management system will teaches you about the your organization, means the group of farmers and their responsibility, and who are the internal monitoring person, technical person, कौन कौन क्या क्या काम करते. These are the things about the structural things. And it comes to the complete farmer profile. See, from a farmer profile, in the sense we can say that it's a farmer dairy field preparation to after like to selling of their produce to the into the market, and they have to maintain each and every receipt. So that is the certification process में technical or ISO related parts. And as of now, this is the just overall process about the certificate. So where we will you have to compliance with the scheme standards, and then where you have to your raw material will be tested for the pesticide residues and microbial contamination, heavy metals, and aflatoxins. So that's called annexure D. So you will be tested in the initial phase. Once the test, so you will be like granted a certificate. So again, you will have the chances to correct yourself and then come back for the certificate for the next year also. And the other advancement is that if any product is going for the Ayush manufacturing, then we can also go for TLC profiling, thin layer chromatography profiling, and after proper satisfactory resolution by this CB in the sense certification body, they will do the third party audit about all your documentation and practices. Then if they satisfied with your compliances, then they will issue a certificate. So these are the meetings where we have conducted about this certification scheme in the throughout India. So where global gap also you know SARC, and we have also tie up with the 24 international governments to where we will support the FPO groups and farmer groups in this voluntary certification. And we have a proper, I mean, MOU, like an agreement, a formal agreement with the SARC countries, so that if you certified under this CAP or GFCP certification, so you can also export your produce to the European or any other countries. So even many of the countries they are asking for the GAP certificate. So good agricultural things, and you may have some certain doubts. So if I get the certificate, what is the major benefit? Though one is the non-certified farmers or collectors also there, certified also there. But where here we are implementing the quality things, and with respect to safety. Here, day to day, the consumption is increasing, and people frequently like certificate you can. I'm sure that there are few people, including ITC, Zando, and Gramulikai and SRDR, from different. As I said, 11 projects are certified, and they are selling their produce for the premium prices. That marketing themselves as a certified product. This is just about the conclusion about the voluntary certification scheme, where we have to follow certain guidelines. Then only we will meet the standards and quality sustainability. And with this, I thank you, RCFC and Javdepur, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Jangya, for
If you have
such a
any
beautiful.
questions, please. You may have some doubt. See, sir, maybe the participants, offline or online participants, may have some doubt. So see,
Yeah.
organic may there should be some specific period, right? 3 years, as they say. But in the gap, there is no specific period. You can also certify a piece of land also. A piece of land also we can certify. Since here you can permit it to use the chemicals as per the regulations. If your chemicals are tested and the compliances are meeting above the levels, so you will be again giving a chance to correct yourself and get it to come back. So these are the small things are there. So yeah, if you have any doubts, please, so that I'll clear the things. Since NMPB is supporting pilot phase, we have identified almost all the projects, but we are still we are supporting the farmer groups, getting certified their produce and to export to the global market. Even deputy director also, they are technically supporting the farmer groups in West Bengal. In West Bengal also there is a Bishmukt farmer group, farmers producers company. They have applied for the GFCP certificate for the Adotoda vasica and Tulsi, and one more species also there. So they are in the process of compiling the scheme requirement, and as early as possible they will be get certified, and they will be the evidence for the total West Bengal. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I can have one question with the permission of chairman.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sir, for this information. Dr. Sir, we have some land in Uttarakhand where we have hundred of farmers. We are engaged for cultivation of rosemary dandelion. So in Uttarakhand, in Narendra district, so where we have to approach, whether your organization or NMPB Delhi, to get this certificate?
Right, sir. So in Uttarakhand also previously we have two clients, especially this GB Pant Institute. You are aware, Jatamansi Kutki. They have got certificate, and for Human India also they have got certificate. So in your region, you just drop a application to the Quality Council of India.
Okay.
Saying that if you have any legal entity, a group of farmers is having any legal entity, they are working under any society or individual
Society,
farmer.
they are society,
So
NGO.
from the society you can drop an application, saying that we are the group of farmers.
Okay.
So this much amount. So what we'll do is that once we receive session for your entire farmer groups about the season, the next crop season, your farmers has to follow that particular standards. Then they have to implement in the field. Then slowly they have to document, especially this farmer diary I told, that they have to maintain. That we will explain how to maintain, what are the things to be there. After that, the CB will come. Okay, you have to again you so after that you will get the certificate, a proper audit. After proper audit,
Analysis will do by your
you can drop an
only.
application to QC.
Yeah, thank
Right,
you.
right. Analysis and everything. At present, pilot phase we are doing. In case any, like, after pilot phase, there may be a chances. National Medicinal Plants Board also supporting the farmer groups through new
Thank you, sir.
schemes.
Thank you.
So under the scheme also, you will be granted about some 7 lakhs.
So thank you, Mr. Changeya, for such a beautiful lecture on voluntary certification scheme for medicinal plant producers and explained beautifully the GAP, good agricultural practices. So thank you very much. In this session, our next speaker. In this session, our next speaker is Dr. Vedpriya Arya. She is head Herbal Research Development, Patanjali Research Foundation, Uttarakhand. She is currently leading Patanjali Research Department at Patanjali Research Institute as research coordinator under the divine guidance of
I think
Reverend
Dr.
Acharya.
Bedpriya, sorry sir, sorry to interrupt you. I think Dr. Bedpriya is not here anymore. I think she left before you because she has other
Okay.
is going on.
Actually, I have seen her name. That's why.
The next speaker, I think.
Okay, so may I introduce the next speaker? She is Miss Ishani Khaitan. She is presently director, Vistivia Private Limited, Kolkata, India. She has completed her education in the field of management and have also followed her passion for culinary arts. She is the founder of Vistivia Private Limited, which gave her the opportunity to combine both her business and culinary skill. They are successfully in developing sugar-free products which tasted better and regular products. That was the easy part. Building a brand, educating the market about stevia, and understanding the digital world was the real challenge. Stevia upheld the principles to develop and market genuinely sugar-free products which are 100% natural, innovative, and truly delicious. So, may I request Ms. Ishani Khaitan to deliver her speech. So, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar, for the lovely introduction. And yeah, I'm really glad to be part of this conference. I actually was part of the very first conference that happened through Jadavpur University for NMPB. And it was great because at that time we were a very early startup. Now we've grown a little bit more. So I am the founder of Vistivia and my name is Ishani Khaitan. And we started Vistivia about 4 years ago. It was just before Corona hit the world, and our startup kind of had a little bit of a backlash because of that. But we've had a good 2-year run after that, and I would like to discuss our growth journey with all of you. So when we started Vistivia, we had the concept of introducing the Indian customers who are interested in sugar-free products to to some newer products, more value-added products that they had not seen before, that they had not utilized before, consumed before. So initially, we started off the company with a line of drink syrups like lemonade, Kala Khata, peach. And from there, we started, after we saw a slight success and acceptability of the product with our customers, we introduced stevia-based jams and preserves. What we achieved there was that we became the pioneers of stevia-sweetened jams, not only in India, but in the entire world. And that was really great achievement because we had a lot of people who came in right after that. Our jam categories was extremely well received by the customers. And our concept there, like Dr. Sarkar mentioned before, was that the jams definitely should be sugar-free and natural. But the most important thing for us was that the jam should taste better than the regular sugar jams that people are used to. And we managed to deliver that taste profile to our customers. That is, I think, perhaps the reason for extreme loyalty, and the fact that the products are extremely well accepted, and we were able to build a very loyal base of customers for Vistevia. After we built our customer base by introducing more and more products, we took feedback from our customers, and we wanted to know what are they really missing in their day-to-day lives. Because if they're avoiding sugar, a lot of the products that we consume today in our day-to-day lives, they contain a lot of sugar, a lot of chemicals, a lot of low-quality ingredients. So, like, for example, we introduced a product which was Gulkand. Gulkand has been made in India for many, many centuries, and it's considered one of the Ayurvedic products in India, which helps with a lot of body ailments. So we got the concept from our customers who requested that we come up with sugar-free Gulkand. And we introduced that. And really, we owe that success to our customers. All we did was we listened. And we said, okay, what is it that you guys want? And we delivered exactly what they wanted. And that was successful for us. From a range of jams and drink syrups, we touched base with some of the savory condiments that are used a lot more regularly, like tomato sauce, imli chutney. Both these products, even though they are used on a daily basis in our households, but most people don't recognize the fact that it contains a lot of sugar and a lot of additives in it. With a lot of trials and errors, we were able to come up with a good formulation for tomato sauce and for imli. And again, these two products were extremely well accepted. Like Dr. Sarkar also mentioned for us, that we have predominantly been part of the e-commerce business. And that is because we definitely faced the whole COVID restriction when we started off we started selling our products in the market. So we took the support of the digital market at that point, which was a lot less cluttered, and we started selling through Amazon. Today, we can proudly say that we are one of the top sellers in the sugar-free jam category, in the sugar-free ketchup category. And yes, we have good reviews. People have appreciated the product, and we are well recognized in that domain. We also definitely have promoted our products through other channels like Facebook and Google and Instagram. And we've been able to develop some customers through that as well. What we have come to realize is that there is definitely a demand for sugar-free products because more and more people are moving towards health, and people are becoming more health conscious. They want to know what they are putting into their body. And if these people are well educated, and if the awareness grows, definitely I believe that we have a big market for the future, and we have a huge customer base waiting for us. So yes, is there, for me, like, yes, this is going to be a definite run to understand, what is it that we can do for the customers? What are the other products that we can introduce to keep growing our customer base while growing our product base in order to serve the community in the best way possible? We do believe in a few things, and we hold on to that very strongly. We believe in giving our customers good quality products, which are formulated with superior quality ingredients. The products should taste well, really good, and it should be at an affordable pricing that people can afford. These are the three pillars that we move with, and we are hoping that we can create a really strong brand for the future that people will recognize and appreciate. Yes, I'm open to any questions if anybody has any.
If anybody have any question, please may ask.
I have one question, sir. Well,
sure.
Thank you for your presentation, and I am glad to see that how you have, started your business, and now people have a product like jam without sugar, I can say, with stevia only. Only thing I'm just suggesting you, why not give more value addition to your jam?
In what sense, sir? Can you further elaborate?
Yeah. In sense, this we have. I'm working I was a scientist also and working in this area also. So what I am suggesting you as a company also, and we have done work on that also, because jam is only for people who are eating now. Now your sugar is there. Now stevia is there. No problem. Otherwise, it is containing 80% carbohydrate. Sugar, and if it is jam of mango or guava, again it has more sugar part. Maybe vitamins are there, some vitamin C are there. See, if you add some medicinal plant on that, particularly for some particular activity, like we put some herbs on for increase the immunity on your jam, so it will be having sugar free plus some as a nutraceutical, I can say it also. But yeah, as a nutritional one, it will become a nutraceutical. For diabetes, is okay because it is sugar free. Diabetes can take it. But again, you put some component of some, plants having anti-diabetic property, then it will give you the more valuable.
I totally agree, sir.
Even for the children, nowadays they have only bread and jam they are eating nowadays. In the city also, mostly in the metros also, they don't have a place to work or play something, field are not there. So the muscle development is not available to develop. Muscles means we need to have some more leucine, lysine content on that. So there are number of herbs which are, even grains also, even millet also nowadays. It's International Millet Day we are celebrating. So why not work on that and give some good product to the society? We have,
100%, sir.
yeah. So not only that, we have developed some product from the Northeast also.
Okay.
So how tribal people are they are taking some form of herbs and putting some of the jaggery something. So that the lead one can use that way. And this seminar, what we are having here, international workshop, we can have a exchange of thought, because the main purpose of the conference like that only. I appreciate the way you have, uh, produced this, marketed these, sugar-free jam, jellies, beverages also. So this is the second line you can also think. And if you need anything, any help, so I can be very helpful. I'm Dr. Rawat, AKS Rawat.
Yes, sir. So we will certainly get in touch. We are coming up with another category of products very soon. And I think your idea would fit in there really wonderfully. And definitely, we already are into value-added products, but adding more value never hurts anybody. So if by us adding some more herbs, for example, like methi, or if we can help our customers, control their blood sugar in a better manner, it would be a true pleasure for us.
Yeah. Already, if you see with my name, we have patent on all 2-3 patent on this also.
May I add some point over here, because I've been also working in this sector with stevia for some time, and in this issue, I just want to add a few points. At one point of time, when we started working on value-added products with stevia, like jams and preserves and jellies and things like that, people actually refused to believe that stevia can be used as the sole sweetener in all this product, because a simulation of the exact taste of sugar was very technically challenging, and people who are the traditional consumer of jams and all the other value-added products actually refuse to even try the product which doesn't taste exactly like the traditional product. So first our task was to crack that issue and come up with the products which can simulate the sugar-like taste, which have the sugar-like taste. Then, after convincing the people, the general consumers, that stevia can function as a sole sweetener for this type of foods without affecting its palatability, then we can think about adding more value to it. But if we try to do everything together, it may actually mess up, because people may think that if we try to add herbal products in it, keeping in view the consumer market, we cannot risk any change in the taste profile. If people fail to get that exact jam-like, conventional jam-like taste, we won't have any repeat buyer at all. So that is an issue. And using any herbal raw material which has positive health aspects is definitely a challenging task. It cannot be achieved overnight because for the consumer, palatability for all these food products is of prime importance. They do not want to compromise on that. So definitely we can definitely think about this, but there are technical challenges which needs to be addressed for that. That was my humble submission.
You are correctly said that, sir. Main thing, because it is a food item, taste and flavor is important. And we have to benchmark, suppose this is the mango jam or guava jam, then how we can add that novelty, what to add, what proportion, so that it can take the same flavor with the, it should not be bitter something, it should remain the same what we are eating. So that way we work for the 3 years, not 1 year, 3 years. And finally we have patent on that also. We told we write is a Nutri Jam, particularly for 2-3 diseases we have produced also. And somewhat, because we know, Raj, just for example, amaranth seed. Why not put amaranth seed? We put amaranth seed which had high content of leucine and lysine content. And these are the things and amino acids which are very, very important for during the child growth. And we are not eating. Even if you see the villages, we take this laddu amaranthus. People are eating now. Things are changed. Now they are taking chocolate, etc. Amaranth is highly, you see the content of protein. So we added that one and make the crunching time, not like that. So it is not a simple jam. It has crunch of that. That's the innovation. Where we need what you suggest, rightly say, it's not one day just mixing and you just serve it. It's not like that. We make to have what we want to have, what component we want, and the palatability, everything.
Right, Mr. Rawat. And Ishani, can you open the chat box in your phone, because there is one question in the form of a chat. If you cannot, I can read that aloud for you.
Sure.
Please.
Okay, so the question was from Mr. Jangaya. What was the demand and supply ratio of your stevia products? That is one.
Okay.
2, how you are sourcing your raw material. And 3, what is the best price that you have offered? And 4, what about your online sale consumption demand on products? made from MAPs. So first
I
question was,
don't.
what was the
Yes.
demand and supply ratio of your stevia products?
Okay, I will start with the first one. And we still are having this same, currently we have been able to match supply to demand, but we have always had lower supplies to demand. Demand has always been higher than our supplies. We try to work just in time. We don't, because these are food products, we don't like to make them and stock them. So we work as per the demand that comes from the market. But most of the times we see that we sometimes fall short, or we are producing enough to make sure we meet demands. So we operate just in time, as and when we need more material or more labor, we introduce them and we train them really quickly to match the demand. So what at one point, what happened, it was really interesting. We said, okay, things are going well. Let's work on increasing awareness and increasing visibility of our brand. So we had a word with one of these Bombay companies, and we hired them, and they started pushing our ads on social media. What we saw a massive spike in sales. And with the team that we had, we were unable to fulfill demand. So at that point, we had to stop the ads, and we took a month's break, and we moved into a bigger space. We hired some new people, trained them. Everything was done in 1 month, and we were able to then match the demand, and we restarted our promotional activities. So yeah, that was the situation. Until date, we do not overproduce, because we believe that overproducing will make our stock stale. So we produce as the demand comes about, and we are completely in tandem with our demand. Our demand and supply ratio is completely matching.
Mr. Jangaya, I can see that you are online. Why don't you ask the questions directly to her?
Right, sir. There was a conversation going on. That's what I have given in the text format.
Okay, I'll take a look at the second question in the meanwhile. That was, how was your sourcing? How you're sourcing? Okay, so how we are sourcing our raw material. We initially, when we started working, actually, Dr. Shantanu Chakrabarti has been my mentor, and he's guided me from the very beginning of this project up until now. And initially, he was the one to introduce me to some of the raw material suppliers, especially for the polyols, the stevia. But because we had to work with fruits, and we don't get a lot of processed fruits in Calcutta, we definitely had to move to different states. We had to source our fruits from different states. It was challenging because we do not work with preserved products, like products that have a lot of preservatives. We work with frozen products. So that initially was a little bit of a problem for us. We had to invest in freezers, and the products have to be sent in thermocol boxes. They have to be insulated. They have to be well packaged, and we have to get them and put them in the storage in ice freezers. So that was a slight challenge in the beginning, but it's now very smooth, and we have our suppliers perfectly placed. The one challenge that we do face being in Calcutta, we have a smaller number of suppliers for our raw materials here, because of which we'll end up paying a little bit more on transportation in comparison to other companies that exist in Maharashtra, or the western side of the country and the northern side of the country. So that becomes a little bit of a challenge for us. But besides, we have great suppliers who support us at every given point. So we've crossed that hurdle of sourcing the raw materials. And your third question, I don't understand the third question, unfortunately. What is the best price that you have offered? Can you?
Yes. See, since you are sourcing the raw material from the farmer or farmer groups, so what was the best price that you have given earlier?
That we have been given.
KG or quintal?
Actually, we do not source directly. Sorry, can you repeat?
Maybe for quintal or tons.
No, we haven't gone into. We do source maybe 300-400 kilos at one go. Like I told you, we need to freeze our material. We work with close to 10 different kinds of fruits. We work with about 5 kinds of polyols. So there's at no point can we hold about, we cannot just buy a quintal or a ton of any one particular fruit at one go. We can hold that much stock, maybe 2 tons at one point. So our sourcing is usually done not directly from the farmers, but from people who buy from the farmers and do the first level processing, which is freezing the fruits, putting them into 1 kilo or 5 kilo packages and freezing them. So unfortunately, currently we are not working with the farmers, and I'm truly hoping that in the future we get that opportunity and we can directly source from them, which will help both them and us. But yes, we are very strong on one thing. We do not work with fruits that are not grown in India. So when we started our raspberry jam, we made sure that we only worked with them because the farmers tried to grow them in India. Raspberry is actually a berry that comes from abroad alone. So we are conscious about that. We are sustainable in that situation, that we do not work with any fruits or pulps that are sourced from international markets at all. I hope I answered your question in some which way.
Yeah, yes, it's fine, madam, fine.
Is there anything else that you would like to ask me?
That's what, again, you are selling your products in Amazon and Flipkart, I think, right?
Yes.
So what was the exact demand that you are, getting from the online market portal? So we see, since I'm staying in Delhi, we know that in Blinkit and Zepto, there are different platforms. They're providing services for the different products. So we're they're categorizing as a certified product or non-certified product. So in such a way, are you getting any orders for such a certified things, or otherwise what was the exact demand from the Flipkart and Amazon?
Okay, so the demand from Amazon so more leverage too. It was Amazon, where we spent our money on visibility, on showcasing our products. So the demand from Amazon is pretty strong. It's definitely crosses about 200 to 250 units per day. Flipkart is a little bit slower, and JioMart is picking up. JioMart, as you are aware of all the e-commerce platforms, JioMart only caters to tier 3, tier 4 cities currently, like Shopsy does. So the demand is slower. So we have actually reworked some pricing for that market. As far as Blinkit and Zepto are concerned, we are holding off a little bit right now. These are fast delivery platforms. They have their dark stores. What happens in dark stores? You only want to keep products that move very, very fast. I believe that yes, even though demand is picking up for sugar-free products, but it is not as fast as the regular products and the movement of the regular products like cheeses, like basic soft drinks. So if today we were in a category like a soft drink or a biscuit, maybe it would have still gotten a faster movement. But considering that we are into jams and drink syrups, I don't think it's the right time to enter fast delivery markets right now. But our next aim would be big basket. And besides the e-commerce market and the digital market, we are pushing ourselves now into the traditional market. We believe that your major bulk of sales is your traditional market. That is still not gone anywhere. So we have created a whole line of products with better pricing for the offline market. And in our last 3 months experience, what we have noticed that the products are moving. They could be slow moving because people need to recognize it still, but it is moving. So based on the success of the traditional market, will we touch portals like Zepto and Blinkit in order to push our products from there?
Thank you. And from the Quality Council of India side, NMPB side, I just want to say that we have the farmer groups who are they are growing stevia following yeah practices. So if you require please let us know that we will connect with our farmer groups so that like industry connection will be happen, and at the same time you will get the quality certified material, and at the same time you will improve your quality product quality, and farmers will also get the optimum prices.
Absolutely. Certainly, we'll get in touch after this meeting, and we will see what you're supplying. If there's any requirement, or if we do utilize those products, we will definitely get in touch with you. Yeah. Thank you.
I have one question.
Sure.
Have you manufactured stevial glycoside by your own, or you are procuring it from market?
We are procuring it from the market right now. We have not gone through the processing industry yet.
Okay. So.
Yes.
So, is there any question? No? Okay. So, thank you, Ms. Ishani Koitan, for such a nice presentation. You are preparing foods as well as medicinal plant products using stevia. So, as you rightly pointed out, that it is the future sweeteners, because it is by consuming it we consume less calorie and others. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure to be part of this conference, Dr. Sarkar, and thank you for inviting me. And it was a pleasure to speak here.
Thank you, Ms. Ishani. So, I think it is it the last lecture, because I think the lecture of Tadadevi, Srimati Tadadevi Shen, I think it was delivered in the previous session. I'm going to the organizer. Am I right?
Yes,
the lecture
yes.
of
Dr. Taradevi delivered his lecture.
It was already delivered, na?
Yes.
So,
yeah. Now, may I request you to make your concluding remarks, sir?
Okay. So, this session was on organic certification, and in this session, two guests, they delivered their lecture. Mr. Jangaya has delivered very rightly on the usefulness of voluntary certification scheme for medicinal plants produce, and he has very nicely explained the various aspects of good agricultural practices. And in the second lecture, Mrs. Nikoitan, he has delivered her lecture on various food as well as medicinal plant products by using stevia. So, this is about this session. I'm going to the organizer for next one. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for moderating and for your keynote speech. We also thank you all the presenters and all participants today for the second day of the international conference. So we will conclude here the third international conference second day, and we will again meet tomorrow morning as per the schedule. Thank you so much. Thank you all who are online and who are watching worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
The technical team, you may just close all the sessions. This is the end for today. The event team or technical team. Yeah.